It is day 2 of the G-Loot Season 5 PUBG Super Weekend, and we had 8 incredible games yesterday. My name is Tickle. I'm going to be your host for the rest of the day. And joining me, I was going to use a word to say that they bring us together. I'm not going to do it because this is Toby's gig. Toby and Jarasar are here. We had some epic games yesterday. So before we get into the tournament, before I explain what you're about to see today, gents, I want to talk about what we saw yesterday, the first time we got to see some of these teams. And without a doubt, John, it was all about adaptability. And for me, strategy. A lot of teams coming in with a few strategies. And those are the teams we saw finishing up in the top 4, top 6.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, the teams that come into the tournament for the first couple of games to feel out the competition, just understand what's going on rather than being blindly aggressive, for example, those are the teams whose gambits really paid off because they were able to adapt their own tempo to the pace of the game. They were quick when they needed to be, they were slow when they needed to be, and over the course of 4 games, I know there's still a long way to go, we started to see a little bit of separation between some of the top teams and the rest of the lobby, but today is a new chance to catch up.
It is a new chance to catch up. Now, Toby, European PUBG Esports back. This is the first big tournament. Do you think a lot of these teams, maybe they just needed yesterday to warm up? Do you think that it'll change up a little bit today?
I was actually gonna ask the same question, just because normally we would go with, they played against one another yesterday, now they're going to play against one another against today, but that's not quite the case. Usually you'd go back and you'd watch the VOD and you prepare yourself to change up against the same teams. Now they're going straight into day number 2, and we've already switched up the lobbies. So honestly, I hope to see that the teams that succeeded yesterday continue to do what gave them that success yesterday, today. And the teams that didn't succeed yesterday doesn't necessarily, unless if they really got nothing going, they don't necessarily, in my opinion, have to change up much, because it could be that the lobby they're going up against today, that strategy might actually work.
We'll talk a little bit more about how the groups have changed, but we do have some highlights from yesterday. So while you get a chance to check those out, Toby, what was your highlight from the games you saw?
There were a few. I mean, I think I like to think that the highlights are even more of highlights when it comes to games and teams that I don't expect much from. So there's a Coruscant when they're in game number 1, the X-Flow win, or 17 kills second place it was over in group 2, was absolutely phenomenal as well. And then also, honestly, I mean, seeing Skate in that particular game we're seeing right here, seeing them be able to spread out, take control. We talked about the importance of communication, which always takes a little while to kind of get dialed down when you're a team that haven't played together for long. So seeing all those things come to fruition yesterday was a great thing to watch.
John, how about you? Some of your highlights from yesterday?
I think we just watched one of the teams that was my highlight from yesterday. We'd be looking forward to today as well, which is Entropic, and how they managed to rein in that aggression at certain points where they would have just blindly got in for a fight. And maybe they would have won some of them as well. But I feel like that experience and maturity in holding back when it matters, that's really gotten them so many points yesterday. And I want to see that continue into today.
I was thinking a little bit about the teams that stood out for me personally. So Entropic was one of them. I really enjoyed them in Group 1. I thought that the way that they were able to rotate, the way they moved was very clever, but I was also obviously fangirling quite hard over Ding. They have all that experience, and you just saw it come out. But I'm interested to find out for you, John, your team that stood out for you yesterday?
So definitely, I think Entropic in Group 1, you make a really good point about Ding as well. I think the reason they maybe didn't stand out as much is because I expect them to do some of the things that they're able to do on a regular basis. It was so good. I want to see if X-Flow can keep the momentum going. Every single team in this lobby qualified to be here. They deserve to be here, and they can put up a 15-20 kill chicken dinner. But I want to see which of these teams can get the points on the board consistently, even when the chips are down. So that's what I'm looking for today.
You actually just mentioned them, and I'd completely forgotten, which I can't believe, because X-Flow was the surprise yesterday, Toby. I mean, they really performed well, and I don't think any of us were expecting that.
No, I mean, the fact that not only did they get that absolutely insane 17 kill second place, but they also got a 4th place, they got themselves a 3rd place. So the fact that they can stay within top 4 in 3 out of 4 games, and keep in mind, they still got placement points in their worst 7 kill 8th place game. So, I mean, the fact that they can play that well over the course of the day, I'm hoping to see something similar today.
We'll talk a little bit more about these teams, but first, if you've just joined us and you're wondering what is going on, this is G-Loot Season 5, and of course, today, yesterday, and tomorrow is Super Weekend, where 32 teams are competing for 8 spots in the finals next week. There are 8 invited teams that they get to compete against. It's all going to come down to who gets those points on the board and who finishes up at the top of the log. If you want to see what you can watch today, the best part is not just 4 games. You're going to get 8 different games that are going to be on today. We saw 8 games yesterday, so if you haven't had your fix of PUBG, you're getting it right now, because we have so much to play. Do you think fatigue's going to come in here at all, Toby, for some of these teams? They haven't had a chance to compete in a while. It is a lot of games every single day, or do you think they're ready for it?
I mean, considering the fact that it's only 4 games that each team plays per day, I wouldn't believe so. But then again, I mean, if we just think back to the last game yesterday and some of the crazy shenanigans we saw there, whether it was fatigue or just teams being confused about what other teams were doing, I'm not sure. But there were most definitely things going on that could have me thinking, okay, these guys might be a little bit tired, because that's not usually how they would be going around doing things.
John, how about you? Do you think that fatigue plays a role? I mean, you've been casting a lot of the scrims, so you know that most of these players, are they keeping fit? And I mean, I use the word fit, but obviously just from a playing games fit point of view, I know most of them are until like 3 in the morning, but it is a different vibe when you're competing.
Yeah, it's really difficult to quantify, because in scrims sometimes, not always, but scrims are known for sometimes the final game being a little bit of a throwaway. People take fights they wouldn't normally have to, and it's the end of the night. But if you ignore that even, there is such a thing as mental fatigue, and funnily enough, not playing can tire a pro player out more than actually playing themselves. Imagine you're playing in Group 2, but you've just stayed up with your team discussing what everyone's doing in Group 1. That takes some of your mental energy away. So you don't just at the end of the night go, I've played 4 games, why am I so tired? You've been busy analyzing everyone else's games and trying to make notes on teams that aren't you for 4 games beforehand as well. So it's not that cut and dry. Could it be a bit of fatigue? Yes, it can be. But is it because they can't hack playing 4 games a day? Absolutely not.
If you need a chance to wake up and you're a competitive PUBG player, I think that the prize pool on offer will probably do that for you. This is always exciting for me because, it just gives you that little bit of incentive, John, and $50,000, that's up for grabs for the top 8 teams next week. That's going to be in the back of the minds of some of the teams playing today.
Exactly right. They want to be in with a shot of making a decent amount of money here. It doesn't really start till we get into the top 12, but none of these teams are playing today thinking that they want to get into the top 12. Everyone's going for a top 3 position here. When you get to this sort of pointy end of the competition, sure, we might have teams doing better than others, but the reality is everyone is here on merit. They're all super, super good. And the difference in skill of 1% can be half of the table.
We're taking a look now at Group 1. Toby, this is exciting. We're going to shake things up a little bit because these are not the same teams that we necessarily saw yesterday in Group 1. We have changed it up a little bit today.
Yep, exactly. We have, off of yesterday's performances, we've seeded the teams today. So what they do is to take the 2 groups, pile them together in one, and then simply every, 1, 3, 5, 7, and then 2, 4, 6, 8. Just A, B, you go there, and then they split the groups up like that. Pretty straightforward, and this is, of course, the result of that, or half of the result, I should say, because this is only half the team's Group 1. And there are some pretty interesting combinations of players and teams in here, because I feel like we have a lot of the more aggressive teams playing in Group 1 today, where yesterday it was a little more evenly spread out. So my expectations for, if we're talking dynamics and flow, is we're going to have a lot of aggression in Group 1 today, where Group 2 might be the place where things slow down a little bit more.
I really like this seeding, John, because at the end of the day, 8 spots to get into the finals out of 32 teams, you need to be the absolute best, which means you're going to have to play everyone to do that. So shaking it up like this is good, but also it's going to make it really difficult. Like you mentioned, preparing for what to expect in this lobby is hard because you don't know how these teams are going to interact because some of them weren't necessarily in your group yesterday.
Exactly right. And you've got 8 of them in your group from yesterday. You sort of know where they drop. Everything's fine. You've paid attention to the teams that are closest to you on each map. But then half of your lobby is completely new from somewhere else, and you have to go back, watch those VODs, see where they're dropping, see if you can make a little bit of a map. And just because you've made a note of it doesn't mean that's the end of the story. There are going to be disagreements. 2 teams dropping in place A, for example, they might realize this, so one of those teams goes somewhere else, but you've got another team contested there. So just because no one is dropping where you dropped yesterday doesn't mean you're not going to get contested today. The teams are going to have to be on their toes.
So for some of the teams that are sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard, Toby, when they take a look at this group specifically, because we are going to be focusing on Group 1 now, this is, like you mentioned, very aggressive. There's also some big names in there. Do you think for newer PUBG players, a little bit nerve-wracking when you see who's now going to be in the lobby with you?
I mean, under normal circumstances, I would say yes. But then again, when we saw yesterday teams that I didn't expect much from, I have to go back to the X-Flow again. I mean, a team that I don't think a lot of people maybe had expectations from, coming out full thrusters and all cylinders and showing everyone that it doesn't matter whether you're a big name or that you used to be a big name under a big organization, because now you're all playing under equal circumstances. And it's the team that comes out and shows on the day of the fight that will go away with the trophy, and they were the ones to do so yesterday. And I hope to see them continue their success, but at the same time, I also hope to see some of the teams that had a hard time getting started yesterday maybe find some of that consistency today.
Talking about consistency, it all comes down to those placement points, making sure that you consistently finish in the top 4 if you can, and this is how it's going to work. That's the breakdown in front of you, and of course, you also get points for kills. Jarosar, taking a look at Group 1, the teams that you think are the ones you need to worry about if you are in that lobby?
You know what? Too many is the answer. I'm a little bit scared in Group 1. We have a lot of high-fragging, aggressive teams. Even the teams that finished in the bottom half of the leaderboard yesterday are teams that are perfectly capable of getting those high-kill chicken dinners. And that means, it's actually easier for me, and I'm not going to do this on camera because I think it's a bit mean. It's easier for me to pick a bottom 4 in Group 1 than it is to pick a top 4. And that's what's scary, because when there are only 8 places giving placement points, at least 4 teams that I would expect to be able to frag out aren't going to get many points today. And this is going to be rough, including for some of our established teams here in Group 1.
I'm going to carry on with that line of questioning in a little bit, but of course, it's not just the money up for grabs. If you are playing in G-Loot Season 5, there's also PGC placement points up for grabs. So there's your qualification. Sorry, I said placement. I meant qualification. I'm getting excited about the games. You can see those on your screen now, but Jarosar, some of the teams that you don't think performed yesterday, sitting in Group 1 today, that you are hoping to see something different from. So I'm not asking you for the bottom 4, just the ones that maybe need to up their game.
Maybe not necessarily up their game so much as switch it up, I would say. When you're in a lobby where so many of the teams are playing in a particular way, I think we're going to see some of the teams who might be in the bottom four, but also some of the established teams go, we might be able to get a better result if we play these games slightly differently to how we would normally play them. And I'm not saying we'll see the fruits of that labor in game number one necessarily, because you do need some time to get used to it. But I expect the teams that adapt in a more passive way today, so the teams that do what everyone else isn't, to probably do well. And that should throw up one or two surprises.
Toby, do you think passive adaptation is the way to go?
Could be. I mean, it depends obviously on your play style. It's a little tricky. I have a couple of teams myself that I'm hoping to see. Again, not necessarily change up how they play, but I feel like Joro and we were really good at giving advice yesterday. Just win the game and you will win the tournament. Just don't get shot. I feel like today is the same sort of deal where just do the same thing but do it better. And I have 4 teams that come to mind that didn't play to my expectation yesterday. One of them being in QM, ? Yes, they had 2 third places, but they never really had a lot of kills. They had 2 games that were outside of placement points. Their playstyle, what I know them for in terms of how they usually succeed, they weren't doing a lot of that yesterday. So I'm hoping to see them have a better, like, across the board success today. DA as well, obviously, new roster coming in, but again, they're carrying the weights on their shoulders of a big org and that comes with big expectations. So I want to see them go up and perform better. I want to see We Are Who with Chris and them. Yes, everything gets kind of overshadowed by their 10-kill 4th place game, because you think, oh, that was good. Sure, but other than that, none of their finishes were inside placement points. So there are teams that I know are capable of going up against the best, not just in these lobbies or these 32, but in the best of Europe, the best of the world. We've seen it before, that aren't delivering on those parameters, and I want to see them go out and do that today, because if you have 2 slumpers some days, then all of a sudden that 3rd day you're requiring a lot out of just those 4 games.
I mean, Jarosar, that's the thing, right? As Toby mentioned, day one you can kind of write off. You can say, right, we came in, it was an experience, we were feeling it out. Halfway through today, so I would say 2 games in, if you're still slumping, you need to start going, okay, we have a problem. And that starts playing a whole different game, because there's the mental aspect that comes in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If you take a look at the players that we might be looking to step up, Toby's first example, for instance, ? We saw what Uber could do yesterday as a solo player. Everyone who's watched PUBG in the last couple of years knows that Aduzi can do the same thing, for example. These players all have the ability to pop off and carry games the way we love to be excited watching them do, right? But for whatever reason, they either haven't had the opportunity to do that, or their team hasn't gotten them into the position that's facilitating that, or they've read situations incorrectly, which means that they're on the way to doing that and they get third party. There are so many different reasons in PUBG why you can't live up to that potential on a game-by-game basis, and it's going to be about who reads the rest of the lobby the best, so that you can put yourself in that position to achieve that beautiful game.
How do you read this lobby though, Toby? Because it is so aggressive, and I do feel like those top teams that you're going to be going up against, they can change it up so fast.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's going to be, let me put it this way. If you're planning on playing the center of the circle, wherever that may be in phase 1, and saying, oh, let's just spread out, let's take one person in each compound, you better be ready to get out of that, because there will be some teams in this lobby today that are gonna be hunting for that potential. We talked about free kills yesterday. Nothing better than getting to shoot a person in the back, because you aren't exposing yourself to any risk in doing so. And I feel like there's gonna be a lot of that. Oh, maybe if I had just left 5 seconds earlier, maybe if I had parked my car so I could get out of here before they got to me, I would have actually survived. I think there's gonna be a lot of those early game situations where normally in a more established lobby, we don't get the first kill until 10, 11, 12 minutes into the game. Here, I feel like every single game, we could be losing the first couple of players within the first 5-6 minutes.
So you're calling early aggression from the get-go my absolute favorite.
Yeah, I mean, aggression to the extent that it's going to be coming off of one entire team making a decision to doing something, and one player not being ready to react to that decision being made.
So we're taking a look at the leaderboard now, and I just want to summarize. Let's have a little bit of fun as we wait to drop into game number 1. Obviously, right now you can see where the teams are sitting. But we did get a lot of top tips from Toby and Jorasal yesterday about how to be the best PUBG esports player. So I want to recap them very quickly. So the first one was don't get shot. Then it was excellent tip. Then
it's not wrong.
It's not wrong. Don't get shot. End game. I mean, I think it's at some point it was said that you just need to finish in the top 3. That's the rule.
Just finish in the top 3. Yeah.
And today we're adding a third one, which was so eloquently quoted by Toby earlier, which was be better. Anything else I've missed there?
I mean, how is that not the winning formula?
I feel like that sums it up quite beautifully.
I feel like that's something I could like have on a poster over my bed as kind of a just do it sort of thing, you know? Don't get shot, just get better. It's like your daily motivational tweet.
Just of your face in the background, almost like you giving a big speech, and
something
then
like that.
On top of it, that'd be great.
Something like that.
I'd order that.
Yeah.
Okay, we've given the advice. So if you're watching, I mean, I wanted to summarize because I want to clip that because I'm obviously going to play it to myself every morning when I wake up as I try to be a better PUBG player. But taking a look at the leaderboard right now. So I want to do a bit of a comparison here. If you take a look at that team sitting in top spot, Xflow Esports, versus the team in fourth spot, Sakura Zenson, very different style of play from both of these teams, Joe. So actually, I would say almost polar opposites, where you had one that was quite aggressive and then the other team that kind of was very passive till the end game. Tell me a little bit about both of these teams and how those strategies played out.
So it's easy to categorize this as aggressive versus passive. What I would say is that Xflow initiated more fights and pushed into other teams, whereas Sakura Zenson were a bit more patient. They allowed other teams to come to them and reacted appropriately. They came into circles a little bit later. They didn't back down from fights, but they wanted to be in the right position to take the fights and use that to their advantage. There are pros and cons of both approaches, of course. When you're absolutely in flow, Xflow will get more kills and they'll get more points. But on bad days, that approach also scores fewer points.
Talking about being completely in flow, Toby and Jorasal are two casters. They flow so nicely together. I don't know what I'm saying, actually. Just start casting, boys.
All right, we're getting ready now to go into game number 1 of Group 1 today. I thought that was a brilliant segue. I had no problems with that whatsoever, Toby. If anything, I'm feeling hyped up by that. That's great.
It was easier than the Obi-Wan one you gave me yesterday, that's for sure. I mean,
that's true.
That was a tricky one. You have Pink Pony, and then all of a sudden, I don't know. I don't know what to expect there. But I mean, I gotta say, we were talking about fatigue. We were talking about the final game yesterday, which, of course, again, circles played a factor. We had a pretty standard plan leading to a massive southern side military island finish. I really want to hope that was just the fatigue. We talk about that 6th game of scrims and whatnot. I really want to hope that is what that was, because when you only have those 4 games to play in a day, and again, I know it's tricky, it's tough, it's a tall order to go up and perform at a high level every single game. I can't expect that, especially in a lobby that is this even, I would say, in terms of skill. But in a game, or in a tournament like this, there are just decisions being made where I go, guys, I know you're better than this. I know that if you had spent 3 more seconds considering whether this was the right play to make, you probably wouldn't have done it. So I don't want to see people take, I don't want to say unthought, because there's always a thought process to a decision being made, but I want to see people take more thought through, or make more thought through decisions today when we come to those final stages of the day where people could end up being fatigued.
So we have an 8 to 2 o'clock playing path to start us off. A nice, easy split down the middle here. Most teams will be able to go where they want to. There will be some minor disagreements. It looks like over vehicles mainly, though. And Senya's not particularly happy that the vehicle next to his compound has been taken, but I don't think he's going to get much say in the matter here. To be fair, he's got a truck. What's he going to do? Drive 2? That was greedy.
Can always hope, right? Just tow the other one. That's going to be the next item in PUBG, and the next weapon is just going to be the next weapon is going to be a rope.
Can you imagine?
That's what it is.
That would be so much fun.
You just start towing cars. You make a caravan of vehicles.
Your teammate runs out of fuel, and you can tow them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
For example.
There we go.
For example. In any case, this is circle number 1. We're headed west again. We were over here yesterday too. On numerous occasions, actually. The very first game of the day was up in El Poso, and we had a game that ended down on the southwest side as well. So it's not an area of the map that is unfamiliar to these players, but it is an area of the map that is quite far away from the vast majority of teams.
We're going to end up asking ourselves the question, top of the cliffs versus bottom of the cliffs as we go phase 1, phase 2 as well, which is really cool. Now, despite this lobby being, well, full of very aggressive teams, we've generally found that there haven't really been any disagreements to start us off. We've had a couple of vehicles taken from under noses, sure, but no one's dropped together with anyone else. Everyone seems to be playing this calmly. And I just want to revisit that a second, because it does mean that we might not get like a first knock and a first kill inside the first 3 to 4 minutes. But I think what you and Sam said on the desk is absolutely right. These teams, they're less likely to back down from a fight. You're in a 50-50 situation. There's a lot of teams in this lobby that, even in a 50-50 situation, they're probably 70-30 wanting to go in and take the fight. And that means that when the teams do eventually come together, they're a bit stickier, if that makes sense. They're a little bit more willing to commit, and there are fewer circumstances where they back down. Also,
it's one of those where if you're a team, I mean, obviously, unless if it's against the lobby you've played against many times before, or unless if it's against a team that you know exactly where to land in the early game, odds are that when you run into a team in the early to mid game, you aren't necessarily sure who you're going up against. But speaking of aggression and aggressive teams, I feel like teams that have that mindset also have a idea of, we're not only aggressive, but we are aggressive because we're good at shooting. I mean, we like to take these fights. We take these fights knowing that we can, most of the time anyway, come out on top. So if you are a team that's aggressive from a mindset perspective, and you see another opponent close nearby early on in the game, it adds to it that they come into it with a mindset of, we're going to win this fight if we take it. And that's why you sometimes see but did you remember to keep in mind? I mean, yes, you're a great individual player, but you weren't necessarily in the best position. I feel like sometimes players tend to they don't necessarily overestimate their own ability, but they underestimate the ability of opponents, especially in lobbies where not all the teams are your faces and liquids and heroics and whatnot. There's a certain mindset of, this is quote unquote just the qualifying stage. Oh, believe me, I mean, every team here has just as much of a right to play these matches as you do, and they qualified under the same circumstances. So arguments could be made that they should, at least on paper, for now, be equally as good, at least in this tournament. So I think a lot of teams get surprised because individually, we're just incredibly blessed in Europe to have some absurdly good players.
Definitely underestimating the position of an opposition player is something that all PUBG players are guilty of. When someone doesn't know you're there, you could be half as good as they are in holding a spray, for example, and still have better than 50% chance of knocking someone, right? PUBG is a game about strategic anticipation. If you're moving into a compound, knowing that someone is already there, you can anticipate, you know what the next couple of seconds are going to look like. And if they catch you by surprise, we see teams wiped in 4 or 5 seconds all the time when they're completely not expecting someone to be there. And that doesn't matter if you're a team that, I don't know, is platin ranked, or if you're some of the best teams in the world. If you don't expect what's coming, the element of surprise in this game is so strong. And that's what makes it so cerebral. That's why it has to be so strategic, because you have to think through all of those different possible outcomes before you actually go and do it.
Exactly. Let's see now. Exhalation. Well aware that after all this nearby, hearing all the vehicles, are they gonna shoot? Oh, nothing better than a target on a bike. Let's see if he can get him. Yes, he does. The boom. Finds Hibago first knock of the day. And, well, I said find the knock within the first 6 minutes. It happened at 5:55. So I like to think that I was correct in that suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's close enough. We definitely take that indeed. Exhalation now. They have the high ground as far as, well, they've got that crater on the top of the hill, I guess I would call it, against After All. And it's a big ask for After All to turn around here and try and go for a res. So they're not going to. It's annoying, but that is the correct play. If anyone's wondering where Hibako was 8 seconds before he died, well, there's your answer.
Let's see now. Everyone obviously making their way towards the first circle. I'm loving that not everyone is opting to go north or out. That's usually the approach for a lot of the teams. And considering that we had a long trail of teams going up towards the northeast, the fact that, for example, NoTech opted to go south around the Power Grid Plateau, seeing them here on screen, making their way on in. I like their approach. The issue is, if this next circle goes west as well, they have entered the circle on the one side, I would say, that you're backfilling the most from. If you come in from the north of the south or the south, you can kind of wrap around easier. Whereas if you're coming in east and the circles continue to go west, you can't really do a lot to go, I mean, you can. Let's just full speed send it in and try and see if we can claim something in the middle. But by the time you get into the middle of the circle, you've been shot at by like 9 different teams. And odds are you will probably have also lost a player or two in your pursuit of that compound. So it can be a little dangerous coming in from the east, but I like to see that some teams do it anyway.
Toby, I just realized something. You know what Hibako just gave us? He's actually just created the world's easiest Easter egg hunt. That's what he was doing there.
Okay.
That's fantastic. We need more of that.
Easter
egg hunt
definitely
level 1.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. Yep.
Definitely need to make it a little bit more difficult. Skade coming in now and this is a great example of being aware, by the way, overall. We've got Exhalation, iZoom specifically. Notice how he was in the vehicle already moving away. Yeah. With, I think that was BTM in the background covering for him so that Skade don't try and go for too many shots out of the vehicles by the time Skade were even rolling in. So this is about thinking ahead, and it could have easily been one of those situations where 5 seconds later, that becomes a 4v1. So being super situationally aware like this is exactly what these teams have to do in a lobby like this, and I'm really glad we got to see a good example of that this early.
It is something that is clearly, I don't even want to say taken for granted, because it's just straight up forgotten. I feel like there's only one time in which you're excused for not parking your car probably in a compound, and that is if you're pulling up on an opponent. Like if you're breaching a compound and taking a fight, fair enough, you're not prioritizing, let me just park this car, right? You want to get out of the car and you want to kill the opponents that you're breaching. But when you come into a compound and you're just sitting around, whenever I see a car, like where they have to reverse out from behind a wall, then do like 3 different turns because they can't get out, and then try and get away and then die because of it, it's so frustrating because it's something that's so easily avoided. Always make sure 2 things: park your car in a spot where you can easily drive out of the compound again, and drive your car in a spot from where it's hard. I mean, of course, it's PUBG. There's a lot of different levitation and whatnot. Or not levitation, but different heights and altitudes that people are playing in. So it's hard to keep your vehicle safe from all angles. But park your car in a spot where you can get out, and park your car in a spot where it's harder for opponents to pop your tires, especially at Miramar. Okay, easily.
Area for you to cover. If you can't travel between 2 points on that map, doesn't matter if it's phase 2 or phase 7, you're just as screwed if another team is watching you from some position right next to you.
And think about it this way. I mean, there's so few roadside compounds where even if you get your car popped, you can go out and get a new one right next to it. It's so much more of like compounds that are kind of out in the field, out in the open. And as you said, I mean, if you lose your tires and you have to make a run for it, believe me, the guys that's popped your tires know you don't have cars anymore, and they will do what they can to take you out. Pixel, speaking of tires, that is the worst place to lose him.
Oh, no.
He's popped in the middle of the open, and here comes the breach trying to retaliate. Huth able to find the second. He falls down. Huth has got shot in the back, though. It's Herky from far off. So a little bit of third party coming in from bystanders. Sheila goes for Nowik, and Nowik goes down as well. So while DA didn't look like they had everything under control, all of a sudden, they go 3 for 1, and Hewitt wasn't even taken down by a skate player. Now comes the cavalry, though. Sheila needs it desperately right now. Gemty is inside, trying to make the push on forward, but nice use of utility to stay alive, and Doxa is going to be able to take down the last living skate player, too. So a 2v, essentially 4, I guess 3.5, with Pixel being killed off in the field. But solid hold-up from Sheila.
I really like what all of the players from Digital Athletics were doing there. Huth as well. If you notice, yes, they are very capable, of course, of taking these fights aggressively, but both of these players, the moment they got one knock, they immediately went, how can we get safe? That was the first thing that they did, right? They backed off. Huth tried to go up the stairs when he got knocked. It's so important to get that initial advantage and to prevent the other team from trading effectively. And I think that's what laid the baseline for them to win that fight.
For sure. Let's see. Fights brewing once more. No tag and Exhalation. They were rotating side by side earlier. Now they've found one another inside the northern side of Monte Nuevo. Rafa is up close here. The Boom trying to jump up to get some cover, but oh, good nade comes over the top. Not that much damage done, but as you can see here, we talked about the different altitudes and whatnot, different high ground positions you could get yourself, and the Boom can't really find cover anywhere right now. BTM has to back off as well, but wants to be in a position from where he can help his teammates still.
Ideally, Rafa probably just wants to back off and rejoin his team, because the last thing you want is Rafa to do a ton of damage and then crossing the road to get back to his team. He gets knocked, for example. It's so hard for his team to res him there, so he needs Exhalation to leave, or he needs an easy way for him to cross the road and get back to the rest of his team. And that's why we're seeing the disengage right now. I know these teams want to be aggressive and want to push into each other, but I actually think for this stage of the game, this is the right outcome. They're still going to try, though, Exhalation. If they can they basically want to know, are you going to be crossing the road towards us? Because if you are, we want the free kill. But if Rafa doesn't show up in the crosshairs of Daboom here, Daboom's not going to push out. He's happy to leave it there.
Oh, yeah. He's going to sit around. Oh, the timing! The timing does spot him in the end. Unfortunately, only had 5 or 6 bullets to shoot in that narrow angle, but does manage to find Rafa. I thought he was going to get punished for literally swapping to a nade at the exact wrong second, but manages to get it anyway. Fortunate. And I would assume for Exhalation, obviously waiting for new circles to pop. Let's see where it goes. South again. This is like a repeat of the one yesterday, a little further north, but similar to it. And look who's in that center position once more. Ding on the southern side, sitting and waiting for it to go south once again.
A lot of poking and prodding from these teams so far, but not too much initial commitments aside from Skade a little bit early on, who managed to get a couple of kills there as well. And now they are rotating into circle, doing a good job of minimizing the damage that they took on that southern highway. Slightly less good a job of... Okay, well, I didn't realize they had a gear there. I don't really know what that's called, but I didn't know that the gear in R is for rotate as opposed to reverse, but we'll take that. That's not a problem. They are almost smack bang in the center, and they've got a very, very nice priority compound. It's really tough to rotate out of, but based on where the circle is, odds are on that they're probably going to still be in phase 3 and 4. So it's not a place where they have to move again in a minute.
No, they're gonna be in for a while, unless if we get some completely absurd shifts, which I can't see happening. Next one should be shifting south because of the mountain up towards El Pozo, and they're going to be in that one guaranteed. And even if they have to play out from that afterwards, we're sitting in phase 5, and that's going to be an on-foot circle anyway. So they should be all right from where they are. In the meantime, bystanders, well, they got the knock from Hergy found the knock, I should say, earlier. Didn't get more of it, other than information as to which team they're up against. And once again here, up against another team on the western edge of the circle. Pink Pony trying to wrap their way forward. The thing is, they're split right now. There are 3 people uphill, and you can see Flammy on your minimap in the bottom right corner. He's down in the compound below, and I'm not sure if he's given up his position just yet.
They're trying to work out where the rest of the squad is as well. They know that people are here, but they want to know, are these solos that are scouting? Is this someone who's looking to really properly push in? They need a bit more information before they decide whether a commitment makes sense for them or not. We've got X-Flow potentially looking up at the compound where Dopamine are as well on the southern side of the circle. Now, everyone is in, so they can stay in the positions they're at now. But I think Global Army and Co. knows that a squad is defending this compound, and they're looking for an opening knock. If there's an opening knock that lets them loose, say, 5 or 6 nades and rush in, they'll take it. But if they can't get that opening knock, then they're going to be forced to rotate north and maybe east away from here.
Exactly. They want to see if there's an opportunity to make an aggressive push. In the meantime, we talked about no tag and their chance of finding somewhere in the center. Well, they found it. How they're planning on getting out of there, I'm not quite sure, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Explicit, he has a pretty tough task ahead of him. 55 still alive, solo player left remaining, full no tag. It's we're not exactly in placement point territory just yet, and I think Explicit is aware that it's going to be a little while before we get there.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while. We've got the next circle popping in just a sec, so if we get to see some crazy hard shifts, now would be a time. Nope, does exactly what you predicted, Toby, who are going to be very, very pleased with that position. This is the part of the game where if it was Erangel, for example, we'd all be rushing to commit to a compound till the end of the game, but the fact is everything's already taken. So Ding especially have a really nice versatile position because not only have they got a couple of buildings, but they have the hilltops surrounding that compound as well. So of all of the teams on the map right now, it is Ding, surprise, surprise, that have the most information and currently have the best position, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. I mean, the fact that they have 3 spots in a phase 4 circle like this, where they're still unplayable terrain on the west side, that's something that most teams aren't really ever allowed to try and maintain control of. But the thing is, I mean, they're playing the exact same spots they did yesterday. It's a position that is extremely hard to push, and like for other teams and for them, all 3 spots they're in their 2-on-1 split right now are spots they can easily back off of. Let's see now, though. Teams are starting to make their rotations on in Exhalation. We saw them in Monster just before Hewitt, able to find PTM. He's going to be taken down, and it's going to be Enid actually from Afterworld to get the kill. And you can see here again, Mostfox looking over towards the shack, knowing there's a player in that area.
Things are starting to get hectic now. 3 half-decent compounds in this next circle and 15 teams in here, which means the tinderbox effect is well and truly... the fuse has been lit. There's no question about that. Exhalation having to play by the road, which is not good if you have anyone to the north of you. It's not good if anyone has plain sight of you from out east. So we'll be taking a look at... UF there on the east side. And also, I'm really worried about Pink Pony moving down on them as well.
Yeah, the push finally did come in from X-Flow as well. Let's see, Tarkus spots one over the top. Eddie forced to hide down behind the vehicle. Now the push comes further forward. Tarkus does get taken down. Let's see some nice spray with the Scar around the corner there. Global, in the meantime, trying to wrap over the top. See if he can get himself a good position to look from. Caesar gets taken out by a teammate. That's unfortunate, but Global, obviously, with the molly in hand, he's going to die to his own. Not too much to do there. And now I'm Cynic on his lonesome, trying to make something happen here, but I'm not assuming there's any aggressive play coming out from him. In the meantime, Pink Pony taking a fight to Digital Athletics. That's going to come to an end. Howl, in the meantime, taking out Cynic as well. He's going to go down. Levante goes down to blue. Chaos is slowly but steadily starting to commence.
And we haven't mentioned it much yet today, but it played a big part yesterday, right? If you want to be pushing these compounds and it takes you more than a minute, say, to complete the fight, then expect someone else in the nearby region to be interested in what you have going. And that's exactly how Hal basically just got to pick up a point for free. That's going to happen a lot, especially in lobbies where you have more confident, more aggressive players. If they could move out slightly, grab a kill and move back, expect them to do that every single time. That's not an exception. That's going to be the rule. So finish your fights fast is what we're trying to say.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's see, Explicit. Well, are you just gonna? He's gonna. Oh, he's bandaging. That's. Oh no, okay, he does get a first aid off, and you have 2 smoking cars without tires. This is gonna be a while. Again, 43 alive, still 5 teams to placement points. I'm afraid that Explicit won't stay alive for long. But then again, I mean, he does have a smoke path going for him. So we'll see if that's gonna amount to anything in the meantime. Flex realizes that he has opponents up above him. And Unusual Freaks, they have a quite a distance to make forward now as well. We live again, sitting up on one plateau after all, just in between. And this is actually perfect for Unusual Freaks. If these 2 teams start fighting, Joro, that might be an opportunity for Unusual Freaks to get away.
Yes, they should. I hope that they use the opportunity to get away rather than as an opportunity to get a couple of kills and then disappear from the game, because I think they have a chance of getting into some half-decent placement points here. We Live Again are in such a good spot compared to Afterworld, by the way, because in short, Afterworld, if they get knocked, it's really difficult to get a res. Oh, no. And if you're on top where We Live Again are, if you get shot, your teammates can res you instantly. Afterworld now trying to move away. I think trying to get out of that situation is correct, but my God, look at the gauntlet they've had to go through to get into the middle of the circle. This is rough.
Yeah, hard to fight for a middle when there's no middle to take. You can see Foes here, Pokemon down behind the vehicle. Can't do a whole lot more about that. Pink Pony now in the meantime, riding across the plateau as well. Vaso trying to stay alive, but of course the drive-by Meta is in full effect. We'll see though if he can find something. He does with the final bullet in the chamber.
Nice.
Able to get the knock, but the steal comes in as well. Sail able to claim that one. Everyone farming 4 kills here in the fields in the middle.
Pink Pony have, well, they've got a hillside here, but that hillside is being peppered with nades and is very, very open to anyone out east. We Live Again, they haven't had a chance to regroup yet, but when they do, they're going to have clear vision of this Ding versus Pink Pony fight. Now, remember, Ding are still quite split, and Pink Pony are actually surrounding them, but really, that doesn't matter when Biestoloch goes ahead and grabs doubles like that.
Doesn't matter at all. This is absolute destruction. Nades coming in all over the place. It's so hard to play this field when the high ground is thin. And look at this Biestoloch, perfect angle to take out players everywhere he sees fit. 4th kill coming in for Ding here, and they have more targets to shoot at. This north side, like where we are in the circle right now, it's so impossible to play the lowland as long as the high ground is still in play. And unfortunately, the players down there just don't really have anywhere else to go, because the way that they were holding up on the hillside after all and We Live Again, there's no way you're pushing into 2 teams like that. You're going to get backstepped so easily. So it was kind of a pest or cholera situation for everyone trying to make their way into the middle there. And the fact that Ding has maintained their 2-1-1 split through phase 5 to 6 is completely unheard of.
Exactly. They're fighting multiple teams actively, and they still choose to stay split, and they're fine. Like, this is what Ding does so well. Arguably, it's so difficult to understand as well, because so many teams try to do this and they don't get away with it. Pink Pony were essentially encircling Senya and Biestoloch at one point, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. That's okay. We're just going to keep shooting, and we've got hard cover. Don't worry about it. And they've managed to eliminate everyone but Archie, and they're still keeping this split. It's absolutely unreal from Ding, and if that doesn't say what their confidence levels are like, I don't know what does.
One thing is confidence. Another thing is just understanding of both, obviously, terrain, but also what they have of information around them. You can see how they prioritize different positions, how they split out, because someone needs to be over the top of Uber to protect him from above, but that's what Biestoloch is doing. Now, let's see Marco. 150 bullets in the chamber. Let's see if we can find some connections as well. Pops him midair. Is there going to be more to find? We'll see if that's going to happen or not. Tokyo Magic game full speed forward. They come. Marco finds one more. Still a third to be found, but Kilyakai is there to take him out. 6 kills now for We Are Who as they take down Tokyo Magic Gang.
I wonder if they had an in-game conversation with Marco and they went, look, there's a chance we're going to get crashed. We need that gun. Which gun? You know, the one where reloading's optional? Oh, yeah, that's going to be useful. And
the one with infinite bullets.
That's kind of what just happened, right? That was a disgusting spray. As soon as you get attack stock on the M249, you definitely shouldn't underestimate it, especially when you're holding a breachable compound as well. And Tokyo Magic Gang has just found out that while that M249 is in place, it is very much unbreachable. Dopamine now, 2 kills and 3 left alive. Old Bones, where on earth can Old Bones possibly... They're going to go straight into the middle of Ding. This is going to be painful.
You can see the fight comes over the top. Multiple bystanders pushing up the hillside. Uber will go down, of course, now. The high ground safety is no more, as Senya and Biestoloch had to push down the hillside again. Old Bones will fall as well. 5 kills for Keanu already.
Wow.
Incredibly impressive. And bystanders were playing the same roadside we saw Polish Power do yesterday. But because they were maintaining the control, because they were continuing to force teams away, they have been allowed to stay in that position. And now, as the last team push off the roadside, Jord finds the knock on one. Herky there to fight the flush as well, and this time around it's Dopamine taking casualties by the second. And
that's Howl now eliminated. This circle has been absolutely brutal. We're down to our last 5 teams here. Wouldn't be surprised if we got to our last 4 mere seconds from now, because Dopamine is struggling to get off of that hill. We mentioned earlier how when the high ground is in the circle, it's so hard to play anywhere lower. But if one player is on the high ground representing one team and 4 different teams are looking up at him, there's only so much you can do. Oh, yeah. That's Hanzus down. Herky manages to get the headshot there. He's had a great game. We've now got Who, Bystanders, Ding, and We Live Again still in the game.
I'm loving the way who are spreading out to take control on the north side right now. They keep one. I mean, Marco has been sitting down by the road forever right now. He's making sure that there's no way in hell bystanders are wrapping around behind them. Flammy had the idea to do so, but it didn't take more than 1 or 2 bullets to convince Flammy to go, okay, well, yep, I guess they got that angle covered. Let's not focus on that right now. So Marco and Flammy essentially kind of filling the same role. At least they were just before. I'm loving to see that teams, regardless of how much and how many potential kills you can get in the center of a circle, the fact that you're always like the committed support player that is always holding your back safe, he is the key to you succeeding in doing what you're doing. Because that 1 second he looks away, that's where you get backstepped. And the fact that he doesn't and fully commits to holding that angle is amazing. Flammy continues to push forward as bystanders try and maintain or secure, I should say, more land towards the east. But everyone right now is waiting for that final circle to pop. Are we playing into the compound, or is the compound having to come out towards us? In the meantime, we live again. Not many options for him. They're pushing forward.
And unfortunately, while they push into the compound, they've got the team on the high ground trying to fight them as well. So that's Pin going down to Herky. And Ding are not going to have to defend that half as much as we thought they would. Ding are betting on the compound. The bystanders are betting on going up above. And we find out in 1 minute which of those ends up being advantageous.
2 players over the top, 1 holding below. As soon as bystanders back off, here come Who trying to peek into the compound as well. And we were talking about yesterday how playing the compounds is amazing, but all of a sudden, if you don't leave them in due time, you can easily get trapped in there. And that's kind of, I feel like, what Ding are feeling right now as well. The feeling of no matter which window we peek out of, we get shot at. There's no way we can do anything. We have to hope somehow that Who and bystanders start fighting one another. But with the way they're positioned right now, with the way that Marco has been preventing for Flammy to push forward on the west side of the circle, there's no way they're doing anything until the next circle is shown. There's no way they're doing anything until, hopefully for them both, Ding is forced to leave the compound.
It does feel like the players broadly have as much information as they're going to get. And all they need to know now is where they want to play next. 15 seconds isn't that long to wait. Yeah. Unless, I mean, Who could unleash, I don't know, 12 grenades into that compound and push in right now, but they don't want to do that unless they have to. Exactly.
That's
a chance they have to come out into them, right?
Complete waste. Just wait and see the circle. There we go. It's going to end on the side of bystanders. So now Who has a decision to make. They know for a fact that there are casualties in the compound. They know for a fact it's not a full man sitting in there anymore because they themselves got a kill or 2 on some of the players from them before. And I was just going to say, are they going to push into the compound or are they going to try to make the wrap around? And this is a clear indicator that these guys are pushing west round. They are wanting to take the fight to bystanders because they see them as the biggest threat.
Certainly an easier way to push maybe compared to hard pushing into the compound, but this is, the bystanders have a lot of opportunity to see where they're coming from. So the question now becomes, are you trying to snipe them and just get 1 or 2 and slow push it? Or are you trying to get a knock very quickly, followed up with a barrage of nades and absolutely rush in? Who in the next couple of seconds, we will find out.
We talk about having the safety in the back. The fact that Herky is maintaining his kind of eyes or focusing his eyes towards the compound is crucial because they could easily come out of backstep bystanders if they all look here. But now look at this. Flash is being thrown. The aggression is clear. They want to take the fight to bystanders, and they know that in order to secure this and not get third party, they have to do it fast. The blue trajectories are there. All of them flashbangs being thrown forward. Gilyakai wrapping around, tries to spot one. Braxco off screen finds the first one. Will get the flush on towards Flammy as well. Keanu gets a tag in, but has to back off. And what is Sting doing as a response to this? They're pushing bystanders as well.
Oh, this is so clever from Ding. This is so good. Rather than wait for the end of the fight and have someone reset and go 1v1, they're saying, no, if we can get involved, we absolutely will. And this is very bad news for the bystanders, though. Although Herky manages to find Sale. Can we agree Herky has just had an absolutely phenomenal game so far? But a phenomenal game does not necessarily mean they're going to win. They eliminate Ding, though. As soon as they see the third party, they went disengage for 10 seconds, turn around, eliminate this threat first. That was clean, under pressure from bystanders.
Perfect from them. Perfect execution and understanding of the situation, but also massive kudos to Who in coming up, finding the first knock and a flush onto Flammy, then allowing or essentially baiting Ding into aggressing towards bystanders because Who wanted to be the third party aggressor, right? They back off saying, you know what, let them fight. We'll get to third party. Issue is bystanders cleared out Ding before Who managed to get over the hilltop and engage once more. So as you were saying, perfect execution by bystanders, but at the same time, incredibly well executed play by Who. Bystander just wiped things before there was any chance for them to do anything about it.
And look, We Are Who wanted to go back and try and third-party that situation when they saw Ding in the kill feed. But think of how many mollies, think of how many flashbangs that they used just to make it on the west side along the road in the first place. They probably didn't have the utility left to do that and feel comfortable about it. So that's why they've slowed the game down now.
Well, we see Bystanders. They have the Rich. Kilyakai just behind the vehicle here. I'm not sure if Hurricane knows flashes are being thrown, mollies. Everything you have in the chamber is being thrown forward. Kilyakai finds the double. What the hell was that flick on towards Fjord? Absolutely insane play. Spots the third as well. Give it to Chris. What an absolutely insane performance from Kilyakai. Finds the first flicks over, finds the double headshot after 11 kill win from We Are Who. What a finish.
Very, very nicely done there. We Are Who, biding their time, using their utility when they needed to. The most dangerous part of that game for them was probably when they were coming around the road on the west. They needed to use the flashbangs. They needed to get a bit of space control with the Molotovs there. Once they were successfully in position, highlighting that great play from Bystanders when Ding came out of the compound and we thought they would end up being a sandwich. They shut that down so beautifully. But We Are Who at the end, using their patience and tactical finesse to get the chicken dinner there. That was just game number 1 of 4, ladies and gents. We got one more on Miramar to go before we hop over to Erringle for game number 3. But we'll see you after this break for our next Miramar game.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master. Mastering you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push more past it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
The first game for Group 1 here in our Super Weekend is complete, and what a cracker it was. I want to get straight into this because those last few minutes there's so much to talk about. But Toby, the first thing I want to do is mention that We Are Who, that aggressive push that they made on bystanders, that could have gone the other way. Would you say it was a bit of a risky move, or final circle, you got to make the push?
I think it was the only move, the smartest move they possibly could have made. And I mean, there were a lot of things that I want to highlight from that game, but the most important thing, I think, is the three teams that we had in the end of the game were three teams that played three very different and three very difficult areas of the map coming into the final stages of it. We Are Who had to make a push out from the compound and deal with everyone that were fighting on the plateau in the middle. Bystanders had the tough task of playing the roadside that we've seen a lot of people fail to maintain control of. They succeeded in doing that. And then you have Ding managing somehow to maintain a three-way split all the way up till phase 6, which is absolutely insane, especially in a lobby where there's so many random factors going up against you. So I think it was amazing to see that what I believe to be the three teams that deserved to be in that late game the most were also the ones fighting it out for the end there.
I want to mention the Ding positioning because it was something I wanted to speak about, Joris. So why does it work for them when they do that split? Why are they able to get it right?
I mean, occasionally it doesn't go right for them, but I would argue we're watching some of that reason, right? If you see 4 players coming up towards you and it's only a 4v2, but the 2 players that are there don't miss their shots, that's what it honestly comes down to. It's not necessarily that they're that much better in general, but it's how calm they are under pressure. They don't mind if it's a full team of 4 coming up towards you. There's no panic. There's no should we stay or should we go. It's instantly into plan A, and the only question they have on their minds is how are we wiping this team? Not if they're going to do it, but how they're going to do it. And it's that focus that actually gives them a little bit of a self-fulfilling edge there when they get into those kind of situations.
I want to keep talking about positioning because in the final, I would say the final 4 fights, Toby, what you saw with We Are Who is bystanders had the high ground, Ding obviously had the compound. Walk me through the positioning that We Are Who used and why it worked for them.
I mean, when the circle pops and it goes southwest of the compound, there is only one of 2 options for We Are Who. Either you wrap around the roadside to take the fight to bystanders, or you wrap into the compound hoping that you can deal with the team there before bystanders get to interfere. We Are Who wanted to wrap around to bystanders and hoped that bystanders would back off, allowing for Ding to maybe push out and make a combat, or make a fight, I should say. What ends up happening is that We Are Who pushes them back, they kill Flammy, so now they already know, now we have the numbers advantage, being 4 alive, obviously. And then they say, great, now let's back off and see what Ding are gonna do, because Ding aren't coming in from behind us, because we're holding that angle. So that fight happens, and I think We Are Who wanted to try and engage on bystanders while they were fighting Ding, but credit where credit's due to bystanders. They dealt with things really fast and swiftly, but then in the end of it, obviously We Are Who, they have the numbers, they re-engage in that fight once more, and that insane. I mean, one thing is that Kildekai gets the first knock from an angle that the opponents didn't expect him from, but to then make a flick double headshot literally the second later, that sealed the deal for We Are Who, essentially won in the game.
Jarosal, we mentioned at the start of the show that we were expecting a lot of early aggression, a couple of pops here or there, but not nearly as aggressive as I thought it would be. But it was that final fight that we really saw the aggression that Toby had mentioned popping up, because every single team, those top 4 teams, not one of them was going to back off that fight.
I think it was, no, you're right. We didn't really see that much early game. I don't think it's because the teams were deliberately playing extra conservatively, but I think it's because the teams dropped in such a way that there wasn't really any proper contesting. I can think of maybe only 1 or 2 exceptions all game where a team gets locked in a fight with the other one, and then halfway through that fight, they go, actually, we're going to back off here. We saw maybe 1 or 2 situations like that, but for the most part in this lobby, the team's committed to try and finish the fight. We Are Who maybe going around the west at the end instead of facing off against Ding directly might have been a good example of that. So we're still going to see that. Whether or not it's kills in the first 4 minutes, though, we'll have to wait and see. It depends on drop location.
Such an incredible end game there. I'm hoping we get that every single game today, but we'll find out because we're going straight into game number 2.
Oh man, back onto Miramar one more time, and I'm gonna make a bold and slightly boring prediction here, but it's great for the end game, Toby, because the plane path game number 1 was just quite neutral. I actually think teams are gonna broadly drop in the same place for plane path number 2, assuming it's not super skewed. And we're going to be reserving a lot of that aggression for the mid and late game again.
Yeah, I mean, again, depending on playing path, depending on circles, I could agree with you. But that's also just kind of the flow of Miramar, I feel. With rotations coming in early, you're always going to have people running into one another because the mountains funnel teams in a way that we don't really see on Erangel. There's always, even though you have Potato, I mean, you don't have to drive around Potato Hill on Erangel. You can just drive over it. There are mountains here that you cannot quote unquote just drive over unless if you're Batulin's on a bike, I suppose. But so I mean, it's just naturally funneling players towards one another on a whole different level than a Erangel does, and that's why we see sometimes these teams rubbing shoulder against shoulder mid-rotation, where had it been on a Erangel and you saw someone nearby, you would go, okay, let's just, give them some room, or we'll force them away, and then we can drive side by side with a couple 100 meters between us. Here, sometimes you don't have that option. Sometimes you're just forced to either crash each other and take a fight, or we try and get out of here faster.
And here we have a very similar plane path, actually, in game number 2. Maybe the entire plane is sort of shifted southwards by maybe a kilometer. But broadly speaking, 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock here. And we have, again, a couple of minor disagreements over vehicles. Senya, once again, rushing out to see if we can get an early kill on something. Give me my buggy back. But I don't think he's going to be running back anytime soon. And I suspect then that our teams are all going to settle into a nice cadence of early loot. The question now remains, where is the circle going to pop?
Well, we'll find out just about now. Let's see where exactly that's going to happen. Southeast is where we're headed. Again, nothing new under the sun in that regard. We've been down here plenty of times before, but it still opens up the opportunity for quite a big variety. Obviously, I mean, we have the city ending, which, God forbid, we're hopefully not going in there.
Construction block ending?
At least not. But then you have the entire kind of belt on the south side. Like, if you just make a curved line from Impala all the way down to where Braxco is, that entire line. I feel like, at least in my opinion, that is one of the most interesting places to have end games on Miramar, because you get some of the foliage, you get some of the grass, and that's not me catering to loving snakes in the grass or anything. That's just me saying that it allows for people to utilize open space more, whereas opposed to if you go up north and you're fighting in the open, well, good luck, you're in a field, you have no cover, have fun.
Exactly,
whereas down here, you can actually play close to one another mid-late game. You can I feel like more often than not, the better team wins on southern side circles on Miramar, whereas up on the north side, more often than on the south side, it can be that team that quote unquote just catches 9 circles. It's harder to just catch 9 circles in the south when there's more foliage, when there are more dips and divots that people can kind of close in on you on. Whereas opposed to when you head into the open and there's that one team that just went full Alamo in a compound and just been shooting at everything, that makes things easier. So I like these southern circles, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, let's put it this way, right? Even in the previous game, going out west or heading up north, a lot of the open spaces are on a single hillside where all you can do is go up, right? It's just a gentle incline. And I find it on the south of Miramar, or even south of Chumacera, but especially in the southeast here, the number of dips, shallow dips to be fair, but they're more frequent, which means that in the equivalent of an open field, you can actually get 3 teams legitimately living there because each of them have a dip to play from. Whereas if you take a look out west where the cliffs are, in the same amount of space, there's just nowhere for your team to go. Exactly. So it just opens up some new, interesting strategic possibilities, even desperation plays, like when you run out of grenades and you just need to go somewhere late game. Okay, you're hoping a little bit the other team don't have grenades, but you can be in dips next to each other and still survive, for example. You can't do that out west.
No, exactly. And I mean, considering what we talked about last game with making sure that your vehicles are safe and whatnot, it's also an area of the map where, for the most part, of course, I mean, there are those open straights, but that's going to happen everywhere. But for the most part, you can actually play without cars. If this next circle goes towards Puerto Paraíso as well, you can pretty much play from phase 2 and onward without a vehicle. If you're, I mean, obviously, if you are in that area, you don't want to be running from El Pozo.
But you can.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's playable. Whereas if you're heading up in and around Hacienda, and well, that's open fields on a big open hillside. If you don't have a car, we might as well just Alt F4. I mean, that's on the south side. There's you can see just like the terrain here. Just like the terrain here, there are hills, there are dips, even the grass is tall enough that if you're prone, you can remain unseen. Whereas if you're in a pancake of an open field, you're very limited in your options. So yes, of course, having a car nearby is always handy, don't get me wrong, but you can survive without it.
And that just means that late game, you get options, right? If you imagine if the circle goes somewhere else, or we were on Erangel, or was a similar sort of position where there wasn't as much cover, when teams get to that point where, there's nowhere close to play from, the teams without vehicles, they end up being forced to make hard decisions, like rushing into a team and dying and stuff like that. You don't necessarily get that with circles like this, or not as much, which means that more teams survive into the late game, which means that whoever ends up third partying at, say, the 22-minute mark of this game is going to find out that they get third partied, and then they get third partied, and it's all about a race to work out which team is the last one in. And it's about constantly watching your back and trying to figure out, when we start fighting, who else within 60 seconds of us might join in that fight. This is going to get quite fun.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it at all. Let's see now. We are who? Are they? One is coming to the compound. The other guy's leaving. I think Malcolm realized, well, they're continuing. They're driving past us. Let's scare them even further off. We don't want to have them sitting in the church compound on the southern side of us. We'll force them to go even further away. It looks like it worked as well, I'm saying, as I'm seeing Toaster stop for a moment, but nope, he continued driving. I thought Marco was afraid that they were going to pull up and that he had to leave, but fortunately, teammate came to assist him, and they can now
maintain have to reload.
Or that. Yeah, that's also dangerous when you're running around with an M249.
Oh, man. That would have been something, wouldn't it? If it finally gets to the end of the clip in the M249 and it's like, wait, not now, wait. Give me 5 seconds. All of the teams are basically in now. We are waiting for the Unusual Freaks to hop in. I think that's after ult in the top right. But everyone actually rushing to the south side of Los Leones. Let's talk about that for a little bit, Toby, because Los Leones is just north of center. And we know that in phase 4, it has to move away from water, but teams are still very actively avoiding it.
It was a bait all along. Thought he had an easy kill down by the road, but he was used as bait to bait out the players from the buildings. Fortunate if a Netrix stays alive. The thing is, there are only 2 people down here. You can see the cavalry is slowly but steadily arriving. Question is whether they're going to be here fast enough. One teammate has come. They've left the 4th one on the other side. That's a nice nade coming out. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get ruined down. So how all 4 players here and clearly committing to this fight. Oh no, now they get shot in the back too.
They have to commit. There's nowhere for them to run to on the other side. The way that the other team crashed up was just so good in the sense that it pinned them down. So they have to chuck a couple nades and hope that they get the first knock. Otherwise, they're going to slowly get crushed here. And that's not a good start for them, unfortunately. Killer Bee and Neonix both going down. And Hal, I think, have successfully now taken this compound.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. Kassad is like, I'm not sticking around for this. This is not what I signed up for. And he gets taken.
Oh, no.
Rafa. Trying to get out of there. Not going to happen. It's that's a tough one, and now Rafa, no tag, can continue to try and see what more damage they can do down below. But that's a tough position to be in. They try to hold off. They play the backside of their building. They try to regroup, but I don't think they were aware, or maybe they didn't catch that no tag had pulled up behind them, and they thought they were playing with their backs free, when in fact they had an entire firing squad standing right behind them.
Exactly right. Unfortunately, when you're busy fighting another team for goodness knows how long, and then you go, okay, do we actually have an option to run away? By that point, you've made all the noise and everyone's looking in your direction, right? So no tag able to get that last kill rather easily there, effectively for free. They've got all 4 players left alive, as do Howl, by the way, who did that crash. I want to give them props for that. The way they engaged that bait to start us off was really well executed, and I think they knew that there weren't angles on them where another team could third party as well.
Oh yeah, smart positioning, smart approach to the compound. It all worked out for them. I love thank you so much, Asbel. We're in sync here. I'm loving that what we're seeing on the map right now. I was talking about the build from Impala down towards the south side bridge. Look at where all the players are. Okay, yes, I know that we have unusual freeze in Power Grid for reasons, and we're still fewth inside Los Leones, but he's about to regroup with his teammates, probably just looting a bit more. Every single player is in that build, is in that like line on the southern side of the circle. If you want to see people flip tables, if you want to see the chaos meter go to 5 in phase 2, give us a northwest hard shift. Give us a northwest hard shift, because not only are you having to wrap around or through a city, but you're going uphill as well with absolutely zero intel on what you're running into. Let's see where we're going. Well, you know what? I'll take it. We're going north regardless. This is an absolutely terrible circle, because look down towards the south now, Joro. All these teams have to make their way north, but you cannot just beeline it straight. Only if you're on the east side already. There's so many teams that are going to have to decide, do we go through the city, knowing that we could get ambushed at any given time, or do we spend the next circle and a half trying to go around on the west side?
So here's the logical next question, especially for people who are watching us right now that maybe they haven't played that much competitive PUBG or are tuning in for the first time. That all makes sense. But Toby, why then do teams not go, well, let's be the ones doing the ambushing. Let's take a position inside Los Leones to begin with, rather than crowd ourselves on the south side of the circle. What's the reason that they're avoiding it like the plague to begin with?
Well, just the fear of being ambushed. Let's hold that thought for a second, though. O'Connell finds one, gets tagged up badly, though, in return, but Rafa's there to help him. Nice 1-2 punch from Rafa, and O'Connell pushing their way forward, securing the double, and that is how you take a compound. Great pull-up by No-Tag. O'Connell out of the car finds the first. When he's about to get killed, Rafa's there to help him, and, well, that's free real estate.
98 damage being sustained there from O'Connell, taking just the right amount of damage to allow his teammates to come in and finish off the job. Really, really good stuff. We have a little bit of a crash there. I think that's Skade and possibly Tokyo Manji Gang in the southeast there. That's looking quite messy, because I saw both teams were actually in vehicles at one point. So it looks like they crossed paths and both decided to engage. That's what we were talking about earlier on at the start of the day, about how the nature of these teams is such that there's a higher than normal percent likelihood that teams are willing to get stuck in and engage once it starts. Tokyo Manji Gang are in a little bit of trouble here, but Skate are also quite split.
Yeah, there are only 2 players alive on the Manchi team. So it's not undoable for Gemchi. Seems like they have, for at least for a moment here, lost intel on exactly where it's positioned. The issue is that car is only going to grant you so much cover, so unfortunately there won't really be a whole lot of players to rest for Gemchi, unless if he really starts sprinting forward. You can see Nawik, he's down to no HP now as well, so yet a tough game for Skate as they try to wrap around the east side. But that's, again, because of Los Leones, because of the mountains, you're essentially only given a half circle to rotate on. Obviously, you have the water as well. That's not exactly making it easier. And that just goes, and we talked about in the beginning of the game, Joe, the funnels, the terrible paths you're literally forced to drive down in this map because of the terrain being the way the terrain is. You can't go across the mountains. You can't, you can take a boat. I'm sorry. You can take a boat and sail around, but you can't go in the water, is what I wanted to say. You're forced to sometimes go shoulder to shoulder with opponents, and then you hit those dips, then you hit those weird wonky areas where you're forced to stop as well, and that's where those fights happen that I don't think either Tokyo Manji Gang or Skate essentially wanted to take.
Now, in those situations, right, the goal is not so much where you rotate, because everyone's going to be dipping in and out of those hills. Timing then becomes everything. And when you're in a situation where you're rotating around the south side of Miramar and you're those rolling hills, you go through them and another team goes through them at exactly the same time. If you're unlucky enough to have to share that space with someone because of the way the map sort of funnels you into the valleys, it's almost like there's no choice but to engage. A little bit of good news for Gemty, though. It's a hard shift, a 3 o'clock hard shift here, and that means he's got a little bit more time. But look how close on the mini-map he is to Tokyo Manji Gang, and they're still able to coexist. I'm not saying it's entirely peaceful. I'm sure if he gets a chance, he'll make the shot. But you wouldn't see 2 teams out in the open this close together, for example, on the west side.
Imagine having just risked your life getting into Los Leones, and now I have to leave again. This Eastern hard shift in phase 3 is not what a lot of people expected. We're forcing everyone out into the fields and let the rotations commence. The issue is there is a very natural, quite literal roadblock for everyone trying to traverse west to east in the mountains that are on the east side of Los Leones, you will have to wrap around unless if you want to go through one of two very narrow roadside passages. But you can be damn sure there's going to be people sitting there ready and waiting to do a proper ambush attempt on you. So that's not what people want to do. You can see on the map already Exhalation driving southbound, Ding not even leaving yet, probably still planning how are we getting into this circle? How are we doing this without getting butchered? And you can see Ding now, two of them starting to rotate north around. I think that makes pretty good sense given that they had so many teams on the south side early, and they were the first ones to wrap west towards Los Leones. So they knew, since we were the only ones wrapping north initially, the heat, that tinderbox what you were talking about before, that is happening on the south side, not the north. So if we wrap north around now, we will be given more space to play with.
Exactly, and that I'm sure that's almost exactly the conversation that they were having between themselves, right? They were thinking, right, do we go via the south, via the north? Okay, we're going via the north. Let's map out our route. And a couple of seconds later, they'll go, great, this is where we're going in vehicles. I think that's very, very smart. Based on the way the circles have gone, Ding will know there are a lot of teams down south. Now, Ding are a team that are very happy to fight multiple teams, just preferably not all at once. And I love this rotation from them.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to go as far as say game winning, but should they win the game, that decision being made there is very much a reason for the victory,
right? Like it puts them in a position where it's still possible to win the game. Whereas if they went down south, it would have been really, really difficult.
Well, they would have been driving through 9 teams and probably died trying to do that.
Yeah.
Let's see. New circle is going to pop soon. I would assume it's just going to go straight east. It could have. I mean, I suppose it could go straight north as well if we just exclude the mountain over by Afterall and Ding. But that will be excluded as much as possible. So it's going to be eastbound to some extent. And you can see Gemty, one player in the compound down there. He might have a circle tossed straight on top of him.
I mean, he would like that, to be fair. Still 15 teams alive at the 16-minute mark. So, again, more places for people to play in a smaller area here in the southeastern part of Miramar means that you're going to have more teams alive this early on. We're taking a look at Hal, who have spotted Exhalation coming in. They're just inside the blue, but unfortunately, there's no real way for Hal to force the fight right now. They'll have to wait until the next phase starts to move in. Bear in mind that neither of these teams are going to be in phase 5, so they're going to have to worry about that for a second. Hal now getting shot at from X-Flow. They're going to have to stop shooting and start thinking about how they're going to move in a second.
Prioritize getting into the next circle, guys, because if these guys all beat you to it, you're gonna be in trouble. Hal coming off of a pretty bad day yesterday, wanting to, of course, get things going. And I mean, 3 kills so far and not having taken any casualties, that's pretty decent. But as you were saying, look at what's in front of them. Look at what's between them and the circle. They have We Live Again right in front of them. They have no tag sitting in a compound ready and waiting. And the 2 remaining players from Tokyo Magic Gang is around there as well. But they might be getting freebies here. If you're really big and you have to know that they're around. They just heard them shooting, but they go 3 in a car regardless. Make that 4 in a car when they know there's a team just over the hill. That is ballsy.
And I think that car is 3 wheels as well. Oh, it looked like it might have done, but if it doesn't, it will soon. The mat getting very, very heavily hit. We Live Again ahead of them. Yeah, that rear left wheel is definitely out there, but they're still continuing with it.
Oh, no.
I don't know. Even if they survive this, Toby, there's going to be 3 more teams waiting for them on the edge.
They must have had only 1 car in order to even attempt to play like this. Hopefully, if they can get a knock here in a vehicle, which I assume they have to be able to. Yep, there you go. That's the first one. Maybe they can steal a car and get into the circle safely because they ain't quite there just yet. But you can see every single time they are shooting right now, they have no tag people above them shooting towards them as well. Fortunately, the rock is granting them cover. Tuster accidentally ends up exploding himself there with the vehicle. Eski goes down as well. Matt does manage to find one, but they are in trouble. And Howl out in 15th.
Wow. And I think We Live Again recognized that if they stayed in the vehicle, they would just get shot out by everyone else. So, you know, stay somewhere and let someone else take most of those bullets. That's part 1 of their problem solved. Part 2 is getting into circle. They've got no tag to their left, Exhalation to their right. And what they want is for both of those teams to try and get into circle before them. But no tag aren't having any of it. They're forcing We Live Again to move first. It's a tricky position to be in now. The car's on fire. Get out, get out, get out. Keep on running as best as you can. They aren't just there yet. Exhalation able to find the first. That's going to be the boom. Only 2 players alive, but again, salvage what you can. And when they come to you free like that, you will take it every single time. Exhalation choosing to stay out of this fight. They could have tried to third party that. I feel like that was a legitimate option, but they've decided that if they can get a little bit of high ground towards the southern side of the circle, maybe they'll get a bit more information about who lies on the other side. Let's see if that ends up paying off for them. Levante going down now from, I mean, frankly, it's from Hjort, but Tarkus was doing some of that damage from Narnia as far as those guys were concerned. They get absolutely destroyed. The rug pulled out from under them. There's nowhere to go once you lose that vehicle. And we were talking earlier on about how you don't necessarily need a vehicle. This is a bit different, guys. They literally have to go across a flat field, okay?
And it's interesting we see No Tag eliminated now. I mean, they had a chance to move in themselves. They were sitting on the inside of all of this commotion, but because they opted to stick around to try and see how many kills they could get from teams rotating in, they ended up being the last ones to enter, and, well, essentially not getting to enter at all because they just went down in 13. So, pretty interesting turn of events that the team that were essentially in one of the best positions ends up going down.
Now we see who else is going to not survive coming into the south side of the circle. Good knock onto Maxizor to start off with from Daboom. Aizu might have an angle on this. No, never mind. Guzyara gets hit by the molly, and that's it for Tokyo Manji Gang. Every single one of these fights, though, like, because of the nature of the terrain here, Toby, every time a team wins a fight, you think, cool, I've won a fight. Does that mean I can get into the circle now? The answer is no. It's like level 1 through 7. This is a single player game they're playing at this point. This is brutal.
By the way, just a quick heads up to the viewers out there who might not know. I just want to quickly explain it before all kinds of hell breaks loose again. When you're seeing the nades being thrown, you can see here the red trajectory. Usually, you've been used to seeing, for example, now that it's bystanders, that it's the light blue color, that all their utility would be light blue, but we are using utility colors instead of team colors, which means that nades are red, mollies are yellow, flashes are blue, and smokes are green. That way you can see exactly what's being thrown, rather than the information of who's throwing it, which I think, I don't know about you, Jorg, but I think it's much more crucial to know what's being thrown. You see there, we know, nade being thrown forward, boom, rather than just knowing what team threw it. I think it's much better. Thank you, Ansvar, for highlighting it as well.
I've just got grenades are red, flashes are blue, and I'm trying to work out what
smokes. It's easy. I mean, smokes are great because the smoke is gray, and fire is not necessarily yellow, and that is you. Yep, mollies are yellow.
I'm a poet, and I didn't even know it. Right. We finally have the first batch of teams that were scrambling in from the south side who have actually made it into Phase 5. That feels like a huge gauntlet. A lot of flashes being chucked in X-Flow's direction, and just one more grenade would actually have done it there. But we are looking to try and stamp their authority on this position. They can't really... I feel like they can't push without another team seeing them, though. I'm looking at the bystanders. I'm looking at Digital Athletics. Unless you have more frag grenades, you can't push between the smokes.
Empty did everything he could to stay alive as a solo, and just before placement points, he goes down. That is real unfortunate.
No. Brutal.
Unfortunate. Thank you so much, by the way, players, not only Ansvar, but also the players, for when I talk about something, you're continuing to highlight the different nade colors. I love to see it. New circle does up, and fortunately, the field is now out of play. Issue is, all the people in the field have to fight their way uphill, and I'm not seeing either, after all dopamine really getting out of your life. Yes, you have a shack, but unfortunately, it's 5 meters outside the circle, and the run from here is going to be hard, but they will get to turn around and potentially try and help out Diaz here.
I don't know if Diaz can get out of this alive. Eddie's got a really, really good choke on it. I feel like in the shed, they have to turn around and let Diaz know that Eddie is there, and then also provide covering fire. If they don't do both of those things, then Eddie's about to get a frag, I think.
Yeah. Well, D's trying to get back down to safety. In the meantime, Ding and D8 Digital Athletics, a team we haven't really seen in action all that much here today, trying to get something going. They've been allowed to play it somewhat quiet on the west side of the circle for a while. And we'll see what they can do coming into the latter stages here. After all, still with 2 players up, again, needing to do as much damage as they possibly can for them to get anywhere in this next circle.
The north is now starting to get quite crowded. We saw the south earlier on squeeze so many teams out, and now we've got 3 or 4 different teams struggling to find a place to call home in the north. The bystanders here, one of the last teams actually fighting tooth and nail on the south side. We are very close to being in front of them and shooting back. But Marco, I think, was healing. Didn't have enough time to get the gun out. And Herky, I mean, he was great in the last game, arguably MVP, does the business and gets the squad wipe.
That was a really good spray down from Herky. Essentially needed because one of his players were completely exposed on that southern side, but he wraps around, gets the kill. I mean, again, it's a red dot spray at somewhat close to 100 meters, so it's not because it's the most difficult thing for these players in the world, but still, you see people miss it every now and again, but he managed to claim that kill as fast as he possibly could. Good on him. In the meantime, DA, again, as I said, haven't been too active, only 1 kill so far, but they have all players alive, and we saw it yesterday with Sakura Sensen, no kills coming into, well, essentially this stage of the game, and they ended up with a 9-kill win. So, still plenty of kills to grab for the DA squad as they come in with 4 alive on the northwest side.
So much opportunity for teams to get more damage done and get those kills at the end of the game. It absolutely does not matter if you get to sort of circle 6, circle 7, and you haven't actually got those kills on the board yet, because as long as you manage to keep all of your team members alive, there will be opportunities for sure. Maybe the one exception was the Wizard Tower game where we had the 2-kill win, but honestly, those are so rare. They're like the 1-2% chance games, right? Like, you have to play for this, and I think DA are going about it the right way.
Especially now we're back in points rule and not winner with a chicken dinner. It was more common in those days, and fortunately we ain't there no more.
Oh no. Geria goes down to his own grenade because he had the pin pulled, of course, when Ainen dropped him. It meant that he was telling his teammates, get away, you don't want the team kill from this. But that's okay, the rest of the team are able to survive. The problem is, in 43 seconds, we've got phase 7 coming in. Pink Pony have a choice. Walk into After Ult or have a play around with, I think, 2 different teams, one of which are DA on the north side. This is not a fun place to be, that's for sure.
How did bystanders manage to both take out, like they took out 2 teams in front of them and still contain Unusual Freaks? You would have to think, I mean, look at the place that Freaks are in right now. You would have to think that while the fights were all kind of happening on the hilltop, that would have been the time for Unusual Freaks to make a move. But because they didn't, they're now stuck behind the ridge line with a broken vehicle outside of the circle. That is, I mean, again, we talk about those decisions having to be made in a very little amount of time. They had to make it early, and I'm afraid that this move now is going to get them all killed.
Desperation, the longer you wait. In short now, with the Org as well, manages to get Hulk Modus. Might be able to crawl to this rock, and they're a little bit too far. Wow, that's lucky. That's really, really useful that he's able to do that. I think they're just out of nade range. They're exploring to see if they can get slightly closer. But
Yolt is pushing this. Yolt is pushing this. They're not letting them get that rest for free. Now the spray comes through. Swan takes through, gets the headshot through onto Vaso. But you can see they're crazy exposed down there. Now they're trying to use the smokes for cover. And finally, the fight brews on the other side. Pink Pony now in a skirmish of their own. They do end up getting eliminated after all to follow immediately after. Flex falls down as well as bystanders keep on peppering towards the guys from Unusual Freaks.
And well, to be fair, Unusual Freaks eliminated thanks to the bystanders there. Digital Athletics coming from behind. They were a little bit fortunate that Pink Pony was fighting After All at the same time. I was super scared that the bystanders were going to get sniped by Pink Pony as they came down. But since they were fighting someone else, that seemed to work okay for them.
2 of 3 teams, the same teams that we had in the top before. And again, I was talking about it just before. You don't need the early game kills. If you can start harvesting in the late game due to your numbers advantage, DA doing just that. That's going to be kill number 6. If you can find the final little take onto Uber, should be possible. There you go, 6 kills and counting. Best of luck probably has the days counted here as well. Hewitt tags 1, tags twice, tags 3 times, finds the flush. 7 kills for DA now in a 4v2.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. It doesn't matter if you haven't got the kills on the board yet. If you get yourself into a good position, if you can keep all of your teammates alive, you maximize the amount of information you have, you maximize your firepower at the end of the game. Don't worry, the kills will come. DA now up to 7. They've got 2 members of bystanders left. They did manage to get the res up. Kino, though, getting spotted there by Huth. Doesn't connect with the bullets. The frag grenade, though, will do some damage. He now cooks back up with... I don't know, Kino and Hugh. They get the first one, but they can't afford to trade. It's a 4v2. They cannot afford for that to happen, but Digital Athletics give them no choice.
Doesn't matter what you do early, a 19-point game is something you'll take any day of the week. And we questioned DA and their capabilities. I questioned We Are Who when we came into today's broadcast as well. And look at that, both those teams rising to the occasion and delivering here on day number 2.
Yeah, very, very good job. And remember, even when you go out early in the game, if you get that kill count up early enough, those points are on the board. You don't need to worry about whether or not the placement points are going to follow. So that's so important in a 12-game series, for example, to make sure you keep getting that average number of points up. We're going to be breaking that game down even further, of course, when we come back from our next break. And it also means that Miramar is done for group number 1. It will be Erangel when we return. See you in a bit.
Two new options for tactical gear, improvements to training mode, a return to Haven, and the return of the Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 16.2 patch report. First up, the Battlegrounds just got a bit more tactical with 2 new options to change up your squad play. With the new Tactical Pack, you'll be your squad's quartermaster, storing and distributing key items that can't fit into a normal inventory. Load up your Tactical Pack with extra vests, helmets, weapons, and more, and drop them when a teammate is in need. Alternatively, you can pick up the new Spotter Scope to mark enemies for your squad mates to mow down. Enemies or enemy drones you spot will receive a passive mark, which turns into one that allies can see if held over the target for a few seconds. You can also place map pings through the Spotter Scope to give your team even more information. The Spotter Scope comes with a 4x zoom, so pick one up and be the squad scout on your next drop. Next up, we've made some improvements to training mode, including new target dummies that show you visual damage numbers, a vehicle shooting range, and more. There's also a new private area for target practice, or to practice listening for sounds. This private area can be accessed by interacting with the helipads on the map. For map changes, we've significantly increased AR, DMR, and SR spawns and attachments in normal games on Miramar and Erangel, added more rocks and cover to Karakin, as well as some helpful new signage to prevent getting lost in the underground bunkers, and decked out Erangel and Tago with some festive 5th anniversary decor. And speaking of maps, Haven is dropping back into the map rotation this update, replacing Senok in normal games for the time being. However, ranked match options will only consist of Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. Finally, the Survivor Pass makes its triumphant return with Survivor Pass Punk Wave. Earn and collect tons of great new skins and other rewards as you complete missions and level up your pass. There's plenty more coming with this update, so make sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 16.2 is here, so hit the improved training grounds, grab some new tactical gear, and drop back into the mean streets of Haven. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
You're watching the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Weekend, and for the teams you've just seen, they are now halfway through the competition, halfway there to securing one of those 8 spots for the finals next week. They've got 31 other teams to contend with, though. And taking a look at that game, there's a couple of teams I want to highlight, and they're teams that we spoke about quite a bit. So the first one, obviously, getting the chicken dinner. Toby, Digital Athletics, we spoke a lot about them in the pre-show yesterday, saying that there was a lot of, I wouldn't say pressure, but some eyeballs on them because of those roster changes. Then we didn't really see much from them yesterday, but looked really impressive in that last game.
I love the way that they played this game. I think that playstyle that they brought, played quiet early, let the other teams do crazy stuff, and then come in and slaughter them all late game, that should be, or that is, in my book anyway, the global winning playstyle. That is what you see succeed more often than not. And if the new TA roster, if they can implement that, which it seems like they managed to do this game, but if they can do that as kind of their thing, that bodes really well for the new 4 under the banner. I think that's incredibly promising.
Toby's top PUBG tips: stay alive till the end game and then slaughter everyone, which you're not wrong. I mean, that is globally, that's how you win games, John.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Shall we say, throughout history, Digital Athletics isn't necessarily a team that always does that. They tend to be quite aggressive historically, so it's interesting to see that they're able to do this with the new roster, and I'm glad that it's paying off for them as well, especially in a game where so many of the teams in the Southern Belt, like Toby said, were all grouped up together early. It's really easy to read the circle in a way that says this is going to be chaotic in the mid game. Digital Athletics recognized that, and therefore they made the conscious decision to get center, try and rotate calmly, and get most of their kills late if they can. And that's exactly what they did.
I want to ideally circle back to the mid game in a little bit, but another team that I want to highlight before we do that is Bystanders, because Toby, yesterday you also said, this is a team that I'd be keeping an eye on. You were expecting good things, and we mentioned how they tend to be the breeding ground for big superstar players that get picked up and moved out. They did a phenomenal job, and they've actually done a phenomenal job the whole way through today, finishing in the top 3 both games.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've always been... It's funny because, as far as I know, they always call themselves more of an Erangel team, but I always love seeing them play on Miramar. So that's one thing, but they're playing today the way that I expect them to play always. Not necessarily when they go up against the best of the best, but in a lobby like this, where they are clearly one of the top contenders, they have to be able to perform like this, and they're doing that today, which is great to see.
Back to that mid-game conversation I wanted to have. Rotations became extremely important there. How did this affect the teams, Toby?
I mean, the circles were brutal. Pretty much for everyone. At some point, people would have had to make a tough rotation. And even though, I mean, Ding here on the leaderboards finished down in 7th overall with a 6-point game, they still made it into top 3. They didn't get a lot of kills because they took the safe rotation and made it all the way north around. But believe me, had they gone south around, that would have been a 16th place with probably 0 points. So a 6-point game in a position where you have a really tough rotation to make, that gave them those 6 points that they otherwise probably wouldn't have found.
Jarosar, we're taking a look now at the leaderboard for this group, and I'm quite surprised to see Skade sitting right on the bottom end. They're Xflow Esports as well. These were 2 teams. Even Tokyo Manji, like these were teams that were doing really well yesterday, and they seem to be struggling to find their groove today.
When things aren't going your way or when the lobby plays differently, that adaptability comes into play. And piggybacking off what you guys just spoke about with Ding, I don't think we can get a more stark example, right? They can get the 20-kill chicken dinner, but in this game, they got top 3 with a single kill because they consciously chose to do that. Like, if they can get more kills, they will, but they knew that they had to play it safe. And being able to make those kind of decisions on the fly is really important. And maybe to an extent, these teams haven't quite adapted the way that you would want them to from one game to the next. The good news is they've got the mini break now to do this on Erangel. So usually when we swap maps halfway through the day, it's like an opportunity for teams to reset, and we might see them come back at it a little bit. But you're right, they haven't really found their groove, perhaps because they haven't been adapting the same way that some of these other teams have successfully done.
Toby, do you think that the map change will make a difference, or do you think that we're seeing in that top half, like Jarosar said, just teams that are adapting much quicker, I suppose, in the mid games and able to read the game a little bit better?
I mean, there's no doubt that the flow will change because that's just the way of the different map, the different flow. But I think for Skate in particular, having a tough day today, I think it's you hate to say it, especially from an analytical point of view, but sometimes you just get screwed over. I mean, they had the rotation through Monte early on where they end up getting torn apart as they tried to make... Like, they didn't even want to breach the compound, but because Pixelix Tide got popped off, they had to kind of go for that play. Then here, they run shoulder to shoulder with Tokyo Magic Gang and end up going down. We didn't see the beginning of the fight, but in a half second, 3 of the players were knocked, so that must have been some sort of a pull-up of a kind as they were trying to make the wraparound. And it's just unfortunate. And then, I mean, again, the more random teams, and not random in a sense they're not good, but random in a sense that it's hard to prep against them, the more random teams, the more random factors, and sometimes you just gotta flip the table and say, holy moly, these games are terrible, but let's do good now. And I think those were the first 2 games from Skate here. Not a whole lot of decisions made where you go back and say, oh, that was the bad play. The idea was probably good 9 out of 10 times. They just had 2 of those games where it was the 1 out of 10, and you just gotta erase it and go next.
Don't get shot, stay alive till the end. Sometimes you just won't be lucky. Apparently, we're adding that as well. We are ready to change over the maps and move into game number 3. Where are we dropping, boys?
Well, we are about to find out. Pretty straightforward plane, I would say. Joro, how do you like this one? I feel like this is the I like to with Porosaurus. I like to talk of the plain white bagel. You know, nothing spicy, nothing interesting, just pretty straightforward. I like to think that this plane is probably the plain white bagel of planes on a ankle.
Plain white bagel. I mean, I agree. I agree that it's relatively plain. What would our equivalent of that be?
I guess it could have been a little more diagonal, like Prim over Kameski, because if anything, South George is a bit of a stretch, and there's always like the house-held South George / Severny teams, but okay, so maybe like a 10-degree curve more on the western side. That would have been the plain white bagel. So this is the plain white bagel with sesame seeds.
That's going to be like, there's going to be a PUBG caster band at some point in 2022 called plain white bagels. That's going to happen. I'm just trying to work out like who plays what role on the band.
I don't know. I know that. I know if you, I mean, you'd be surprised actually sometimes when you talk to people and get to know, oh my God.
Oh, hang on. I've got Tabasco sauce here and it's going all over this bagel.
Jesus Christ.
Let's go, baby.
We are now 3 for 3. 3 for 3 in the last. I wonder when that curse is gonna end. The game is really saying sorry for no island ending on Miramar yesterday. Now we're getting 3. I mean, everyone might as well land on Millie Island next game because we know it's gonna go there too.
Right? I mean, are we gonna get the Joro game? Because I thought maybe
what
I
is
cast
the Joro
game?
Game
Out of here. Grab Observatory, win the game.
Oh, that's what you were saying. Yeah.
Exactly. We didn't get that yesterday.
True.
It went very far west. Well, it went north and then west in both of the games. I kind of want to see one end close to there. Maybe this will be that one. Very early across the bridge there for We Are Who. And I like this. You wait another 45 seconds, there might be a team waiting for you.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, We Are Who, they've been the first ones to cross over in all their games because they were the ones to play 2 games on Millie Island yesterday. We'll see what they up to do this time around. Obviously, they got straight in the cars and moved, so they've barely even gotten looted. So I would assume you have to include Novo to some extent. Yeah, you can see them all wrapping down in that direction. They need some more loot. But they wanted to be like they wanted to get rid of the whole bridge shenanigans before getting looted, which makes pretty good sense to me.
Exactly right. Like, you could be completely suited and looted, and then when you go across the bridge, someone's fighting you, and you just end up having to stay there for 3 or 4 minutes. Or like, it's much better to drive across the bridge before you've got anything, and you go, look, we'll loot when we get there. Don't worry about it. There's plenty of loot in this destination. So currently, we have 4 teams on Millie Island that will shortly, unless we see some big fireworks, that's going to have to become 15 or 16. So this is going to be spicy.
We saw this exact thing yesterday. Right after Sam had fangirl Ding, we saw this exact thing where Ding cross over early, take the fight to X-Flow on the southern side, and get obliterated. I'm just curious to see where Ding are planning on stopping that rotation, because right now, I mean, X-Flow hurt the cars coming over, and if they go back and say, wait, okay, so 2 times yesterday, Ding crossed early, I wonder if that's the same team. Look at what precision they're fortifying. Like, they're going down there. Speaking of teams doing the prep work from one day to the next, yesterday it was 1 or 2 players from X-Flow that held off until the cavalry arrived. Now they're here. They're ready and prepared for a potential push from Ding down in this direction. But it looks to me like Ding as well have done their homework because they've opted not to go as far. They've stuck around the west side more than they did in the first game of Military yesterday.
Early game botation here from Exhalation as well. Going to use the ferry as a little bit of a shield. Old Bones needing to res a member of their squad early. I don't think, realistically, Dopamine are looking to commit here, but they should know it's one guy behind a tree.
Oh, yeah.
These are a bit too close, sadly, to the garage compound for them to make a huge, meaningful engagement here, but he's getting caught out a bit.
What is Eddie doing?
I don't know.
It's Molen. Sorry, I thought Molen was driving straight into where they were all sitting. I know you can drive by and stuff, but there's 3 people there. Maybe that's not the best idea. But I guess I just saw him wrong on the minimap there for a second. So fortunately, nothing more than a few bullets fired.
No, they both want to get across the bridge, right? They're basically arguing over who goes first at this.
I mean, you have to assume anyway. I like to think that I know what people like to do, but then I'm always proven wrong by teams doing random stuff. But yes, I agree with you. I like to think that they both want to get across the bridge.
Second boat-8 now. After all, going to be moving on the east side. They're going to be very chill. Although, if they go all the way down to the southern cliffs, which is a very popular way to rotate in, there are members of Pink Pony on the southern cliffs. There's also, I think, another team on the far south as well. We Are Who now moving in and finding out that Pink Pony are inside Novo. They maybe didn't catch enough of a whiff beforehand. I don't know, but it looked like that first knock surprised them a bit, Toad.
Oh, yeah. They had no clue. No clue that there was a player down around here. Brax trying to do the wraparound. This should be working out for him. We just got to see him there. No! Ducks down just in time to avoid the bullet. He's literally on 1 HP. 1 bullet is needed, but he can't quite get the ankle through the wall side there. Now the cavalry is arriving on the hillside up behind. The issue is Archie is nowhere near there to help, so they get the first knock. That's over in a second, and I think for Pink Pony, they just have to back off here. There's nothing to come for. They're simply too far away.
No opportunity to res. And more importantly as well, We Are Who, they've now... They've stabilized and they've got 3 of their players in the same position. So I think Pink Pony just have to back off there. There's no realistic way that they can come back into the fight unless they have, I don't know, a miracle nade that knocks 2, for example. And unless you're willing to gamble on that, now's the time to try and play for placement points a little bit later on. 2 boats going towards Novo. So it's not going to be a quiet rotation here. It's going to stay busy into phase 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. Bystanders, Tokyo Manchi, side by side. Is one of them going to stop, or are they going to continue driving? Tokyo Manchi obviously stopped on Miramar to take the fight towards Skate in the previous game, which ended up, well, to some extent successful, but they also took quite a few casualties in doing so. In the meantime, Uber finds Hulk Motors. 1 player from Unusual Freaks eliminated before he really got anything going.
Not too many. I was a little bit worried about some of the boats coming in on the southern edge because you get players like this, like Voldemort, who just grab a compound and they... you wait to see if anyone is coming in from that angle, and you're able essentially to just pick them off when they get to the beach or something similar. But they have now moved to the west side. They would have been, after all, biggest danger. For example, oh no, that's a welcome committee and a half. No Tag says hello to Pink Pony. That's Girya down and out, and the rest of the team still in cars are going to have to keep rotating.
I would say the rest of the team, only Archie, I believe, is left alive. Unfortunately, Pink Pony, they got tagged up in Novo, and now as they thought maybe there was something to come for in Military, they get taken up there as well. So just 1 left alive, who's to do whatever he can to try and see if he can stay alive on his own. Eddie, in the meantime, spotting Tokyo Manchi Gang as they cross on over. Tyre gets popped for aim load, but that's going to be about it. No real damage coming through here, as Tokyo Manchi Gang continues their rotation forward, but now they're going straight into We Are Who just themselves left Novo.
Novo's about to get really I like what We Are Who have done, by the way. I don't even think I would change that opinion if they got wiped right now. I think they recognized that Novo was about to get really hot, so they moved up onto this hill, and I absolutely think in all circumstances, except for when the circle goes into Novo to end in like phase 6 or 7 or something like that, I think what they've done here is super smart.
It is incredibly surprising to me that so many people are playing the east side, though. I mean, I know that with the plane coming in, a lot more people, because we did go southwest to northeast, so a lot more people were east, but usually you would still see a few teams go, Eastern Plane, maybe we go the West Bridge. I think this is one of those where everyone is thinking, oh no, it was Eastern Plane. Everyone is going to go West Bridge thinking that it's free. Let's stay east. And then because everyone is thinking the same thing, it ends up with everyone going east. I think we only had 2 or 3 teams crossing the West Bridge, and that was ding very early on.
Well, we know who wins now, Toby.
Yes, of course. It is written in the PUBG stars. That's just how it is.
Oh, I don't know now, unfortunately. They have got 3 of them up here, to be fair, and they have excellent vision of pretty much everyone from this point. But
we're finishing on the island on the southern side of the Millie Island. At least that's what the crate is telling us.
There are so many teams that came in. We're used to maybe seeing 2 teams in Nova, and when one moves out, maybe a 3rd team comes in. But you're right, this game's been a bit unusual in that we've seen 5 or 6 teams sort of brush around that kind of area. And that makes my mind think we're getting a hard West yank just to play with us. You know what I mean?
I would love to see the southern harbor ending, just because, not just the harbor, which is, well, not going to happen, just because whoever goes down there, right? Nope, we're headed into, I would say, probably the most commonly known territory on the Millie Island, the northern shore, and the area in and around there. How are people going to transition in? Again, we talked about there being a ton of teams out east, and there's going to be a traffic jam, no doubt about it, depending on how far in bystanders want to go, Dopamine as well, how far they go. If they set up shop just on the eastern edge, it's going to be a bloodbath. So
let's talk a little bit about the teams that were on that hill off to the right-hand side. So HAL are on top of that hill. No Tag might join them. Exhalation are slightly further back. Normally, you would say, I have high ground in the middle of the circle. This is great. But when so many teams are looking to the area north of military, do you really want to be where HAL are right now in a lobby with 16 teams that are bloodthirsty? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, if the circles keep going towards the small plank houses there, then I would say it's probably worth a while, because teams ain't really, I mean, already at this point, even though it's phase 2, we're only 11 minutes into the game, everyone knows that with that phase 2 shift, if you weren't the team next to the buildings, they will be taken. And there's no reason to contest them early on, because as you're saying, they're pretty hard to play around, and you can't really get a whole lot of kills because you're forced to just kind of turtle in the building. While saying that, Old Bones and Magic Gang still fighting down by Novo, and DA. I mean, DA took boats to cross over rather than just continuing the vehicles. I saw they were coming in late, but here they come, full speed, running up behind Old Bones and the fight that's currently going on. Obviously, they would have heard all this commotion, and now I'm not sure. I think those shots that we just saw, they were towards DA, so I don't think that Old Bones or Tokyo Magic Gang has any clue that there are 4 players running up right behind them.
This is a lot later than they would have anticipated. We've also had 3 boatates so far, to be fair. So maybe this is not something either of these teams are expecting. The question I have now is, where are Digital Athletics going to be when they fire their first bullet?
I would not be, I would not be surprised to see them run all the way east. Like, they're not even going to take the fight until they're up by the road on the north side of Novo.
I'd like that. That would be really, really cool, because then they have to then wrap around you to get into circle if it yanks itself away. So DA are just getting themselves into a better and better position.
Get yourself on the inside before you try and make a play. There is no reason to try and force a fight from outside and then just sit out there and go, oh, well, I guess we can't do anything. Goose, in the meantime, jumps in the window, gets himself a knock. Maxo there to clean up for him. Solid play on their part. We'll see now if Kassad, decent angle, you can see they heard the commotion before, and now they know this is the player to beat. We have to get in front of Killer B in order to make a play on it. They're continuing their run. I like this play from DA. Again, it's not the DA we've seen in the past that goes full-on aggression moving forward. These guys are, albeit playing it slower, I would argue also to some extent playing it smarter, at least in this situation. There's no reason to take the fight in Novo to then sit around in blue and probably die because of it. Make the wrap on around. Once you get inside the circle, you know they haven't made it there yet. Once you get inside the circle, that's where you set up shop. That's where you wait for them. That's where you get ready to fight.
And now they might, I mean, DA could get further in and then gatekeep these 2 teams, but because they're on the eastern edge, I get the feeling that if they have the option, they might actually travel even further, especially because we have that, the circle we were talking about earlier, where HAL have got a good position, but how many teams are they going to have to fight? How many are going to try and push up onto that hill? Have they got enough utility? Have they got, will their vests and helmets even survive 2 or 3 fights in a row? I don't know. If they don't have to fight anyone, my God, HAL are in an amazing position. But so many other teams are going to want to be there.
I think for DA, I mean, they're going to continue running. That's going to be a literal marathon for them. Just keep on running. Skate, in the meantime, full speed forward. They're going straight into commotion here. Ruin goes down. Eski does go down as well. Those are 1-for-1 trades so far, as Skate once again find action early on.
And I don't know how I feel about this. I didn't actually see, Toby, whether or not they had planned it this way, but on the mini-map, we caught a second of it before they started fighting. It looked like they were sending it directly through. I want to know, did Skade know another team was here already, and therefore this is something that they planned for it and they thought it was an acceptable risk? Or did they not realize that, and therefore this is actually a bit scuffed?
With the way they approach this, I don't expect that they were, like, that they knew there was a team here. I think they expected the team to be in and around the buildings, but because one of them were already up close, their potential element of surprise on the compound itself was kind of ruined, and they lose GMT because of it. But what I'm curious to see is how they're going to play off of this now, because right now this position is all right, but if any team comes over the ridge line behind them, being no tag, I would assume, they're going to be in trouble, to say the least.
Yeah, no tag are watching the kill feed right now because they can hear a lot of commotion. They can see the smokes. They can hear the grenades. And I think what no tag are doing is they're basically saying, if we see 4 items in the kill feed, we push up. We try and crash this in vehicles. If we see a lot of commotion, but the kill feed is quiet, we stay where we are. I'm pretty sure that's what they're thinking right now.
Yep, Ding out on the west side, making their presence known now as well. They've taken full control. And again, look, I mean, if you're looking at the map, anyone, just draw a line down the middle and count the amount of teams on the east side of the center and on the west side. There ain't that much more space to play out east than there is west. I mean, okay, there is some, but not a whole lot. And we have 3 teams on the western half and the remaining 13 out towards the east. Make that 4.5, 5 teams on the west. But still, a solid 2/3 on the eastern side of the circle right now.
Oh, and I love what we just saw on the mini-map. We're going to keep watching Archie, but Digital Athletics just disappeared off the bottom of the mini-map, by the way. They recognized how many teams there were on the east side and just decided to rotate out. I think 3 of them were in a car, which is quite risky. But look, this fight is going to cement the reason why they did it. It's so smart from Digital Athletics. This is much easier to take now. They have a really nice hill that shields them from where Dopamine are, and they can just play off this position so much better. They're now getting the points, reaping the rewards from that good strategic decision.
Always wrap around if possible, so you're on the inside of the circle as compared to your opponents. Having to fight outside with no safety behind is always incredibly hard, and DA has now twice not only tried to do this, but done it successfully. Love to see it. Do they know, though? I would assume that they know that Moland is still down behind the rock. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get ankles on him. Everyone with ARs in hand pushing forward, trying to clear out the last Dopamine player before they have to make their rotation further towards the circle.
If they wait too much longer, I mean, like...
He's running around without a gun out. He has no clue Moland is there.
They must have a suspicion, right?
You have
to see the vehicle. They see the car.
No, he has no clue. No clue at all.
Wow.
No. Moland fights too. Oh, runs out of ammo. Rupture there to save the day. Circle's going to start closing in now, though. They need to commit to these reses fast.
That was really weird. That was like... I don't know how to put it. That was the smartest play followed by a really oblivious moment, one after the other for Digital Athletics. The good news is they've had the get out of jail free card, right? Because they just about managed to get those reses. They can just about manage to get the heals off and they could get into circle. But they're now late. They wanted to do this 30 seconds earlier, so they're going to play with incomplete information.
Yeah, in the meantime, unusual freaks go down, kill your Kai down to him being alone on the team, trying to survive, will survive at least for a while longer as Old Bones are eliminated as well. He's got plenty of space to maneuver, but believe me, DA just heard all of that and they're running in right behind him. Issue is, DA now have Tokyo Manchi Gang on the edge of blue as well. You can see what DA is doing. They're fighting off, but they're continuing to move while doing so, trying to make their way further inside the circle so they avoid exactly this. Why tank blue in phase 4 if you can keep on moving and then shoot from safety?
Where is that safety going to be for the Tokyo Manji gang? That's got to be the question they're asking themselves now. They've lost 2. Okay, it's consolidation mode here. If there isn't a team directly in front of us, fine. Where do we want to end up in the circle? What angles are we likely to be able to defend from? Who is rotating in front of us? A lot of questions need to get asked, and they need to answer them quickly. They've got maybe 10, 20 seconds before they now have to make decisions about whether they're going north or south. It's really hard to make those decisions when you've just lost 2 members of your team as well. When you're sat in a compound and you have time to make those decisions, Toby, fine, easy. But when you just lost 2 people and you instantly have to say, nah, we can't go back to save them. Really, really difficult. That was a fantastic spray, by the way.
I was just going to say explicit double came out of the
so
car and finds him in the window there as well. That was incredibly impressive from Explicit getting the double there. Oh, and he gets shot in the back. Global Army there. Again, when you're playing these ridges, if you aren't 100% sure that you are the one playing without anyone behind you, there's always going to be someone there tagging you when you're least expected. Thought it was safe to heal. Not going to happen.
Very nicely done indeed. And now a lot of squads are on the southeastern edge of the circle here on Sosnovka Island. What are they going to do? After ult here, they can't push further in because no tag are there. The problem is they've got Tokyo Manji gang to their east. And if they wrap west too hard, I think Xflow actually gets some angles on them as well. So they have to go through someone somewhere.
I mean, right now it looks like After All is wanting to try and punish No Tag for pushing in front of them. And if Tokyo Magic Gang times this, right? I mean, obviously they're not really in a hurry, but the blue is going to start closing in 15 seconds. They're going to have to make a move, and I think backfilling on After All is the right play to make, because even if they do go down, they have kills guaranteed. There's no way. You can see the way that After All are playing right now. They have no clue there are still people behind them. They're playing with their backs completely exposed, all focusing inward.
The good news for them is Tokyo Manji gang are down to 2 players, right? So
yeah.
They're not rushing in with all 4. They're maybe being a bit more considered before coming into third party. But now that they've heard so many shots and none of them are directed their way, they want to have a look.
And look at who's spreading. Look at who's spreading southward now as well. DA in vehicles, albeit pushing southward, trying to see what they can do. They know for a fact that they got Tokyo completely pinned in between 2 teams. And what is Hewitt doing, though? He's sending it into the circle. I thought they were playing around this one, but Doxa has just been left on his own. What?
What? Their vehicles are all out in the open? Huh?
You talk about going from hero moment to disaster. DA had this all.
I don't know what happened there.
DA were playing a perfect game. They were pushing down, they were pinning in, but I think they got stressed with the blue. Blue started closing in and they got stressed.
I think that proves really that it's PUBG is about making good decisions, yes, but it's about being able to string them together, and you can make 12 good decisions. If the 13th one isn't a good one, you're in big trouble, and that's exactly what happened with DA.
For sure. I mean, it's clear to me that they got stressed by the blue. They were saying, guys, we don't, like, they wanted to execute something, and they thought they didn't have the time to. I believe they had plenty of time to, because they had the cars, they had people there, they only needed to get 2 kills to then wrap around, but they end up getting taken down essentially by the same people that they were trying to fight off to begin with.
Very strange indeed. We did see some really good play out of them, though, so I don't want to take it away from them. They don't finish in the placement points, but it's a good platform for them to build on if they can keep playing like this. The problem is this is game number 3 of 4, and they don't have that much time left to get those points on the board today. After All, finally eliminated as part of that sandwich. Xflow did indeed wrap around to the right-hand side, and that means that No Tag were next to be sandwiched there. They go down as well. Now Xflow, do you think they're going to pay the price for coming down to try and third party here? Because in phase 6, they have to move north now. Are they the ones that everyone shoots?
I hope so. I mean, Xflow hasn't really gotten anything going on Miramar in the first 2 games today, and them being 4 alive, doing the wraparound, clearing out, and then backing off again. I hope this bodes for, I mean, at least this game we know is going to be a decent game for them. I hope they can bring this into next game as well, because they're making all the right decisions right now.
Right now is all fine and good, but is it going to be the same case in 3 or 4 minutes? We need to see whether they're going to be able to push in safely or not. And they're actually backing off by the looks of things. They're getting further away from Exhalation here on the southeast. So that's cool. Ding, in the meantime, are defending the granny house here on the north side of the circle. And I think that, yes, it's the bystanders north of them. If you're bystanders now with 10 seconds left to go until phase 6 moves in, Do you go through Ding or around them? I don't even know how many vehicles they have. They might not have a choice. How? Oh no! Explode! They did so well, Toby, to move around and try and get out of everyone's way, and they run straight into Hal.
Oh. Slaughtered in a second. Howl have now twice been blessed by people not expecting them to be as close as they were. Once against Skate and now against X-Flow as well. Complete catching them off guard. First two people go down in an instant. Not a whole more can do. Keanu, no, unfortunately. Accidentally mullies Herky, so he's going to be knocked there. Going for the rest. I was going to say, are they committing to that somehow? Flammy is still on his feet. Uber pushes out, gets down. Keanu, one more left alive. Make that two. Flammy and Yord playing together. Yord is on the other side, though, limited what he can do when the fight takes place on the other side of the building. Flammy, though, is there to get the final kill. Should be able to get the rest onto Herky as well. But oh my lord, that was not the push that I think bystanders had planned.
We were asking ourselves, just a minute ago, whether the bystanders want to go through Ding or around. We definitely got that answer now. They've eliminated Ding. They're into the top 3. Hal, after winning that squad fight, are also here. Now, bear in mind, both of these squads are going to have time. And that means they'll be able to get their meds back up, although Salak is looking at that shack with Menace. He bounces the first nade off of it, though. And because every team's been allowed to reset, it makes predicting the end of this game that much more difficult.
Oh. This has turned out to be quite an interesting finish because so many teams got wiped before. We now sit with 3 teams alive in phase 6. That's not something we see too often, especially not in this area of the map. So bystanders, well, they already have Yord across, and they have a vehicle which I assume has all 4 tires. Yep. Perfectly fine vehicle available for them to make the crossing as well, but I'm not sure they want to give up the position they have right now with the granny before they know where the next circle is going. Let's see. They will have to cross eventually, but do they sit around here for a little while longer, trying to see if they can maybe force Howl to push east? Because if they can make sure that they can't wrap north around into bystanders, that way they can potentially not hope, but literally grant themselves a third-party opportunity. Also, gotta say this, bystanders, 3 out of 3 in top 3 today. That is absolutely insane performance.
That's honestly, that's the kind of consistency that yesterday Ding, for example, displayed so well. So it's good to see the bystanders coming out here swinging. They've adapted to each of their games in slightly different ways, and they've always managed to be there or thereabouts towards the end. So very, very good showing from them, showing us why they deserve to be in the top tier of PUBG in Europe. And now they are in a 3-way fight for the chicken dinner here in game number 3 of Group 1 today. They're still on the roof of the houses. Howl aren't shooting them just yet, because if they start shooting and they get pinned down, they're outside the circle. Where are they going to move to?
I was just going to say, this is what they cannot have happen. They cannot allow for Howl to make the wraparound, and unfortunately, they don't see them early enough, and now they're going to get torn apart because of it. I thought that their focus up the hill, or up on the roof, would have to be towards the west to make sure that Howl couldn't make a play, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Now, they do get 2 across, but you can see here, because of that knock, Howl has been allowed to make the full-on aggressive push forward, and this is going to be close to impossible. The only way bystanders win this is by saving Grace of Exhalation pushing up behind Howl.
Exhalation, all 4 alive. Bystanders down to a duo. Howl have got 3. They've managed at least to get into circle, but they're going to be wedged out, I think, on the west side here. Bystanders just holding this shed. And what they want, really, is an opportunity. That almost looks like it's the Mad, but it's not. I promise you, that's Flaby. They want Hal to get into a full-on fight with Excellent. That's the only way bystanders leave that shed and try and fight.
The thing is, Exhalation doesn't have an angle on the shack, so they don't necessarily know exactly where they are. The boom did go down further north to peak earlier, but again, this is a waiting game for next circle. Everyone's waiting those 10 seconds to see where we're ending. And they want to make sure the fact that they're, let alone the fact that they're trying to make sure no one is wrapping, means they aren't, like, they don't know that both bystanders are sitting inside the shack. At least I wouldn't assume so anyway, because that's not a threat for them right now. Now they do get the circle. Bystanders are going to be technically in, but how do Howl play this? If Howl has any utility, let's see, 9 smokes on Tuster. If they have any throwables, like any sort of lethal utility, you have to make the play on the shack. Nades and a molly. You can see it being swapped over now. Exactly. They have to make the play on the shack here. There's no other way to put it. Clear the shack, clear it fast, and set up for a fight against Exhalation.
I feel like they're committing to this now. They have the option not to, but once you do that, you just have to. Flamey goes down. We're waiting for one more. Are we going to get a flashbang or a grenade? It's going to be a normal nade through the window. Oh, hello. Someone's right there, but it's all good. Bystanders eliminated now as Ruin is able to mop up. 4v3 now, but unfortunately, Exhalation, they're not waiting round.
That's the issue. You get the kills, but you have to be ready to instantly reset and prepare for the fight to come, and I don't think they were. They maintained the high ground, which I really like, but look at the way that Exhalation has been allowed to spread out. As I say, that BTM headshot instantly received. Ruin is there ready, waiting. He picked up some more utility from the dead players, from Bystanders, but that nade is not going to do him well. The level 3 gear comes in to save BTM, at least for now, but Salik over the top is going to make an aggressive play. Oh, the nades.
Are we going to see the nades finish this one up completely? Salik there, throwing everything he's got at Howl. Another redock onto Ruin. It's a 1v2. Beautiful sprays from 2 different directions. And 11 kills. Thank you very much. Exhalation will pick up the chicken dinner here in game number 3.
Such a tough position for Howl. In my opinion, they made the only play they possibly could have. The thing is, I guess the only alternative is once they get the kills down by the shack, you make the pushback uphill. Like, completely give up the shack position and try to go back up and get the high ground control. Because you saw as soon as Salik got to wrap over the top there, it was GG. There was no way in hell they were getting out of there alive. So instead of committing to the low ground, just get back up there, make the wrap around the other direction, and then take the fight there. But it's such a hard position to be in for them. Let alone the fact that they made the right decision in taking the fight down there by the shack to begin with was the right play in my book.
So there we go. Exhalation will pick up that chicken dinner. We've still got one more Erangel game left to go in this group before we swap over to group number 2 today. So grab yourself a fresh drink if you need one. We'll be back with the next Erangel game after this break.
Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me. These will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
32 teams competing for 8 spots in the finals of the G-Loot PUBG Season 5. You've been watching them and they are past the halfway mark, and you've definitely seen a complete shift as we moved into Game 3 for Group 1, Toby. Exactly like you said, the pace in the beginning slows right down. Everyone's being a lot more strategic. And then chaos just sort of hits a bit sooner than I think any of us thought it was going to happen.
I mean, I guess that's Millie Island games for you. At least we didn't see the same amount of shenanigans that we saw come the last game of yesterday, so that's always a plus, I suppose. But it did have its fair share of craziness. I mean, we had a lot of fights in and around the east side of the map, which is usually not where we see a whole lot of commotion, simply because a lot of teams opt to go west. There's more space to cross, or like to spread out once you make your way across the bridge. But this game had east side written all over it.
Nice little shake-up at the end as well, Jarosar, because we saw 2 teams finishing up in the top 3 who we've never seen up in those top spots since the start of Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's an unusual situation we find ourselves in here, because I was questioning early on, if you remember, will HAL be able to hold that position on top of the hill when there were still 15 teams alive? How many fights they're getting get involved in? They finished in 2nd place. So to be fair, I had doubt, but they answered that really well. And Exhalation, we know they're a team that can get 20 kill chicken dinners, and we were asking, can they consistently do it? So in a way, this isn't so much validation for them as a sigh of relief, if I'm being honest, Sam, because they have gotten the chicken dinner now. That's not good enough on its own to get them through to where they want to be. They now have to do this consistently.
They do need to do it consistently, and they don't have a lot of games left. Like I mentioned, they are past the halfway mark. But I'd love it if we could break down that the final fight. How did they go about grabbing the chicken dinner? What did they do right, and what can we learn from it? Jarosar?
They waited until the right time. I think HAL and bystanders, it's so tempting in this sort of fight when to just move across to the other side of the circle and say, I've heard gunshots, let's third party the heck out of everything. And they showed a little bit of patience. They were waiting for the right opportunity, waiting for the remaining 2 teams to use as much of their utility as possible, knowing that HAL had to commit to the bystanders there. And only then did they commit to taking more territory and closing out the game. It was very bog standard strategy, but in the moment when you're playing on one of these teams, you're itching to go and try and get those kills. It can sometimes be difficult to execute, but they did it well.
Toby, we spoke about them a lot, so I kind of want to bring them up again, but Digital Athletics, what happened? Was it just a fear of the blue?
Yeah, it looked like it. To me, again, I mean, as Joro said earlier and as we discussed yesterday, you can make all the right decisions in the world, but after the game is over, it's the one wrong decision that everyone is going to be remembering.
Yep.
And I feel like that was the case here. I mean, DA, they're sitting in third overall, and they sort of had themselves a great day in the beginning. Like, everything up until that final rotation, even half of that rotation, made so much sense in that past game. But I'm not sure if they thought they could get across, if they didn't know that No Tag were sitting there waiting, despite the fact that they had just been fighting. Like, I don't know what it was. I honestly, that's why I'm boggling it down to having to be a fear of blue, and then a lot of different maybe suggestions or thoughts on what's supposed to happen being executed at the same time.
If you take a look at the leaderboard right now, though, we have to, I've called them out every single game. I'm going to keep calling them out because they are just having a cracker of a day. Bystanders now 10 points ahead, more than 10 points ahead of pretty much the rest of the field, Jorasar. And it's well deserved because it has, I think you said it earlier, top 3 finish for 3 games.
And a lot of that's down to placement and how they're strategically choosing to play these games. You might look at this leaderboard and go, well, they have the most kills. They must clearly be the most aggressive at fragging out. Bear in mind, if you're in one of those top 3 positions, you naturally get more kills towards the end of the game anyway. So Bystanders, their game plan today, it feels like it's being in the right place at the right time as opposed to engineering it and rushing headfirst into things. And it's paying off for them in a lobby where a lot of these teams are itching for chances to commit to fights. Just their more measured approach and making sure they're in the right place for other people to rotate into them, it's doing fantastically.
So for all of these teams playing right now, they've got 5 games left. Toby, if you're sitting towards the bottom end of the leaderboard, what do you have to do? And other than not get shot, stay till the end.
Which of the
hope for luck.
Which of the pro tips are you looking for? We got them all here today. No, I think if you're still, if you're looking at the leaderboards right now, if you're still sitting way down in the bottom on the overall standings after your 8th game today, coming into tomorrow, you got to shake things up. There clearly, whatever you've been trying to do, because yes, you can have 1 or 2 bad games. Like I said with Skate earlier today, those were throwaway games, but you can't have 8 of them. Then it's not throwaway games, then it's you doing something wrong. And maybe sometimes we see that people just, whenever they play with no care, with no scare, that's when they perform the best.
Let's find out if Bystanders can make it 4 for 4 today. We are moving into the final game for group number 1.
Imagine that, Toby. 4 for 4. Top 3.
Keep in mind that they finished on a wrangle yesterday. Their final 2 games was with a win and a 5th place. So we can go 6 for 6 if that's what you want to say inside the top 5.
Yeah. Oh no, that's a great point. Consistency wins tournaments like this one. They might not always have the flashy 15 kill play, although to be fair, they got one of those already. Being able to be at the right place at the end of the game, knowing where everyone else is, it's a game of information and it's a game of wit just as much as it's a game of shooting. So I love that the Bystanders are proving this to us today.
Let's see, Tokyo Magic Gang trying to see if they can find some kills at a distance. Bison in hand, you have all the bullets you need, but unfortunately, no
7.
scope and 9mm ain't exactly the weapon of choice for many, and most folks can't confirm that one there. So Tokyo Magic Gang gets to live with the scare. They'll continue further forward. And where on military is this game ending? I'm curious.
That's a very good question. It might be in the
There's
same
a
place.
chance. There's a chance.
Snofker Island is where it's ending.
Yeah. So you're telling me there's a chance. Yep, that's it's not impossible. It's improbable, but it's no way impossible. And well, taking the last 3 Erangel games into consideration, you have to think that it could just head back.
So, the way the circles work in PUBG, for those of you watching at home, is that the center of the next circle has to be on playable area. So it could be on the southern shore, for example, of Erangel Island, which is, and therefore you have Military Island still in it. But because of how close to the edge this circle is, it's actually only about, I would guess, about a 10 to 15% chance, sadly, that Circle 2, that Circle 2 centers somewhere on Millie Island. That's not to say it can't go north and then south, though.
How disappointing. It's not like we didn't have enough Millie games already, right? How disappointing. We need better odds than that.
Northern Shore is possible. I'd like to see that. That'd be great.
Yeah, you don't get to see it too often. Finish in and around the docks down there, where Exhalation currently positioned. In the meantime, Skate is where our eyes are currently, and for good reason. They've had a tough day today. They started off with just 2 points on Miramar. Again, yesterday, they played phenomenal yesterday, so I'm not going to take that away from them. But then again, phenomenal. They had the 10-kill win, which is amazing. The games other than that, a 13th place 1-kill game, of course, suboptimal, but you'll take a throwaway game. 9th place 2 kills, and a 5th place with 6 kills. That was the only other really decent game they had than the 1 win. So if we kind of add it up, in the span of 7 games, they've had a good game and a decent game. And essentially 5 throwaway games.
Well, let's talk about them for a second, because to an extent, we have to ask how much of this is justified and how much of it is criticism, right? We've seen Skate now in multiple games look like, I don't know how else to put it. It looks like they just full rotate into a place where they don't think anyone is there, and then suddenly a team shows up from nowhere. At least for today, it feels like, Toby, that's a little bit of a pattern for Skate. Is that something they can easily fix?
I think,
is it coincidence?
We see it sometimes, and it's I every single time I have to try and explain this. It's with the risk of insulting the lesser experienced teams. But when you have all your players, which Skate does, that are playing, or at least used to playing, in the highest level of competitive PUBG there is,
absolutely,
in their previous teams, they're used to a certain structure. At least the players are. They're used to a certain structure of teams usually do this, or the meta is that. The teams usually do this and that. And then you toss them into a lobby here where, again, the competitive level is incredibly high, don't get me wrong, but that structure ain't the same. So they get caught by surprise by teams who might not have the individual skill and experience as them, but because they are in a position that they did not expect anything from, they're caught by surprise, they get shot in the back, or as we've seen multiple times today, pretty much obliterated before they even get out of their cars, simply because, wait, under normal circumstances, there would never be anyone there at the time of game. Is that an excuse? No, because you could just have, quote-unquote, scouted it better. We saw it yesterday with EB doing a great job of scouting. So I think
sure.
It sounds ironic that you have to play safer going up against lesser experienced teams, because you'd have to think it was the other way around, that the better the team, the more careful you have to be. But also with the more experienced teams, the easier they're usually to read, and therefore you can coordinate accordingly. So I think Skate is just, that's where, again, it takes a certain mindset, it takes a certain skill to be able to tread the waters that are qualifying lobbies. And there are some teams that are insanely good at it, and Skate maybe just ain't there yet.
That makes a lot of sense. I think if I needed to, if I wanted to sort of distill the essence of what you're saying, it's almost that the element of surprise in PUBG is so strong that if you're playing against a quantity that you don't know, you have to be more careful, because someone... or a team or an individual player, someone you don't play with normally, it doesn't matter how good they are. If they get the jump on you, you're dead.
To use a reference that you would understand, it's like Rally and Formula 1. Both of them are racing, but it's two very different things. And that's what I feel like a lot of these, when you have the, back in the PEL days, the established top tier, even on a global stage lobbies, you have that, and then you have qualifier lobbies. Again, both of the structures take immense skill to perfect. So there's absolutely anyone thinking that I'm praising one over the other. That is not what I'm doing. I'm just saying it's two very different things. And being able to adapt on the fly in an open qualifier, or like this qualifier stage of a bigger tournament setting, takes another type of skill than the skill it takes to perform the best against teams that all know, not exactly, but for the most part, what all the other teams are doing.
And we can see how easily it can go wrong, right? Because I'm singling them out because they have so much experience and because they're good. But the decision-making at the very end of the game for Digital Athletics last game, that was uncharacteristic of them. And that's what happens when you get, I don't know, you're playing 2 days of PUBG, you make 150 correct decisions and one wrong one. Mm-hmm. That's what the wrong one looks like. It's not because they're bad. They're consistently so good. But the price you pay for something taking you by surprise and you not dealing with it adequately is brutal in this game.
Sure is. Oh, well, the heroes of the day so far, at least, bystanders, making their rotation on into the circle, which, as you saw before, centering in and around the area of Potato, just a bit south of there. And Uber, in the meantime, doing what Uber has done for the last couple of years, finding a target from far away, has a minion hand, go pew, 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 find himself a kill with absolutely no risk involved to himself. That's what I believe he excelled at when he played for FaZe Clan, and that's what he'll continue to do with great success.
It's almost disgusting how many free points he gets for his team, like completely.
Oh, that's what he does. That is exactly what he does.
He is so good at it. There are so few players that can do that. Like, most of the players in this lobby can do it. Uber does it consistently, like Like he wakes up, drinks a glass of water, and it's that effortless when you watch him do it. It's so good.
I remember, and now I can't recall what tournament it was, which annoys me, but I remember having a tournament where I asked the production team, can we have a statistic of, because I asked, like, I don't even know if that's possible to pull, but is there a way to get a statistic on how many kills Uber has had on opponents from far away where they didn't shoot back at him? Because that's what he does. He'll just tag people, take them out, get himself into a spot where he can take those fights. And as you say, get 3 points for his team without ever risking his own life. And that's a very hard thing to master. And Uber, in my opinion, continues to play as one of the best in the world at doing exactly that.
This is going to be really tricky for Dopamine, by the way. X-Flow have just pulled up to the gas station north of the Western Bridge. The question I'm asking for Dopamine is there an easy way for them to get in vehicles and drive out without X-Flow completely destroying their vehicles? Zong is going to be playing such an important role here. He needs to let X-Flow know, I'm up here watching you guys. You can't push in without me getting a possible free knock. But this is tense. Like, neither of these teams have done damage to the other yet, but this can explode on a moment's notice.
Oh, yes. They're both obviously aware that there's someone lurking on the other side of the fence. But I'm a little worried for Voldemort. Not really. I mean, obviously he's scouting around trying to make sure that no one's crossing the bridge and backstabbing them. But with X-Flow knowing that they have people just on the other side of the wall, you'd have to think, and you can see him looking in this direction now as well, you'd have to think that the focus would have to be in that direction. Now New Circle pops. It goes down south with plenty of water still in play, Joro. So we were hoping for the north shore or the south shore of the main island side finish, and we might just get it.
I think we will, yes, indeed. No Millie Island, unfortunately, but this is going to be interesting. We might get a dock sort of area. Pink Pony are in and around that position right now. We're watching Exhalation, who are still on a very, very wide 2-2 split. I don't know how much longer they want to keep that up for, but Old Bones are looking like they want to crash. That's the best possible way, though, to defend against it. Knock out 2 of them before they even get to you. Exhalation needed to do that because they weren't sure if it was a full 4-man team, but they executed that perfectly.
And Exhalation is sitting in a very wide, at this point, a scary wide 2-way split. And the fact that they take out 2 and force them away, had they not gotten the first knock and they pulled up, they would be in a 2v4 and there would be no cavalry arriving at all. Now let's see. Who are you? Is what I keep calling them. We are who? Just because it's a confusing name. Making a push towards no-tech, and they've already taken casualties, and now they're losing Chris potentially as well. Marcus down to low HP, tries to stay alive, is just on the other side. I don't think they know. I mean, it looks like they should know. Now he's getting attacked by a teammate, but Marco can't really get healed up in time. He's gonna fall on down, and this should spell the end of We Are Who. You'd have to imagine, unless if Killikai could do something absolutely insane.
Here you go, a couple more fragments. That's what is so good. It's so good. Rafa gets the headshot, but I have to point out that nade would have finished him off.
Oh, yeah.
Really nice.
Easily. Great play by them. And just like that, you can go for a good performance straight into the bottom of set game. In the meantime, Dopamine, well, they saw X-Flow wrap around the other side, and they make them space to make that play, and then they go down south saying, you know what? When this circle goes south, there will be like 14 teams that everyone's going to be laughing at, and everyone's going to be spamming 9 billion IQ Dopamine.
Oh, man. You know what's really fun? When you get circles like this where the middle of a circle centers on the bridge and you legit don't know which way it's going to go, and it's like, whoever it lands on, they're going to look smart. I don't think this is one of them, but oh my God, imagine if it goes south now. Dopamine.
Yep.
They're going to look so good.
Yep, that's what they're waiting for. In the meantime, Skate chilling in the center of what I would say chilling in what probably will be the center of a couple of circles from now. DA, in the meantime, trying to maintain full control. Doxa is miles away from his teammate. I'm not exactly, more like 700 meters, but still pretty damn far away from the rest of his team. I think he is looting, not gonna lie. They got the knock on Braxco up there like 2.5 minutes ago. And now he's sitting and scouting forward. This is exactly where they took out Braxco. So I think he's just slowly scouting forward, trying to make sure that After All didn't push down into the buildings so that if the circle goes north or west, they have a potential opportunity in wrapping north around as opposed to trying to go straight to the ender.
Yeah, that northern rotate could end up working quite well for them as we move into phase 3 and 4. That's true. Circle now about to pop for phase 3. A couple of teams are finishing up. Are we going to see? Oh, if only.
Such a bad decision, dopamine. I'm kidding.
Unbelievable dopamine.
Now everyone else is the 9 billion IQ team because they didn't go. I'm kidding.
How do they do they tank a little bit of blue and go across the bridge? I don't think they can't afford to get a boat, right? There's too many teams on the southern shore.
I mean, they could just swim across and get killed in doing so, but no, I would have to assume that they try and cross the eastern bridge. But then again, I'm not dopamine. I can't tell them what to do. I can just give them advice on what I think they should be doing.
Yeah. What was it again? Don't get shot.
Yeah, that's the first. In the meantime, speaking of not getting shot, bystanders full speed sending it into no tag. Well, they dealt with We Are Who just before. Now let's see if they can take down our current first place team of the day here as well.
This is an informed push by bystanders, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
They caught wind of no tag fighting here earlier, so this isn't a blind send. They want to take this position and use it as a base of operations rather than saying we're instantly going to win this fight. So they're just making sure that there's no one behind them that could, how do I put it, just make things frustrating for them. And now we wait to see if the rest of the team are going to join them and committing here as well. Yep. Herky holding down the fort, trying to fit. Basically, they're trying to stop They're trying to stop no tag from shooting back, because if no tag run away from this position, bystanders get it for free. The problem is, I don't think no tag have anywhere to go.
No, bystanders forced to maintain this two-way split is kind of tricky for them. They tried to get over and help, but there's simply too much of a straight beach here. You can see O'Connell able to spot it there. They're going to be under fire for too long to really call it worth the risk. Issue is that for both Keanu and Flammy, they're outside the circle right now, and I think Herky and Yort are saying, guys, I know we just killed Chilia before, but they're still in a 3v2, so could you get the hell over here? We would like some help, and now we're losing our vehicles too.
I like that bystanders split so that they are swimming. Of course they're swimming. But this is interesting because they need to be spotted by whoever's on the cliffs off to the left side. I don't think no tag will spot them. I don't think bystanders will spot them. I think whoever's up on the cliffs would spot them, and I think it might be Ding. And if you're swimming and Senor Biestoloch spots you, you might as well give him the points right there.
Yeah, true. It's going to be a dangerous southern wraparound, that's for sure. We'll see now bystanders wanting to take the fight here, of course, wanting to clear out the remaining 3 no-tag players so that they can take this spot and call it there. We know for a fact that the next circle is going to go away from the water, so they have to deal with this before having to move further northward.
That's a good point. That's why it's a ticking time bomb as well, isn't it? That limits the amount of time you have to reset and gather up your utility and resources.
Well, they're not seeing him?
That's why they're being... Oh,
this is so smart. When do you get up?
Active.
When do you get up? You have to get up, wrap up.
What? He stopped shooting. Oh, that is... He assumed that he was going to get the knock as the first 2 bullets hit. I think the fence got 1 or 2 of those. O'Connell should be able to come in for a wrap-up job, but suddenly that's made the job that much harder. Explicit, though. Let's be honest. Explicit saved Rafa there.
I mean, not gonna lie, Rafa was a very, very good decoy.
He was.
But I don't think that's what I don't think that's the role that no tag wanted him to fill. I think the idea was that everyone else is the decoy and Rafa gets the job done. It just didn't quite happen in the way that he wanted it to at that point.
And now we've got Eddie chilling, moving up on the beach, discarding his scuba gear and moving into zone. They're away from water, like you said. It's phase 4 now. They have to move in. Whoa, hello. We live again. That almost became a statistic from a Molodog point of view, but a couple of meters, he would have been smashed on the pavement. But as it is, Digital Athletics now focusing on defending this northwestern quadrant of the circle. Interesting that We Live Again didn't want to contest that. They were happy for the other team to move by.
Can I just say that this is the TA I remember? Full speed send it. They came in from the east side of the circle and they crashed the northwestern corner. Exactly. And Sheila with the SKS in hand doing damage, pixeling and trying to stay alive, but the vehicles are coming in and he manages to go in to avoid the damage. What the hell is going on? Pixel with the hip fire. Mini gets these down as well. This is absolute chaos unfolding before our eyes, but Neenan able to find him in return. So much damage coming through on both teams that no one is really going to be the victor in all of this.
Oh, hang on a second. Follow-up
that's
nade
dead.
coming in that second. What is good? After all, eliminated by Gempty. Like, can we be honest here, Toby? Even though Pixel lost his life in that engagement, that play's going in his showreel.
That's the mechanic,
100%.
the mechanic skill in excess of overview to hop into the car to avoid the damage, then to hop out and avoid the damage and get him with the hipfire mini afterwards. Absolutely insane. Unfortunately, didn't mount so much in the end as they do go out. Exhalation in the meantime, 31 bullets for the boom, trying to find the last. I know for a fact that Solve is up there, so it's just a matter of time. Issue is those buildings are absolutely terrible to have.
Oh no. Based on the kill feed, Eddie manages to get a knock and a kill onto Rafa, so No Tag never found the scuba diver that snuck in the back. Oh man, Eddie's doing it.
Again, salvage what you can. Still far from placement points, but you might as well get some freebies. I don't think a lot of opportunities will be presented like that one, so
you gotta
works
take
out
it, man.
for Eddie. Yep, gotta take it. Every single 1 point could be the difference whether you qualify for the grand finals or not. New Circle heads out towards the west as well. X-Flow and Tokyo Magic Gang sitting very, very comfortable up on the hillside. And Ding, now having made the transition far west around, have a play to make up that direction too.
Ding not being seen as they move into circle, by the way, which is critical. Normally, you would think, has anyone moved out of the compound Exhalation are in and can see you rotating this way? Ding actually have a very easy rotate here in phase 5, which is worthy of note. Someone who doesn't have a good rotation, though, the Unusual Freaks and Hal basically have to go at each other in order to say one of them has the northeast of the next circle. It doesn't look like they're going to be backing off as well. The Freaks have got high ground, which is good. But I don't think Hal can't move away. If they move away, they can get sniped from distance in the open. So they have to move into them here.
They have to hold off as best as they can against Flakes. They know that they're not going to get shot in the back as long as they stay in the low ground. And they have what appears to be 19 crates to loot down here as well. So what they're doing right now makes perfect sense. Prevent for the team uphill to make a play around them and do as much damage as you can. They've already found 2. That alone is enough damage. And yes, they don't get the flush. The boom manages to steal it. And okay, so they do get one of them. But enough damage has already been done. Because now they know if we run into them again, it's a 4v2.
Exactly. And they know that if the side with the 2 people is being aggressive, they know it's desperation. They've got nothing else to do, right? They wouldn't voluntarily go into a 2v4, especially not without the element of surprise. We're here watching Digital Athletics now, looking for a little bit of redemption here, perhaps after the mishap in the previous game. They're playing pretty strongly together as a unit. They rotate. They have no problem being super active, right? They went from the east side all the way to the northwest. They're now wrapping back to the east in phase 5 to try and clear out. They're doing a very good job of collecting information.
I'm just worried about when that one rotation comes that gets them all killed in a half second, because this right now is a DA game that is a repeat of the last game. Good decisions being made across the board. They play on the double barns on the west side. A little sketchy given that they didn't have a lot of info to go off of, but it worked out for them. So credit where credit's due on a good rotation there. But what do they do next? How do they play into this? Once again, active with the SKS.
I mean, okay, the Rock there maybe played a little bit of a supporting role, but still, to land those shots with the SKS, absolutely delightful stuff. They're fighting the Freaks as well as Hal now. And Hugh trying to get an alternative angle. I think that car got sprayed at just a little bit, but that grenade looks suspiciously good. It is beautiful stuff. Unusual Freaks eliminated in 9th place, and we are now into the placement points.
Well, let's see Hugh trying to wrap around, get more intel on what's happening around him. In the meantime, explosions commence and Howl take all the damage in return of it. Eski will be able to get Ruin up, I believe. Yep, back on his feet he goes, and unfortunately, it's just going to be a matter of time before they fall, because they're right in between Exhalation and DA.
And now the east side of the circle is looking like 3 different teams want a piece of the pie. DA are deliberately moving into this, by the way, because they know they are not the team being sandwiched in the middle. It looks like they're still taking some damage in the meantime, but they have enough time to res because Hal have their attention split. They have to deal with Exhalation as well. The nightmare scenario for DA is if Exhalation somehow win the fight super quick and can wrap themselves around DA as well. The longer these 2 teams are fighting, the better it is for Digital Athletics.
Boom. Goes down. Thought he was going to get him with a molly or the nade there, but not going to happen. Tuster stays alive with just a sliver of HP. Will fall in the end of it, though, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to get the Boom back on his feet, especially not with DA now pushing him from behind.
Exhalation looking to finish everything off. The problem is they back themselves into a corner here in doing so. On the other side of the circle, X-Flow are out, but what are Exhalation going to do? They're outside phase 6, and sure, there's almost 2 minutes before they move out, but there's nowhere for them to go. Is that a third party? It looks like it might be, but Huth manages to stay on his feet. And Exhalation, they have to move south. Otherwise, they go into this Digital Athletics team. I think they die here.
And while all of this has been going on the southwest side, Ding has been the dictators of order in this circle. It's insane. It's insane how well they've just spread out, told everyone, you play the way that we want you to play in this one. Absolutely insane. They push up, they spread out, go 2-2 around each side, force the opponents in towards one another, and take out all of them. Like, they essentially fight as two different teams, pushing a team in the middle, and they take them all out. Very, very, very impressive play. As I say that, though, Rupture does find Senya up over the hilltop, and I think he's going to get flushed because of it, too. Yep, there's no way he's getting back alive. Did receive a headshot in return, though, so needs to pack on down and get healed up.
4 teams left alive now at the 25-minute mark. We've got Ding with 3, although potentially 4. No, Senya's going to get finished. Digital Athletics also with 3. Exhalation down to a solo, and We Live Again with 2. 4 very, very competent teams at the end of this game number 4. And the last chance for these teams in Group 1 to impress us today before coming back for the final day on Sunday.
Let's see. 7 kills. Short of Senya. How will they fare? That's the final 4 here. Fight this one out. Sheila looking over. Sheila's been incredibly active with the SKS this game already.
Yep.
I think everyone right now is just waiting to see where that next circle is going to take us. Exhalation again as well. I mean, Salik, they have 11 kills already in this game. And keep in mind, Exhalation, they had themselves a, I believe, was it? Now I'm trying to think back. And my brain is not working, so that's not going to be good for me at all. But this should be the highest kill game that they have over the course of the last 2 days. So good performance from them, regardless of how much more Sadik manages to perform here.
Yeah, I think they're a team that... Oh, well... I'm glad we managed to get that conversation in time as Digital Athletics pick up their 10th kill. Exhalation are a team that focuses more on that fragging power, and even a quote-unquote bad game from them, you should normally expect to see 7 or 8 kills if they're on form, so it's good to see them do very well, especially on Erangel here today. We Live Again down to 1 after Levante gets absolutely domed out of the game. But really, this is Ding versus Digital Athletics territory.
Yeah, how much more of a nuisance can Hobbit remain to be? We'll see. He's in the open. That rock ain't gonna grant him cover for long as the circle is gonna start closing in right about now. No matter where he sits, someone can see him. It's just a matter of who you're gonna give the kill to, and it ends up being DA. So once again, DA find themselves in the late game. It's a 3 versus 3. And DA 11 kills already, coming off of having had another win today too.
The momentum. We were talking about momentum in the lobby yesterday being a particularly strong bit of form factor here going into tournaments. And Digital Athletics showing us that that earlier strong performance isn't a flash in the pan from them. So can they step it up? Can they live up to the expectations of their organization? Well, we know they can across one day. If they're able to do this tomorrow as well, they're going to be in such good stead going into the final weekend.
Yep. Well, let's see now. Sheila knows exactly where at least one of the players on Ding is. Sail up on that side. If he can isolate him here, that could be a pretty smart play on their part. In the meantime, Hewitt's trying to wrap around, get himself into a better position. They know they've got Bestelok stuck down behind the tree. And again, just trying to wrap around and get better off-angle positions. But remember who you're up against. Uber with 1 HP. Able to jump back out of vision from the DA players. And now Hewitt again continuing to try and deal the damage needed to Bestelok. But see, that doesn't have a vest, and against that gun, it's going to be difficult. In the meantime, Sheila uses a tree as best as she possibly can. Does find Sail, making it a 3 versus 2.
Very important. A couple of sprays there. Sail had to guess which side of the tree that Schiller was going to be ducking around, and Schiller actually only took about 15 damage throughout that entire engagement. Uber spot Rapture, though. That was a really, really good angle for him. However, he's got absolutely no cover now. It's a 2v1 as Schiller finds Uber. It's Bestalot versus the world. Isn't enough. He's down to AHP. Manages to get Schiller. It's a 1v1.
Oh, my lord. Hughes on his own versus a 1 HP. Target on the other side. Connect through the leaves. Needs to try and commit to this one. Does he go for the rest? Does he go for the kill? He does not have a vest on at all. So 2 tags should be all needed in order to take him down. And best of luck trying to reposition now. Trying to get into a better spot. Uber crawling for info, but they got the rest up. They have one alive, but not for long. Rupture falls instantly again.
All right, this is going to be a res fest here. Oh my goodness. Schiller now down. Here we go. This is the voice of experience. This nade!
That is it. That's gonna be it. That's good. It's good. Gets it.
Good. Ding! Oh my god, 11 kill chicken dinner. That was Digital Athletics game. That was their thunder. And you've just come in and stolen it from right under their noses.
2,300 damage. When Uber got shot in the back there, when he went down, I called it. I called it way too early. This is the 8. But then there's a guy named Pestalok who tends to pull out clutches out of the magic hat whenever he needs to, and he sure did it right there. Stays alive, ducks into cover, and gets Sting the win.
I'm going to bring Sam back into the conversation mainly so I can have a glass of water really quickly after the end of that game. What an amazing solo performance that was.
I feel like I'm in a toxic relationship with Ding because yesterday I was fangirling so hard. They got knocked out first, straight after that. And then they came back and just did that for me. And I'm like, oh, I'm back. I'm back. You're my favorite. That was incredible. Toby, that was just experience coming in there. That confidence, being able to read the game really well. That's what it came down to.
We didn't get to see much of the mid to end game from their perspective because there was so much action commencing on the east side of the circle. But I tried to mention it during the game. The way that they spread out up on the hillside, taking control, forcing, like they were in the worst position to wrap around and force the two teams in the better positions into each other and then just sheep herd them into death, essentially, was insanely impressive. And then to go out and get that win was equally very, very impressive. And we got to keep them in mind because we've been talking about the consistency of bystanders. Every single game Ding has played today has been within top 4. Third, fourth, and now a win as well. Insanely well played by them.
Insanely well played, but also Digital Athletics for me, Jorisar, I thought that they, at one point, even I was on with Toby thinking, this is not going to be their game. They have had an incredible performance today, considering yesterday, I would say they didn't really show up.
Yeah, look, Digital Athletics just had their thunder stolen by Ding, but make no mistake, as a squad, they are here to play today. They've got a decent number of points. If they can carry on playing like this tomorrow, they will be super happy. They found some very, very good success today, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing if they can keep this momentum going.
We're going to take a look at some of the highlights now. The end game there was amazing, but there were some funny moments as well, Toby. Can you walk me through no tag Rapper on the floor? What were they trying to do there?
Let me put it this way. Whenever you have to try and take a fight, just stay clear of fences and walls because PUBG has its way of not allowing you to do what you initially try to do. But in the end, who cares? It all worked out for them. It doesn't get it there. And again, this is a muscle memory thing. He makes the spray that he knows is enough to get the knock. The amount of sprays these guys have done with barrels, with M4s, with AKs, you name it, he knew in his mind that was enough to get the knock onto Yord. But unfortunately, the first bullet that he thought hit didn't. And he swapped targets too early. We see it in multiple different FPS titles, and here it happened once more. And this play right here from Pixel, equally insane and impressive. Runs out of ammo, swaps gun, spots the car coming over, jumps into it to avoid the damage, hip fires these out of the vehicle, tries to go for the second, but is simply taking too much damage at the time. The amount of, we like to talk about RTS games and the amount of buttons you press, like actions per minute and whatnot. The amount of buttons Pixel pressed in a span of 5 seconds there, it's insane. Absolutely insane.
That was actually my second highlight that I wanted to bring up. So conveniently it jumped on. I mean, this game was just full of those moments that you can clip, right? Because there was just epic fights the whole way. And then we got that amazing battle right at the end, Jorasa.
I mean, that was just watching. You ever get the feeling in a movie, in the build up to the final scene, you see the hero charging them down. As soon as Piastoloch had this grenade out, right now I was like, I don't even need to look where this nade is going because I know he's going to nail it, because in these sort of situations, that's what they do best. What an amazing end to the game. I cannot be more entertained.
At the end to the group as well today, I feel like we really ended it on a high. There's going to be huge expectations from my side anyway for Ding and Digital Athletics when they come back tomorrow, Toby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, same. It's if they want to battle the best, I mean, I don't think neither of the teams see themselves as qualifier teams. If they want to prove themselves as top contenders in the EU and the global stage, they have to perform like that every single day. And I'm glad to see them doing it today, and I'm expecting to see them doing it again tomorrow.
Let's take a look now at the scoreboard from that game, and no surprise, of course, you'll see Ding at the top of the scores. I don't want to keep talking about them. I have to stop. Digital Athletics coming in second, but also look at the kill difference there. I mean, they both got some really decent points, which is going to shake up the leaderboard quite a bit, Toby.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm glad to see Exhalation up there as well. Again, they've had a pretty tough start to the tournament, and we talked about you don't want to play 8 games and then have nothing coming into the Final Four. At least they had this one, so if they can use that as kind of a springboard to come into 4 good games tomorrow, top 8 is still reachable.
And then, of course, Jorasa caster cursed bystanders today. It was Ding yesterday. Bystanders today. I am not allowed to talk about teams before we move into the final game. Can we make that rule?
I mean, look, Bystanders had a great day overall. That last game, yeah, okay, maybe a little bit of caster curse going in there, but overall, as you can see here, imagine if they didn't go out early in this final game. We'd be talking about them rather than Digital Athletics as being such a strong, consistent performer. As it stands, all 3 of these top teams really good. And Exhalation can almost afford a bad game when they get so many kills when they do win as well, right? So I think this is very well deserved.
It's a really interesting shake-up on the leaderboard if we think about what it looked like at the start of this group. And yesterday, some of the teams that we did see up in the sort of top 8 for their group, they've moved right down. And I know we're going to see the total leaderboard as well, so we'll see how this affects it. But Toby definitely today has allowed a few teams to make their gap at the top a little bit bigger, but also some teams to move out of the bottom.
I think, honestly, the biggest name in my mind is going to be DA. It's a team that I was worried. I mean, again, I know who the players are. I know what caliber the org is and what they expect from their players. After yesterday's performance, they got 2 placement points in total. That was a write-off day. They showed us today that they're here to play, and they did exactly that. And I'm very, very happy both for them and for all the fans out there that they showed that capability and their skill level.
If you are looking at home, you've seen that leaderboard, you're a little bit confused. Remember, some of the teams on there still have 4 games to play today because we do have an entire new group coming in, another 4 matches, and I'm hoping that all of those teams watched what Group 1 did and bring us the same amounts of action, right? Jorasa?
I have no reason to expect anything else. And remember, PUBG is a game of doing what everyone else isn't doing. So we came in today saying, oh, a lot of the aggressive teams are in Group 1. So if that means a lot of the passive teams, or traditionally more reactionary teams, shall we say, are in Group 2, that implies that whoever decides to switch it up and go aggressive are the teams that are going to win. If anything, I'm expecting more action in Group 2.
There's definitely going to be more action, and we want to make sure that you're ready for it. So there is going to be an extended break now, so you can make sure that you can get all the food and snacks you need, some drinks, refills, and all of that stuff, because when we return in a little bit, we are jumping straight into Group 2, so make sure you're there.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and Drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but mastering you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
You're watching the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Weekend, and it has been absolutely super. Oh, that was a little bit cringe. I'm going to let you have that one, chat. That was cringe. My name is Tekel, or Cringe Girl. You can call me whatever you want now. I'm joined by Toby and Jorasar here as we bring you the action from Group 2. You saw Group 1 earlier. If you didn't, where have you been? You've been missing out. And for the next 3 days, we've got all this PUBG action. 32 teams competing for 8 spots in the finals next week, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But after watching Group 1 today, they're obviously now got one more day left. Toby, the Group 2 teams, I'm sure they were checking out what was going on. Do you think it might change some of their strategies going into today?
Not necessarily change things up. Again, I'm always a fond believer of don't change up things before you know for a fact they don't work. Because teams tend to change up things. Oh no, we had one bad game, let's do it different. Oh no, now we had a bad game again, let's do it different. And you never get the consistency of fixing the small mistakes. You make every small little issue into a big issue, and that way you never really find your form. You never get comfortable in a certain playstyle. So I hope most teams haven't done a whole lot of changing. The only team that we kind of broke down yesterday, and I want to see them impressed today, is to me is question mark. Most importantly, they didn't have a good day yesterday, and I know what they're capable of. I just want to see them, same with bystanders and with DA and with Thing. We want to see them do that today.
Let's take a look now at the schedule for this weekend so that you can make sure you can book out all of this in your diaries, because we want you here and we want you watching. We've got 8 games every day, 2 groups play each day, and those groups change up every single day as well, Joe Rosar. So it's constant action, and ultimately, if you want to be the top 8 teams to make it through, you've got to beat every single team competing here.
And it's pretty even as well, especially when you take a look at the mid-table, because we've had 12 games so far, 12 different winners.
Yeah.
So 1/3 of all of our participants have now won a chicken dinner. It's not about the single big kill game. It's about what happens when the chips are down. I keep saying that, but it does make a big difference. When you're down to a duo, what can you do from that position? And it's the number of points you score there that separates the pack from the top teams here. And I feel like we've seen a little bit of that today already.
We definitely saw a little bit of it today. And I think adaptability, we spoke about this already, being able to communicate with your teammates, that's a big thing, because you've got to change it up every single time. Some of those teams have been able to do it. Some of them, not so much. Do you think after day 1, the teams that we're going to see in Group 2 maybe had a chance to sit with their teammates, have a chat, feeling a bit more comfortable?
It's not exactly binary at all, but we saw a lot of the more aggressive teams, the teams that are happy to commit to fights, in Group 1 today. And the teams that came out on top were the ones that were able to switch up the tempo and dial things back. So part of me is really hoping that some of the more reactive teams in Group 2, the ones there that are able to adapt to a more aggressive approach and seize the initiative, could end up getting the biggest points hauls today. I'd like to see that happen. I don't know if it will, though.
Off the back of what Joe just said, Toby, so I remember the first time I ever did a PUBG event was with you, and we spoke a lot in between the games, where you mentioned, you probably don't even remember this, where you were explaining to me about controlling pace, so being able to slow it down when you need to slow down, disengage from fights, and then be aggressive. I think that the teams that topped the leaderboard in Group 2 today, in Group 1 today, did exactly that. So that's obviously possibly what the teams are going to be thinking about doing now, is knowing when to engage, knowing when to disengage, knowing when to be aggressive. Pretty much everything Joe just said.
I remember saying that, and the reason I do remember saying that is because I say it literally every single broadcast. It's so essential that you're capable of not just putting all your chips in one play style. You have to be able to adapt, especially when we broke it down in the previous group earlier today. When you're playing in the qualifier stages, there are so many things happening that you simply cannot prepare for. So the better you are at adapting, the faster you are at changing gear, quite literally, the better the result you'll most likely have.
I am Toby's parrot. I will repeat everything he says. Don't get shot. Let's take a look at what the teams are competing for. $50,000. That's the prize pool. And you can see their first place is going to net you a cool $16,000. It's not just the money, though. So cash is nice. You got to finish in the top 12 in order to do that next week. But it's also coming down to those PGC points. That's the big one as well. You get to earn those in the G-Loot Season 5 event. So a lot of these teams very conscious of the fact that they need to finish in the top 8 if they want to get into the finals to compete with the 8 invited teams and ultimately get some of those qualification points as well as some cash money, Joe.
Yeah, it's making sure you are realistically in the top 3, top 5 from a qualification point of view will stand you in good stead for PCS or for PGC even. But at the end of the day, having that head start in the first event of the year, I actually think the effect is almost psychological just as much as it is getting those points on the board. Knowing that you can start off on the right foot and knowing that you have just a little bit of a head start on everyone else is going to continue paying dividends throughout the course of 2022.
I completely agree with you. I think it's always good to start off with some points, and then if you need to catch up later, the pressure's a little bit less as opposed to not having them. But let's move into what we're going to be looking at right now as we move into Group 2. These are the teams, like I mentioned earlier, we've shaken it up a little bit. They're changing every single day, so they have to beat everyone in order to make it into the top 8. And Toby, you said it earlier, but I'm going to ask you again. Are we sure this is going to be the less aggressive lineup, a little bit more passive play coming from these teams?
I mean, I would say no, simply because of Polish power and Entropic, but the way that we saw Entropic play yesterday, which was with the foot more leaned on the brake than on the speed, it indicates to me that that's going to be the overall playstyle of today. Not going to say that there's going to be no aggression at all, because that will happen, but when you have Entropic, when you have Sakura Sensen, both very similar in playstyle, Question Mark, who didn't really aggress yesterday either, and No Name yet, who also played Edge for quite a big portion of the game, I feel like that's what we're going into again today. But having said that, when you head into a lobby, because obviously these 16 teams are well aware of who they're going up against, and they've been aware of that all day today. When you have a lobby of everyone on paper being somewhat passive, that also sometimes becomes oh wait, maybe if we play aggressive today, things can change. So we could go into a situation where, despite the fact that we saw, for example, Sakura Sensen play passive yesterday, they completely changed that today, thinking if we're the one team to do it differently, maybe that's going to give us the upper hand.
So I have 3 teams I'm keeping an eye on. Sakura Zensen, just because I liked what they did yesterday. They made sure that they always finished in the end game and got the necessary points, even when they were down to 1 player. Obviously, Entropic, I love the way that they positioned themselves, and I thought they did a really good job of that yesterday. And then I'm going to say No Name yet, just because I think they might pop off today. I have a feeling that they're going to bring that aggression and maybe shake things up a bit. I'm interested to hear, though, Joe, the teams that you're going to be keeping an eye on?
I think that Polish Power's normal play style should theoretically be more effective today. So I want to see A, if they change anything up, and B, if they don't, does it get them better results? I agree with Toby that I'm also taking a look at Question Mark. I feel like to an extent, they're a team of really good fraggers that just didn't have things go together quite the way they wanted to yesterday. Maybe a little bit of bad luck thrown in the mix. They are also experienced enough to shrug that off and keep going. So I want to see them bounce back here. And then probably I want to find out if Ghetto Gang's performances, especially in late game circles yesterday, were a flash in the pan, or if they're able to do that consistently. If they can do that consistently, I think that elevates them into my overall top 8.
Toby, I know you've mentioned some of the teams you're looking out for, but anyone that you want to add to the mix?
Yes and no. I mean, when I look at a team like Sakura Sensen, I'm happy with what they were able to do in their 13 kill win they had in the very first crazy shenanigan El Pozo game. But at the same time, I'm a little worried, because one thing is, I mean, if it goes like this, you can either be good at getting kills or you can be good at getting placement points. The placement points is always better to be good at, to then get better at killing. Whereas opposed to if you're good at killing and you can't get to late game, it's very limited how many kills you end up getting in the first place. So for Sakura Sensen, I have no doubt in their ability to find late game. But because they don't, other than the first game, because they didn't get that many kills yesterday. I mean, they had 13 kills in the very first game. Across the next 3 games combined, they had 8. So because they are relying so heavily on the placement points, I'm worried that can make them, in the grand scheme of things, fall down a bit further, because they do need that 13 kill high game in order to kind of even things out. If not, then they're very dependent on placements. And again, I mean, if they get good placement points every single game, kudos to them. They don't need to really work on anything. I'm just saying that with the format we're playing right now, with only there being 10 kills to a win, the kills matter a whole hell of a lot, because they make it sure that you don't desperately need the placement points. And with the low amount of kills that Sakura Sensen got yesterday, other than the first game, I'm a little worried that if they don't get the placement points, they won't find the kills either.
Toby, the students just become the master. I've got a new top tip. Get to the end game, but also kill lots of players. I mean, PUBG rules 101. I feel like
we are molding the perfect player in PUBG. Anyone who's never seen PUBG before, who came in yesterday to watch a broadcast, we're going, okay, I don't even know what this game's about. Let me just sit back and watch and learn. Like, I'll just sponge everything that I can. If you go away from this, you never get shot. You always just win. I mean, you're going to be the perfect player.
If you're watching and you're very confused for some reason during the course of Super Weekend, we've set up a bunch of rules for obviously being an expert PUBG player. The top one was don't get shot. And we've slowly just been adding ridiculous ones into the mix. Count how many times when I ask either Toby or Joe a question, they tend to mention don't get shot. It does come in quite a bit. Let's take it quite seriously, though. I want to circle back to something that Joe mentioned about Ghetto Gang, because I actually forgot about them yesterday, and I feel bad for saying that. But they did have some really impressive performances, Joe. Toby, Joe mentioned there that he said about wondering if that was a flash in the pan. What do you think of what you saw yesterday? Do you think they can do it again today?
I mean, they managed to bring home a win in their first game, but I would honestly love to hear Joro's take on this. As much as I like their first game, they weren't a standout team to me, so I'd love to hear from you, Joro. I mean, I'm just kind of passing the ball on to you, saying, what is it that you saw in Ghetto Gang that you liked?
I think that's it's a fair question. The way they rotated late game while able to keep all four alive were really good. What they weren't able to string together is, let's say you get to a top 5, top 6 position, where you then start to mop up those kills. So to step 1, keep all 4 of you alive. Step 2, get into a good position. Step 3, let the kills come to you if you've had a quiet game, right? I feel like Ghetto Gang have all the ingredients together to consistently perform step 1. And we saw that they brought it together when they got their chicken dinner. But I haven't seen them do it consistently yet, and that's the final piece of the puzzle I'm looking to see if they can unlock.
We are about to get into game 1 for group 2. Remember, don't get shot, stay alive, make sure you get to the end and kill lots of people. I don't understand why more people aren't brilliant at this game. This is why I'm not a caster. Toby, Joe, you better do that.
Thank you very much, Sam. We're now going to be moving into game number 1 here of Group 2. Our first 2 games are going to be Miramar, of course, where they're going to be moving on to 2 games of Erangel. We watched the players, a completely new set of players here, drop across the map for the first time. It's going to be an 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock playing path, pretty much straight down the middle. I think most teams here, Toby, going to be super happy with this one.
We mentioned it on Erangel earlier today. Now I'm going to mention it again. If what we saw earlier was the plain white bagel of playing paths for Erangel, this is it for Miramar. You could make the argument that Prison over Campo Militar is more of it, but I think that this, like the northwest to southeast trajectory, caters to more different loot spots than the southwest to northeast does.
Sure, I mean, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, as long as you go straight through the middle of the map, right? I get the feeling that a couple of teams will go, oh, we have to get into a vehicle to loot, but generally speaking, I think
play Miramar if you don't like cars.
Well, yeah, exactly. If you want to run everywhere, I've got some bad news for you on that front, but it looks like everyone has more or less managed to land safely. Even those that get vehicles, doesn't look like anyone's particularly contesting. And that's not too surprising. We saw some of the more assertive teams, shall we say, traditionally assertive teams this morning, look like they were completely fine. So if anything, I expect slower starts here, but I want to see who rises to the top and goes super aggressive.
I'm going to blow your mind here, Joro.
What, is that your cosplay for next week?
This is, yes.
Okay.
This is, we have a Western Circle.
We can tell you we're right now.
Who would have thought that we were gonna go west? It's not that we've only had Western circles, but there's been quite a few of them already. And to be honest, I don't really mind them too much. They're incredibly difficult to play, but at the same time, I feel like there's a reason we tend to see the same teams come out on top in these circles, because they have dialed it down. They know which compounds to prioritize. They know where to move early, and they know the importance of not only keeping your vehicles safe, we've already kind of gone over that, but also the importance of getting some sort of high ground control. You cannot just sit in the valley and let everyone do everything around you. You have to have vision. You have to be able to plan, like to lay out a plan and not just sit and wait. In the meantime, speaking of waiting, seems like Vard ain't gonna really want to wait around much longer. The issue is, Karks is sitting in there. I saw a dual barrel shotgun. That is not a gun you want to run into. And he doesn't have a vest either.
I don't think that Cox is an easy way out here, because what he's doing, such a smart thing. He's holding the angle, letting his team know that Cox is in there, and saying we're not going to do anything until everyone else arrives. And that's why we're going to have a collapse. I mean, we've got attacking and defending. Here we go. Cox gets the first headshot as well, and the rest of Hall of Game are coming in. This is problematic for Salvam here.
Yep, this was the cavalry arriving for Salvam, and the first one gets taken down pretty much instantly. Vard is sitting in there with a Saiga in hand. So again, we don't like running into... I mean, if you don't want running into dual barrels, you probably don't want to run into the S12K either. But in a 3v1, let's see if the 5 or 8, not sure if it had an extended mag bullets, is going to save him here. Dual barrel versus Saiga. Which shotgun wins doesn't really matter. It's the AK to do the damage needed.
And Hall of Game there will win that early, very early bit of aggression. With what's happening here is that we're seeing what we predicted would happen in group number 1, which is very interesting indeed. I love that Hall of Game came rushing so quickly. I feel like Parks closed the door when there's definitely someone watching me in the concrete. They're waiting for reinforcements. If we get reinforcements here faster than them, we win the fight. Get over here now. And I'm pretty sure that's exactly what allowed Hall of Game to just get there so quickly. They knew exactly what they needed to do.
Exactly. Well, we talked about this group probably being more passive. This team being one of the few exceptions. Polish Power rotating towards the center of the circle, or at least the northern side of it. Of course, no one wanting to sit dead inside Montenuevo. And also, of course, with the playing path being the way it was, I'm actually a bit surprised that we didn't have anyone looting Montenuevo. Because it's completely open right now. Normally, with a plane path like that, literally flying straight over the city, you'd think somebody would go there. But then again, I mean, considering the fact that two teams clearly landed on top of one another, goes to show that these teams, obviously, a few of them aren't used to playing against one another, and everyone is kind of adapting on the fly in terms of where other teams are going. Very few teams in this lobby have that established drop spot that everyone else just respects, so it becomes kind of a adapt in the plane sort of situation, and no one saw the opportunity to take Monte.
Well, now you've got that fun situation where even though Monty's not taken, who dares go into Monty, right? And most of the teams are going to avoid going in there now, but of course it's free for rotates later on. I think you'll start to see teams have a look at Monty, maybe in phase 3 if it's still in circle, but until then, it doesn't look like it's going to be... I think everyone's going to be driving south of it, honestly, is my prediction.
Say that, but right now we're having a fight in the outskirts. One player did go down from Polish Power, unfortunately. I believe it was Norkis, goes down to Ghetto Gang, the team that you mentioned earlier, wanting to see not necessarily more from, but more of the same from that we saw in that first match. And Haiku, another team that didn't really get the ball rolling all that much yesterday. They did manage to get a few things, but I mean, again, kills weren't there at all. They had their best performance was the 5th place, which overall, I mean, 5th place, pretty decent in the game, but they only had 2 kills. Other than that, a 1-kill game, 1-kill game, and a 2-kill game. It's not gonna cut it. If you want to make top 8 out of 32, having a whole day of games with, well, just 6 kills in total, not gonna be enough.
It's all about the consistency and getting a decent number of games out of the bad ones as well. When you're averaging out over the course of 12, you can't win every single one. The teams try, of course, but that's not how this works. And in fact, every single chicken dinner we've had has been by a different team so far. So really, that just goes to show. A lot of teams now south and southeast of Montenuevo. So not that much... Not that much in terms of up on the cliffs on the west side, actually. And I want to highlight someone you mentioned earlier, Toby. Question Mark appear to be the only team at the moment going on the west side of the cliff. So taking the high ground. They don't have to contest anyone for that piece of real estate right now.
Not at all. They wrapped in from the north, and right now they're sitting in pretty much in full control of the area out towards the west. You can see them in green colors out towards the western side of the map. They have plenty of space to maneuver. Issue is, I mean, as much as you can chill and feel like you're the king of the world with all the space in the circle that they have right now, you can't rest on your laurels, because one bad shift and all of a sudden all the space you had becomes completely meaningless and valueless, and you have to, well, just like everyone else, make a hard rotate in. And if this next circle goes east, you can see right now, I mean, the reason that they have so much space is because east is a complete cluster. And if they have to get into that, if they have to push into that while everyone else is already settled in compounds, they won't be laughing no more.
There's just so many teams used to seeing the circles move sort of east side of the cliffs near La Drilera and south of it that every compound is just taken right now, which is unusual for phase number 1. The good news is, because it's phase 1, the circle's big enough that everyone just about has a space in the circle. The bad news, though, is that if you're rotating late in, or you can see here in Tropic still around Chumacera, you probably don't want to try and take one of those compounds now. Not only will you have to contest someone almost certainly, but you might get shot at by 4 or 5 different teams en route there. So if you're late in now, that's fine. You just accept that you're playing edge.
Exactly. Well, I'm very curious to see where this game is going to take us. Because, I mean, and again, it's kind of obvious, but still, sometimes you get phase ones where, while of course the area of play is pretty massive, you're in an area of the map. I'm thinking in particular the Creator Fields area, and up there, if you get the first circle going north, you know it's going to be one of those hilly, with the small potential of an El Pozo ending, but it's going to be one of those hilly, crazy finishes. Whereas to here, there's a big variety in what can happen. Like if we get a southern hard shift, it's going to be hills, but with more cover. Up towards the north, all of a sudden we're talking like straight out in the open. So as an in-game leader, as a team, you have to be like, because you put different plans in use depending on the terrain that you're playing in and around. What's the importance of vehicles? How early do you have to make those moves? And right now, they can't really commit to any one decisions because the next circle can bring in so many different types of terrain for them to fight through.
Yeah, the possible choices are just too much at the moment. Maybe once we get to sort of phase 3 or 4, we can start to narrow it down with a decent degree of certainty. But for phase 1, there's just so many different endings. We could technically still have a crazy El Pozo ending like we did from day number 1. Everything is on the cards at the moment. This will become a little bit more clear. It's Crossroads, Monte Nuevo. So the warehouses north and south of the road on the east there, they're going to be very important. We might see 1 or 2 more teams dive into Monte Nuevo now. Where Marcelic is now, a little bit of high ground, just off center to the southwest. That's going to end up being interesting. And question mark between them and Monte Nuevo is basically no one else. So they get a nice free rotate here as well.
Yeah, but where do they plan on going? They got all the space out towards the west, but do they want to go into the city? Do they want to wrap north around? I'm not sure. One thing that is guaranteed, though, is that all those small compounds you have in and around the open are going to be heavily contested. You're seeing here one of the 2 remaining players from South Rim. And if you look at the map right now, Ship List is literally miles away from his teammate Baron Peak. So the fact that he's rotating center as a solo player, I respect the guts, not gonna lie.
Rotations are going to start getting messy now. 11 minutes into the game. We still have all 16 teams alive. But the closer to the center anybody gets, the more likely about 5 different DMRs, or dare we even say a couple of bolt shots, come out of the blue towards them as well. So every rotation, every excursion in a vehicle needs to be given a lot of thought right now. Routes have to be planned. You need to keep the cars together. You want to minimize the time you're exposed. It's still possible for everyone to comfortably survive into the end of phase 2, even phase 3 in this circle. But everyone has to be properly on their tippy toes because they can get shot out at any instant.
Did Lil W, are they going to the Rainbow compound? I think they are. Lil is over there already, but I think they either they saw one player and they go, we'll breach him, or they didn't see anyone, but now it doesn't matter. It's going to be dangerous, that's for sure. The way that he just vaulted in there makes me think that they did not see the solo player already in here. Nice peek from around the side, though. Metrics able to get the knock on in before his teammate goes down. Never down to just 1 HP, but seems to me like they will survive with 3 at least.
Yeah, Abdallah there, when he saw Lul W coming, I think you were talking about this earlier, maybe not positioning a vehicle in a way that he can easily escape, perhaps. Or maybe he was missing a tire. I don't know what it was, but he's decided to stay and shoot. And from that point onwards, it's a full commit, right? You've got no choice. You either win the 1v however many it is, or you die. And he did get a point out of it, to be fair. So he doesn't come out of that empty-handed. But if he had a choice and he played that again and he had a vehicle to hand, I think he would have got in that and rejoined the rest of his team.
For sure. The issue becomes when you sit in that compound, it's obviously extremely exposed out in the middle of the road. But when you have Enterprise and you have He-Man from Sakura Sanson up towards that north side with perfect vision on you, once you sit yourself inside that car, you're going to get double headshotted before it even starts moving. So, tricky position to be in. You can see him in here. Again, 8x scope on the Mini. Perfect vision from up on the hillside. Can see essentially the entire circle from here. And he's going to be, like, it's going to be absolutely crucial that all the info he gives across, people get. The question is, does he know that Yanni is right over the top of him? I'm not sure.
Yeah, Johnny's being very, very quiet right now. I don't think Johnny's been heard.
The fact that Johnny is sitting with an M4 and not the bolt out right now indicates to me that Johnny knows that someone's around here.
Yes. Oh, that's a fun shift, isn't it? Take a look at this. The warehouse compounds to the east of Monte Nuevo, the ones we mentioned very first, actually, when phase 2 came into play, they are absolutely the priority now. So Lul W there, Well, they're in a fantastic position. Crash's Esports and Enterprise. Enterprise, in fact, doing pretty well here as well.
True. I mean, the issue right now is that we know for a fact the next circle is going to go southwest to some extent. Either it's going to go straight south, straight west, or southwest because of the mountains up towards the northeast. And there's a reason that no one is playing that entire area. Look at the amount of space here. This is a perfect view. Look at the amount of space that no one's utilizing. Why? Because you can't. There is nothing to utilize in that open field. And we have somewhere along the lines of 12 teams trying to make their way into that exact area right now. And you can see here from Haiku, they're getting completely butchered by every single team in those safe compounds around them. They're having to settle for dips. They're having to settle for shacks in phase 3. That is not something you want to have to commit to, but they can't do anything else because this area is barren and absolutely horrible to be forced into this early in the game.
I mean, that isn't a shack and that isn't a dip. Haiku, I feel like their days are numbered here. Everybody chucking DMRs into the smokes. There's no way they can survive for long unless they move or get a load of knocks themselves. Now we have Stardust trying to push into Sakura Zensen. They were trying to isolate Salty, but they haven't been able to breach it. And as a result, the rest of Sakura Zensen have actually made their way up here. Will Nixie be able to get a crucial flank opening knock? No, he doesn't. He goes down first. Advantage Stardust.
The issue is Stardust don't have their teammates. The remaining 2 players are sitting up above, and they need to apply so much suppressive fire in somehow giving them the advantage or the upper hand in this one. Saga falls back. Salty goes down to the nade. Okay, so despite the fact that there are only 2 people up close, they have managed to turn this into a 2v2 with the upper hand in terms of their teammates being kind of the eyes in the sky here.
I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be enough, though. It's one thing to have the intel. It's quite another to be able to execute. Oh my, but when you catch someone like that unawares, we were talking about the element of surprise earlier on, and He-Man felt that full to the face. Sama managing to get the headshot, not quite able to get the flush as well, but as soon as he saw him crawling away, he knew, oh, I can just go into the house. There's probably not someone right there to res, and he's absolutely correct there. So Stardust picking up another kill.
I'm not gonna lie, we did not see anything from Stardust yesterday. But this right here has me hoping that, I mean, just like earlier today when there were other teams that we didn't see a lot from yesterday that came out as surprise, this right here has me hoping that if they can perform like this, if they can fight with this much control and coordination, that this is going to be a good day for the team.
They need to keep this up and do it time after time. It's not just the one beautiful double spray there. Kark's getting a Gagi with the molly, but he actually got some damage done with the M4 as well. Zoka goes down to a headshot, and this allows Kark's the time to get a really nice flank. And as long as no one else is on the right-hand side, and it doesn't look like it, there's Pains there, but he doesn't see him in time. They will be able to pick up those 2 kills. Very clean stuff from Kark's.
Yep, Cindy does go down, so a little bit of troublesome situation for them. And now that No Name Yet is pushing up from the other side as well, I think the days accounted for Austrian Force here. Pain's on his own, in trouble in between 2 teams. But when does Hall of Game realize? I mean, you'd have to think they should realize that there's opposing players just over on the other side of the ridge.
I think they just saw in the kill feed that the person that they were hunting got killed by someone else, and that's the point where they go, hang on, we might need to back off here. We're not 100% sure how many people are beyond the next ridge. Question mark now, trying to push into Entropic. Oh, it's almost tragic, right? The team that didn't perform as well as we thought yesterday, that we want to see something come back out from, versus the team that, frankly, set the lobby on fire. This is the toughest ask, arguably, for Question mark.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to go out and perform well, if you want to show people that you got what it takes, might as well just slay the giant while you're at it. Ives trying to come up to help his fallen teammate. They want to commit to the rest, but they can't do that before one more player is there to help out. QPE goes down. That's Chusini from afar. Ives runs straight into a molly. Suboptimal, of course, but he will have to see if he can fight on through this. QPE does get flushed by Mommy, so multiple teams now getting an opportunity to third party on this as these 2 teams are battling in the valley.
Question mark pushing in. They wanted to finish the fight super quick. They weren't able to. Molly versus frag grenade. Nail up gets hit a square in the face. They should just about be able to get a first aid off, I think. They exchange a little bit of damage, but they're now stuck either end of this long building. And it's not this fight that I'm worried about. It's who's going to be up top waiting for the victor of this fight, because it's gone on so long, you know?
unless if we get a quadruple hard shift southwest, I don't see any of these two teams getting out of here alive, that's for sure. The fact that Hall of Game not only cleared their entire side, but also forced No Name Yet to go further over to the other side, that means that they have all the room in the world and all the time in the world to just full-on focus down the hill. In the meantime, the remaining two Stardust players trying to hold off here. This battle never really came to an end. They have regrouped, they have fortified the position to try and help out, but the fight between Sakura Sanson and Stardust still goes on.
And I'm just impressed that it hasn't dragged on for much longer. Question mark do fall to Entropic. Now, admittedly, they fall to a team that's been doing very, very well this weekend so far, but it's still a disappointing start to them with still 14 teams remaining in this lobby. Not what they would have wanted at all, but hopefully we get to see them back in game number 2 on Miramar. Sakura Zensen then still... Oh no, they're rushing one by one. And Sama, who did such a good job anchoring before, is now the only player left alive on Stardust. So they started off so brightly, Toby, but the follow-up decisions perhaps haven't allowed them to finish the fight.
Well, they pushed down the hill, and that allowed for No Name Yet to take the compound behind them. And all of a sudden, as we saw earlier as well, you feel like you play with your backs open and you can wrap around, but there's an entire team behind you preventing you from doing so, and that's when you start feeling incredibly trapped all of a sudden. Circle, once again, centering up on the hillside. Again, as long as the high ground is in here, the whole southwestern side of this circle becomes practically unplayable, to be honest, unless if you have cars or 16,000 smokes. The only thing you can hope for is that the likes of... I mean, the fact that there's the fight going on in the center compound right now is incredibly important for all the other teams, because that's a position from where they would be shooting at everything. So there's no one looking from there right now, but Polish Power, the team on the hilltop, as long as they're not looking towards the north, you can do stuff like this, like Lil W is doing right now. If they were all sitting up there shooting in this direction, this would have never been allowed.
It just gives other teams time to get into some sort of position, even if it's not priority, right? If these teams are busy fighting each other center, they're not looking outwards. And it's when you look outwards for teams that might be rotating in late, for example, that's when you get the free point or two on rotation, or you get that headshot out of the car. Nice nade! That's from Monkey onto Cox. And this is on the south side of the circle. So yeah, while everyone in the center is looking at each other, this frees up everyone on the edge to basically do what they want. And at the moment, that's carnage.
Yep, Hall of Game trying to clear out their side of the circle, and it's working out for them incredibly well so far. No Name Yet wanted to go over the top. They wanted to secure their own hilltop, but in doing so, they end up getting completely slaughtered. And Hall of Game, we're glad to see them come out here and perform well come start of today. Didn't exactly have the best day for themselves yesterday either. Solid performance today here, though, to start things off.
Polish Power starting to come into their own as well. They're one of the teams that's just inside the circle on the south side that's waiting. Well, I say waiting. They managed to get a kill for everyone to resolve their differences south. So I get the feeling these secondary fights, they're going to be able to mop up a decent number of kills, provided they don't get third-partied themselves. And almost immediately, as I say it, they get 2 knocks onto Hall of Game and a knock and a flush onto Entropic.
Yep, we can see here. Plenty of damage coming through from various players. I'm not sure exactly what those numbers are showing us.
All of the numbers.
All of the numbers must be shown. Godrilla in the meantime tried to stay put. Only player left alive, but that ain't gonna happen. Polish Power took control on the hillside early, and they've been able to maintain it. No matter who came up, they've dealt with them without taking casualties. Yes, I know that they have lost one player, but that was before they even got here in the first place.
You know what? I think those numbers we saw on the screen was just a tiny glimpse inside the Galaxy Brain sort of play that Polish Power were just trying to figure out. And then they went, oh, this is how we get 5 kills for free.
Got it.
They absolutely blast out there.
One.
With a beautiful headshot.
2.
No! No! Monkey!
The legend shows up once more. Will he get the 4th? No! Not gonna happen! The icing on the cake.
No icing. Plain cake. Plain, dry, biscuity base of a cake.
You hate to see it in that, Nate. That's gonna steal all of them.
Oh, if that got all 4.
You hate to see it. Such a good effort from an absolute legend of a player, but stolen away by Jenny, who with an heroic effort saves not only himself, but literally his entire team.
What a play. I mean, look, no one's going to take that clip away from Monkey, but unfortunately, No Name Yet won't be able to get points away from that engagement. But my God, imagine if someone else was right there with him. Nonetheless, they'll be able to continue fighting in game number 2, I am sure. Polish Power and Entropic now, the two heavyweights in this lobby so far this game, are going to be fighting on the southern side. And then in the circle, Sakura Zensen still locked in battle. Crashers Esports, no one really contesting north. It firing some shots towards Lol W, but no one's coming close to them right now. Still 10 teams in the lobby at the 24-minute mark.
The fact that Tropic not only got out of the valley, but is actually putting up a fight against Polish Power here is absolutely insane to me. Now, they are down to just 2 players, but so are Polish Power, at least for now. Nate being lopped on forward, bounces a bit far, but actually does manage to do at least a little bit of damage. Cabby has to try and heal on up, while Master Leg is trying to hold the angle. Flash is being thrown forward. Oh no, the Flash goes backwards and he's completely blind. He's going to be blind for a good second here. In the meantime, Lil W are eliminated. Ghetto Gang able to do damage and take them on out. Solid shots coming through from Cabby with the mini to get down Ivis.
Polish Power locked in battle here, spraying through the smoke and actually getting a lot of damage done there. Does Entropic. Nailup looking for a way out of this situation, ideally with 2 headshot kills, but the problem is Polish Power have a hill that they can play off the back of, and unless they're willing to stand at the top and peek, Nailup has no targets to shoot, so Polish Power can dictate the pace of the rest of this engagement. They're too strong at the moment. It's a 2v1 either side of this ridge. 5 kills to their name as well.
And again, Polish Power blessed by the fact that the fight was still going on between Enterprise and Sakura Sanson, because they were completely exposed to that compound. But now, finally, for the first time in what I feel like is 5 circles, Sakura Sanson actually has the compound to themselves.
And that's going to be rather useful indeed. Sakura Zensen, can they keep a hold of this much real estate, though? Like, can they stop the Polish Power peeking at them, for example, from up top long enough that they can get angles onto teams like Haiku and Ghetto Gang? Like, Sakura Zensen have a good position, but I don't know how many angles they can safely peek from. You know what I mean?
I feel like either you commit to the building Salty is in and focus northward and allow for potentially, I mean, either you allow for Crashers to get into it or you allow for other teams. You hope that other teams will do the work for you, or you go down to Tega's position, hold out the Crashers team, and hope that other teams are going to deal with Polish Power. Issue is, in Polish Power's position, you're the only team that can really hold them off, whereas to pretty much everyone else can help you deal with Crashers. So I would be prioritizing northward if I was Sakura Sanson in this.
And then, of course, you prioritize the... I think I agree. The southern compound that Salty is in, for example, there are no windows to the west side. The good news is Polish Power can't just walk in because Haiku will see them, Ghetto Gang will see them. But if they start fighting each other and Polish Power get a free crash, you don't really want them on the outside of your compound. So I do like Tekker's building better. They're holding the split at the moment, but how long will it be until someone walks in?
I have to wait and see. Tegas. Oh no, you don't peek into the bolt like that, Salty. Now has to try and commit to the rest. If Polish Power reads this and understand that this is Sakura Sanson in the compound, there's a play for them to make full-on beeline it into the compound and force them to either cancel the rest or commit to it, but giving you enough time to get the compound. Unfortunately, they didn't seem like they wanted to jump on it. In the meantime, because of the knock, that's going to allow for Crashers Esport to at least make their way inside the circle.
Centering on the dirt road there, as you can see. The team's relatively spaced out from each other right now, but I think that's Ghetto Gang in top middle. They're a little bit squeezed out at the moment. Senka Pow trying to figure out what the next action is. Pardon me, that's Haiku. I mean, what do you do if you're Senka Pow right now? I feel like you just have to wait, because any move you make is entirely dependent on everyone else starting to fight first, right?
I mean, Haiku has been prone in that position for 6 circles. They've literally been in that exact same spot for the last 6 circles, so might as well just stick around. It's been working out so far. I mean, they lose 2 teammates, so what? We're still alive. We got top 6. There's only 12 players left alive. If we just stay here for long enough, maybe people forget that we're here, and then when there's only another team left remaining, we can come out from nowhere and shoot them in the back, you know?
Yeah, maybe. I think... This is phase 8, so they're going to be in. I don't think Crashers Esports want to rotate north. I feel like, if anything, they go via the compound. It's interesting that once Tekka's got rezzed from Sakura Zensen, by the way, they both went to the south compound. So it's a little bit more towards the middle of the circle, but fewer. Yeah. They can't see Entropic from there. They can't see Polish Power from there. But it's a little bit closer to the center, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, their focus is going to be downhill, no doubt about it. Light, well, it lives up to his name. A little bit of light coming back to Woot himself there with the flash, accidentally not bouncing the way that he wanted it to. I am a little surprised that they run this way, but then again, as you see here to the right side, it's so open. If they were to try and make a wrap towards the northwest side of the circle, over towards Haiku, it is so incredibly exposed. And now let's see Ghetto Gang over the top. M4 in hand, April throws the nade, doesn't need it though. Gets a double headshot connected on towards Senka. Finds the first one. They have to worry about Entropic over the top, and to say that, nail up. Double headshot connected in return. Blazer falls down. And will that be Masterleg and Polish Power trying to do something over it? Yes, it will. The third party becomes a fourth party, and everyone's taking casualties.
Finish your fights quickly, or this happens to you. Polish Power are a little bit in their element right now. The only problem is at least one of them doesn't have a vest, but they love spotting exactly where they can afford to push against these teams and getting those extra points. This is one of the things they do so well in PUBG. April from Ghetto Gang, at something like the fourth time of asking, does get mollied. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to survive that. He does on 16 HP. It stops the burning.
You have one more molly.
Backed up 2.
Senka, you gotta throw this molly. You have 2 more mollies. You know there's a knock play up there. They're throwing flashbangs, but not trying to make a play on it. Of course, I mean, it could also just be them trying to buy times to get heals off, but you know where they are. I mean, there's only so many places they can be with the position that they're in, and knowing that there's players up above them, lob those mollies up there and see how much you can do with it, because now you're going to have to make a move, and now those mollies won't be used for nothing. Senka does find the first, though. Second one over the top. Spotted, damage done. Knock does not come through, though. 2 HP, and he goes down to return. April with the double. Gets them both secure. Wow. Blazer. I'm not sure there's going to be a rest possible here, but he sure is doing the damage needed to keep his team alive.
Very nicely done there from April. A critical double there. Sadly, I don't think he'll be able to get much else done in this game, but those extra points plus the extra placement points are going to come in very handy to them indeed. Polish Power with a duo. Sakura Zensen with 2 alive. Crashers Esports with, well, 1 up and 2 more that are downed at the moment, and Ghetto Gang now out of the game in 4th place.
Ends up going down to blue, so does Spartacus. So April will get that point shifted over. We'll see now. Masterleg steals 1. That's going to be Shro down 2v1. Light is still somewhat unknown. Has a nade, has a molly, doesn't want to use it. Throws a flashbang without peeking on it. Surprised why that was. Masterleg peeks on over. Gets tagged up in the process. Salty goes down as well. It's a 3-way 1v1. Salty gets the double against Polish Power. Now it's just 1 left alive. Goes for the spray and gets it. And Crashers Esports only get 3 kills, but they knock themselves a chicken dinner.
That was a very interesting way to end the game as well. I mean, 3 solos where everyone is just juking out for the same position means that you can roll a dice to determine the outcome of that game. And if you did that 100 times, there's no clear winner there. It was really hard fought. Everyone was trying to take the aggressive position. A little bit how, like we talked yesterday, Toby, people are passive to begin with, but when it counts, everyone's rushing in.
I don't feel like Crashers, despite their name, ever rushed in anywhere. I feel like they were playing the let's play it as slow as we possibly can and only shoot when we have to. When they cleared April on the northwest side, like up the hill there, I thought now you're playing back 3, now is when you peek over. You have full level 3 gear and a Groza. This is your time to shine. But he never, I don't want to say dared, but he never opted to peek on over. He wanted to be guaranteed that they would take the fight inside instead, and he did, and well, credit where credit's due, they won the game.
And remember, when you've got multiple teams, even if it's just 1 player each, the extra 4 points for winning the chicken dinner, well, they go Crashers Esports' way. As far as history is concerned, they've got that kill, they've got that win. Let's find out what that does to the overall standings after this break. That was game number 1 of Miramar, ladies and gents. We'll be back with game 2 in just a second.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push ball test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Crasher Esports takes the first chicken dinner in Group 2 today, and we need to focus on the chicken dinner, but what I actually want to talk about is Sakura Zenson, because I want to know who's making the decisions in that team. The whole of yesterday we saw this, and Toby, we saw it again. They are so good at figuring out how to stick around till the end game. They are sticking around till the final four. You see it, you think that they're going to go down, they disengage, they get out of the situation, they wait a bit, but even though they're doing that, they're not fighting. They're still getting the kills as well. I think that this is a team that we need to keep our eyes on because they seem to be getting it right all the time. What do you think?
No, I agree. I mean, they played a good game here. Of course, this game getting them to the end game in a different manner than what they did yesterday. They were essentially having a compound fight that lasted 6 circles, which is pretty unusual. Usually, it would have come to an end a little bit faster than it ended up doing. But in the end of it, they won the prolonged endurance battle, and they claimed victorious in that. Of course, didn't amount to the amount of kills or the win that they probably would have wanted in the end of things, but solid performance from them to stick around for as long as they did.
We'll talk a bit more about that in a while, but I want to talk about some of the highlights. So one of my highlights, which I'm hoping will pop up very soon, was getting to see Monkey in action. How about you, Jorasar?
Monkey's got to be a highlight of that game, right? Getting the triple there, very emphatic, very close to getting the full team wipe as well. Probably about a quarter of a second worth of timing, but frankly, in PUBG, a quarter of a second is all you need. This is beautiful. I mean, let's just watch this.
The way that he uses the car as well for cover.
It's so good.
You can't, I mean, to a certain extent, you can't even fault Enterprise. I mean, the first knock comes in before they even know what's going on. The second one, he peeks on the other side of the car in the instant, and he's exposed, like he's peeking in a way that there's never a point at which both the players can spot him at the same time. It's just him being able to catch them in a position where they cannot utilize their numbers to their own advantage. Very impressive from a player that has literally pulled off legendary moves time after time after time.
And don't forget that even if he turns it into a whole series of 1v1v1s, he still has to do that 3 times in a row. It's so good.
Very, very impressive.
Taking a look at the scoreboard now, you can see Polish Power at the top there. It just shows you, even though they got to the end game, maybe didn't get the chicken dinner, but the kills got them there. I do want to ask though, Toby, why, how, the 2v1, how did they lose it?
I think, I mean, obviously there were, the way that I saw it, there was only really one way that Salty could get out of that building. The issue is there were so many smokes being thrown, and Polish Power, I mean, they'd been battling the entire game. So they were down vests, they were down helmets, they practically had nothing left to utilize, and Salty took advantage of that. It was an unfortunate peak the first time around. I feel like they could have double peaked it, or at least attempted to, but it's micro things in the very hectic end game. And honestly, for the way that Polish Power played that, I was not surprised, but impressed by the fact that they managed to keep it up for that long. So overall for them, even though they don't end up winning, still a good game for them.
We're going to take a look now at the leaderboard for Group 2. Of course, you've just had a chance to see how all the teams performed. And interestingly, Jorasar, you mentioned both of these teams in the pre-show leading up into Group 2, specifically Polish Power. You said if they play very aggressively, and I think you said this yesterday as well, that we need to be a bit worried about them, and it's proven. And you also mentioned Ghetto Gang, both of those teams finding themselves in the top 4. Do you think that this is a change in the wins for them? Are they going to be playing like this more today?
I think that Polish Power can take heart from that, knowing that in this lobby it suits their play style just a little bit better than it did yesterday. You can tell in the way they're playing, they're a bit more free. They don't mind to swivel around to engage a second team because they're that much more confident today. And I think it's showing in game number 1. Ghetto Gang, I'm on the fence about. They had a solid game, and I feel like in the late game, they positioned themselves well, but it's not like they popped off at the end or anything like that. So a TBC on them. The team I feel a little bit sorry about is Question Mark. We can rag on them if we want for going out as one of the first teams to die in game number 1. But let's be honest, they went into a full-on slugfest with Entropic and they could have won it as well. So if I'm Question Mark, I don't beat myself up too badly about that.
Toby, I had this written down. I wasn't going to say it, but now, I mean, John made me do it. I said Question Mark is still a question mark. That's how I'm feeling about them right now.
No, I agree. I mean, again, as Joro said, it's tricky to go up against Entropic up close. And not only that, but you're doing that while Hall of Game, Polish Power, and Renewal are all shooting at you while you're trying to have that fight. Doesn't exactly make things easier, but I agree. It doesn't really matter how the games go down when you continue to fail to impress. Question marks will be made over the top of your head, and right now I haven't seen what I need to see from them in order to know that, in order to feel satisfied with what I've been seeing.
I have seen some teams, though, pop off today. I've seen some of them yesterday. So I originally came into this group. I thought there were like 3 or 4. I mean, I mentioned them at the start, and now I've added another 3 to the mix. Let's see if any of them perform once again. I'm very excited for this group now. I'm ready. I'm hoping you are as well. Let's drop into game.
Over the skies of Miramar one more time. This is Group 2, Game 2, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go. What is this going to show us? A little bit of a less central plane part this time around. 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock here, so very much south of Picado. We might see a couple of alternate drop spots here. What do you reckon, Toby?
I love your use of a little bit less central. This is an absolutely terrible plane path.
A little bit less plain, this
You have to stretch to even get to Picado. That's when you know that this is a brutal plane path. But with that said, I gotta say, I mean, we talked about a number of teams during the break, and obviously we only have so much time, so we can't cover everyone. But one team that I feel like if you were to buy stocks in their point score, Crashers Esports upped their total point score in the tournament so far by 500% in one game.
They just hit the moon.
I mean, that is literally to the moon and beyond.
That's the Crashers Esports NFT.
And we of course, we're making a bit of a joke of it, but I'm not going to lie. To go from, we talked about how teams can bounce back, that you don't really, because it's only 4 games a day, you don't really have the time to, build up that momentum and whatnot. Crashers Esports had 3 points yesterday. I'm not talking about 3 kills or 3 placement points in a game. They had 3 points on the entire day. And I don't have to go into depth how that's not good, because they, of course, know that themselves. But the fact that they can go from there, I know it wasn't the flashy game they just had now. It wasn't fancy. But the thing is, I mean, think about it this way. Abdallah went down pretty much instantly.
Yeah.
In that game. He was one of the first players to die down in the Rainbow compound when Lil W pushed him, and they still managed to win the game. And yes, I know that they were sitting in a compound for a while and things were going their way, but when they needed Spartacus to hit that headshot in order on Teggers in order for them to run up the hill, he hit the shot. When they needed Light to hit not the flashbang on the wall and then flash himself, but when they needed him to hit the Grocer spray to win the game, he hit that spray. And it doesn't matter. Any team, if you ask them, hey guys, you want a 13-point game? They will take it every single day of the week. So I don't care what happened yesterday. They have to clean slate things, say, you know what, 3 points yesterday, doesn't matter. We just got to win in our first game. Let's build some momentum off of that.
Yeah, and don't forget as well that if you can consistently get 4 non-flashy, low-kill chicken dinners in a row, I can tell you, you're going to the grand finals weekend. That is completely fine. The idea that you have to pop off and get a 20-kill game, no, dude, you don't. You're okay. You just need to do it consistently.
Sam, we have a new one for you. If you can just get 4 low-kill chicken dinners in a row,
then you can win on low heat.
If you can just get 4 wins in a row, then you can win a tournament. I feel like that's got to be the best one of the pro tips. The best pro tip we've come up with so far, Joro. Just win 4 games in a row, guys. Come on. You don't need that many kills. Just win 4 games in a row.
Don't get shot, be better, win 4 games in a row. Done.
I mean, how can that not be the winning formula? I'm just saying, any pro player can question that, but no one can say that won't lead to a win.
This is why we have massively long-standing careers ahead of us as PUBG coaches, Toby.
Obviously.
We got this.
Obviously. I tried it one time. It didn't succeed.
It's because back then we didn't know that the secret was...
We didn't know we needed to get 4 wins. Oh, if I had just known back then. Had I just known, my career would have gone in a completely different direction. I feel like that was the sauce I never added to my recipe there. Yep, that was the secret sauce that I never found.
So La Bandita then is basically the center of phase number 1 here. So we're not going to see anything completely wild here in game number 2. And that means that a lot of teams will be positioning themselves, in the compound south of Junkyard. A lot of circles tend to go there. Crushes Esports actually in a great position right now. No name yet. We'll be looking to bounce back with a vengeance in this game. They're just north of them even, but still in vehicles, so they might be rotating a little further in. Entropic, very close to center. Haiku starting to bunch up to them as well. If they stop where they are and they're able to hold that core group of buildings that they've got in the center of the circle, most other teams are going to have to settle for, I think, priority 2 here.
Yeah, guaranteed. Nail up now. Of course, trying to do a little bit of damage, trying to make sure that they will have the amount of space needed to play around in the split that they're currently posted in as possible. Double in the meantime, takes a bullet to the head, fortunately avoids further damage, so he's going to stay alive for now. But he's now starting to realize that he is just crawled into a tree that had a big bee's nest in it.
You want to be careful where you put your foot. You don't want to kick that. That is for sure. Is there a way for Double to get out? I'm looking for a miracle. I don't think I see one there, Toby, but this is a little bit further along. And you know what? These guys, for the 2nd game in a row now, are going for this fight. And this time around, Lil W, they come out worse for wear.
It's,
Stardust, keep trying, man.
Guys, I'm looking at the map here, and this is not that tricky a circle. What's going on? Everyone is fighting. Everyone is fighting early right now. Blue Star trying to hold off on the side here. Down to just 32 HP. Only got level 1 gear to work with as well. Blue Star does go down aggressive. Finds him. Goes for the instant flush as well. Got to secure those points for your Haiku. Wants to wrap around now on the other side. Let's see what more he can find. Up the window. Double spots him. 1 HP again. A lot of these 1 HP survivals today.
We'll add another one. So don't get shot, but if you do get shot, stay on 1 HP.
Oh, yeah.
Much better than 0. Yeah, you're right. A lot of compounds actually being attempted to breach here, despite the fact that this is quite... This is not the world's trickiest circle. Why is everyone targeting the same group of combat? I don't have the answer to that. Griffith, by the way, just goes down to 1 HP as well. It's like we're caster blessing the hell out of this. I don't know what's going on. Zenka Pow Pow lands the shotgun shot, but he is not able to get the knock, and Double, therefore, will pick it up instead.
Oh, out the window. Aggressive, solid headshot comes through. Took damage initially, but stays alive. Great play by him. Cabby, in the meantime, finds Griffith. So now Polish Power is opting to aggress on this as well. Cabby finds the knock from afar. Norki is up close already. They want a piece of this pie.
I'm still trying to work out why we're seeing 4 of these fights together in phase 1 of game number 2. I honestly don't get it, but right now, 4 Slayers, all they care about is staying alive. I don't think Double's going to be able to get to 0. Haiku is essentially bisecting them right now. And yeah, look, I think he tried to get across. I mean, I guess he had to try and do something, and Aggressive just takes him out nice and clean. No damage taken in return. Easy peasy. He's got 3 kills to his name now. So Haiku have lost Senka Pow Pow, but otherwise they are doing just fine in this game.
Well, let's see. How is it continuing to fare? I mean, again, it's a rather straightforward circle just north of Los Leones. It's not like we haven't seen these before, but
right.
Sometimes you gotta fight. And I feel like for a lot of these teams, they were forced to fight earlier than they probably would have wanted to. But let's try and just relax for a second, watching what's going on here. Shiv trying to force teams away. They're sitting in their 2-way split right now. Entropic in a wide 2-1-1 split right now. They got 2 players north of Los Leones on the west side. They got Nail Up down next to the Ends compound, and then you have QPE far up on the other side. And here you can see as well Shiv and Tundo in their 2-way split. They got 2 players down here. The remaining 2 are all the way up inside of Minas Generales. So pretty decent sized split they've got going to. And then look at Polish Power too, Joro. Everyone out here trying to claim real estate.
Yeah, but the split for Polish Power is ambitious, shall we say, but at the same time, because people are more focused on moving out to the west part of the circle, I think, because like the circle eventually is going to move away from Impala, right? I reckon they can just about get away with this, but the moment one of them spies a car on the horizon or multiple vehicles rolling in, they have to do one of 2 things. They have to collapse on that player, or that player has to get out to a teammate, and you can't wait more than 2 seconds to make that decision, otherwise someone will be dead. So they have to really focus for the next 2-3 minutes to make sure that they're on top of that kind of situation.
Yeah, the worst thing that can happen to you, and well, I guess you can say the wider your split is, first of all, the better your communication has to be, but also the more of a straight line you have to one another. Like if you're allowing for opposing teams and players to get in between those splits, and making it impossible for you to regroup, you could very easily be screwed. I mean, if you can't reunite when need be, if one of the players kind of gets pulled up on, it's safe to say that you could easily get in trouble.
A good way to think about it, if you're watching this at home going, what are you talking about with these splits? Which, by the way, 10 o'clock hard shift, lots of fun. We'll talk about this in just a sec. A good way to think about splits, don't think about how far everyone is in terms of distance. Think about how far you are from your teammates by the number of seconds it would take you to reach them if they got knocked. That's a good way to think about it.
Exactly. And as you were just saying, this circle, I mean, it might not look like much, but this is absolutely brutal. We're talking about, and we've been talking about today, these natural funnels that we have on this map, like the bottlenecks that are caused by the way of the terrain. Here, having to traverse east to west, or well, from the east into the circle, you're forced to go in between Minas and La Bendita. You're forced to then try and spread out over this terrain. It is so hard to play, and I can fully understand why Enterprise just beelined it to the west side of the road, because they know for a fact that they will be the only team over there for a while, and if they can spread out now and take control, they're going to have so much space, pretty much no matter where the next circles are going to go, because look at the few amount of players up there in the northwest. It's just them on the west side of that road. There's no one in Picado just yet either.
The tricky part of this circle, once everyone is in and safe, and I think Enterprise are going to get away with this scot-free, that road between Picado and Hacienda, no one wants to cross that road because it's low ground and everyone can see you from God knows how many different angles. So the fact that Enterprise are just chilling at that compound and there's nobody else, even within line of sight of them, This is going to make their phase 3 rotate, if they're quick, really, really easy.
No doubt about it. Let's see now. Winners of our previous game, Crashes Esports, spreading out, taking a little bit of control here as well. They're sitting in a pretty good spot right now. I mean, we know that we're going to shift away from that west side rock eventually, unless, of course, if this next circle literally hard shifts up into the power grid, then there is still a chance that it could head on up there. But other than that mountain...
If that happens, dude, like if that goes onto Enterprise,
I'm just saying if this next circle hard shifts northwest, it pretty much has to go up on the mountain, which would be the. I mean, we're still early in the year and very early in the European side of PUBG Esports for the year, but that would be the worst circle of the year so far, no doubt about it. If we go from this phase 2 into a power grid plateau ending in phase 4, that would be absolutely terrible, which of course is something we would all enjoy, except for those 50, I'm not going to say 57, probably more like 53 players on the server that aren't Enterprise.
Man, that would be ridiculous. If we got another 10 o'clock hard shift now.
That's what I'm saying. If it goes up there now, then it pretty much has to go up there afterwards.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, that would... Well, we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, question mark are split around the west side of Minas. They're looking just fine because no one really is on the edge there. Although, that said, Austrian force are outside of the circle coming in. So hopefully they'll hear those vehicles and keep an eye out. This is Sakura Zensen. They've got control of Graveyard, just north of the center of the circle. No name yet, are sitting very happy indeed, and it's going to be a northeast shift instead. So in between Graveyard and La Bandita.
This is going to be fun to watch. There's no one having claimed, I mean, you have the La Bandita crater, but you also have the crater to the southwest, kind of in between Picado and La Bandita. No one's really claimed that hilltop there, and from there, you'll be able to see so much. And I feel like the team that gets up there will have an opportunity to third-party quite literally every single fight that's going to be in this server. In the meantime, Heiko now, full speed forward. Where are you planning on going? Where is the X on the map that you have marked to say this is where we're stopping? Is this here? Is it the shack? Are we committing to shack's phase 3? I mean, they tried to do it last game, and, well, this time around they succeed. Dead center in the circle, not too bad.
They have indeed got control of that shack. No one was really shooting them quite a lot on their way in as well. Sarvem is unfortunately getting peppered a little bit. They tried to do something similar on the south side, but the rotation didn't quite work out. 3 different teams have been shooting them, and Tropic are one of them. Only the 2 kills so far, but all 4 of them are still alive, and they are looking nice and swell on the south side. They can leave whenever they want. There isn't a second angle of enemies looking to shoot out the vehicle tires or anything like that. They're in a good spot.
Pretty comfortable for now. Let's see. Stardust, they fought early. They got themselves 3 kills. Now they're wrapping south straight into Ghetto Gang. Did they maybe shoot too soon? I feel like if they had waited a little while longer, they could maybe lure them into a trap here, but it's allowing for Stardust to get out of the vehicles, to turn things around. Now they're, essentially, I mean, given a warning before they came down here. I feel like with the cars having to wrap around that side, you have to slow down and whatnot. You could have easily have found the first 1 or 2 kills, but now there are going to be 4 people on foot, and they're going to take the fight too.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep there from Ghetto Gang. I honestly think they can lure them in. I'm trying to work out if maybe Ghetto Gang don't want them to come close because a third party is possible behind them. But there's no one behind Ghetto Gang right now. So I think that was just a little bit of trigger happy fingers there. They haven't done anything horrible, mind you. It's not like, you know, they haven't lost a player or anything like that. But you're right. They could have given themselves a little bit of that element of surprise. And now they're asking Stardust, what do you want to do? Because they have to push into Ghetto Gang or move back towards LW to get into the circle.
Exactly. How are they planning on continuing from here? Also, look at this. Nail Up making a run over towards Renewal. 3 players on the compound still, but he is scouting forward, dip by dip, making his way further towards the center of the circle. Grandis, in the meantime, finds Pain, so that's 1 kill confirmed for Enterprise. Again, they are well aware at this point that they're probably going to have to make their way back east at some point, so the more damage they can do now, the better off they're going to be once the trip commences.
It also just chips away at the utility of your enemies, right? If their vests are struggling, if you manage to get a headshot and you knock the helmet off someone, for example, that is useful. Next circle, A little bit of a southern skew. Sakura Zensen are going to be a bit upset. So a question mark. But most teams should be able to handle this okay.
Yeah, well, let's see. Layla prones on down. He's well aware that there's a team over here. Obviously, you heard them come on through. So when is he gonna peek? When is he gonna go out of hiding?
You know what we do out? That's like the world's worst maze.
It really is. It's a pretty tricky position to be in. Yep. Pretty tricky position to be in. Griffith finds a kill. Savim taken out in 15th. Griffith 1 HP, or at least close to it. Trying to use that smoke for cover. Might keep him alive at least for a little while longer. In the meantime, Austria and Fools trying to make their way in. Shiv finds one. Iva's now taken down as well, so that is what they didn't want to have happen. A little greedy, peeking up on the roof. There goes down, but fortunately QPE is there to help, and seems to me like Nailup still haven't quite pounced just yet.
It will reach a point where they're going to have to, but for now, Stardust and Ghetto Gang, they're going to have words. And by words, what we mean is if you like the shack, well, too bad. We've got a couple of nades coming your way. Gedrox gets a free early point, thanks to Touch of God. And he backs out instantly. He goes, I've got the point. Don't get traded. Move back. Allow your teammates to cover for you. Super smart play there from Ghetto Gang. Now we need to see them do this repeatedly. Lurex, unfortunately, and the gang from LOLW getting some really nice long-range angles onto Ghetto Gang. I don't think they can finish, at least, but the longer this happens, the more scared I am of a team rotating around Ghetto Gang and third-partying.
Everyone thought they were the team that were safe to peek on over the top, and everyone's realizing there's always a team behind you when you least expect it.
Yep.
Friendlies, though, I feel like they have the right to believe that they're the team furthest west simply because they've been out here for the last 3 circles, so they can make their move on up. Free kill does get knocked, though. Tundo able to find one as he gets the knock in the other side around. They have to worry. Whenever they're pushing that ridge line, there's a good chance that the Frenchman down towards the northwest can spot them over the hilltop. And you can see again, every time he peeks over, 80 of that damage, all that damage that came in was not uphill. That was from Tundu down the northern side of the road. Or the hillside, sorry.
It was so kind of all of the players to instantly illustrate every point we make. I feel like they've been super compliant today, Toby, but that was a good illustration of why just because you think you can peek the top of the hill doesn't mean you can, and everyone is watching everywhere. So Janny will now be able to rejoin the rest of his team. That is good for them. They've got the west side of the circle. Not quite to themselves, though, because Renewal are super close, and Ghetto Gang might be looking to move up behind them. This is question mark now on the east. They've gone past a member of Hall of Game, and Mom is in front of them. They're just trying to survive and be sneaky. The problem is, a doozy of all people has spotted he's here.
Yeah. Does it get him down? Indeed, he does. The 1-2 punch doozy attracts the attention and faultlessly peeks around the side. They go down. Sancho finds a double as well, so Renewal eliminated 2. The southeast side of this new circle is going to be Bloodbath, which just hard shifted north into the field. Polish Power sitting very comfortable inside the compound here. Now, Mame should be blind for at least a little while, but Fate prone down. I think he heard a vehicle. Tried to, was afraid maybe that the car was coming towards him. Does he spot Mummy on the other side? That's perfect. Straight on him. Yep, there you go. The headshot comes through. Mummy falls down. Hall of Game out in 13th.
And I love, by the way, what Crashers Esports did. We can see them eliminating Luca Rooks, who was scouting, by the way, for Entropic. They were in the mix with question mark on the outside of the circle, and as soon as the next circle popped, they disengaged and immediately ran vehicles into that compound so that everyone else has to move into them on phase 5. That is such a smart play from Crashers Esports. My only concern now is they might be, frankly, a little bit too split. From what I can see on the minimap, a 2-1-1 split in phase 5 when you've got 9 hungry teams looking to possibly take those compounds, maybe a bit much, but the idea behind what they're trying to do is excellent.
I get it. I mean, try to hold off question mark. It's going to be dangerous, though, no doubt about it. Finally, this fight on the west side had to happen eventually. Ghetto Gang pushed up earlier. They got one. Now they continue to take the fight here against the team that they essentially allowed into the circle earlier. Out towards the other side of this exact crater. Blazer trying to push forward. They want to make a smoke pass so that they can take this fight without having to deal with Entropic. But the more they throw smokes here, the more that allows for Entropic to make the push themselves.
Spotting the silhouette in the smoke, but not quite enough for Blazer. Deadtrix managing to get that knock. And now we are watching Ghetto Gang. Are they going to be able to spot the rest of Stardust would need to watch out that Entropic don't spot them on the other side. This is properly popping off now because there's so much open area in the next circle that everyone on the edge is now starting to run into everybody else. Entropic did spot them in the end, and they weren't able to clear it out, so the Ghetto Gang paid the ultimate price for it. Entropic up to 5 kills.
Sucker Power is literally prone in the dip down there, just trying to stay alive, and in doing so actually managed to get another 3 kills for his team. And now Polish Power from far away again. The closer you get to the ridge line, the more those people in the valley can spot you. We always talk about the advantage of high ground, but when you're the one that has to run down the hill, everybody else gets free shots at you. I have a single player left alive for Entropic. Has to try and see if he can make a play here. Maybe that nade is going to bounce far enough, and no, not going to happen. He will go down though, but so will Ive as Marcelik finds him from down below.
Phase 6 shifts onto the hill that Sakura Zen are on. We haven't spoken about them all game long, Toby, but they've just quietly magicked themselves into the middle of Phase 6. And they don't have a compound or anything, by the way. They're playing around this hill. I don't actually know how they've done it, but all 4 of them are alive. They have a huge split, and they're looking pretty good against No Name yet.
Again, and look at the amount of kills that they have. This is the recipe that has put them up in the top of the leaderboard so far. They take it chill, they play it slow, they don't aggress early, and then now, when they know they have the numbers, when they know that they haven't been fighting, so their utility should be alright, they start pushing forward. Philo goes down, so does Shiv. Tekkers with the 3-piece. Solid play, eliminates No Name yet, and they have taken full control of the west side of the circle.
That was so good. They went from 2 kills and all 4 alive to 6 kills and all 4 alive. And No Name yet couldn't get a decent amount of damage onto them. The way they were split, if one of them went down, if one of them got knocked, that would have been so difficult to accomplish, but they kept the pressure up from all sides. And that was such a clean squad wipe from Sakura Zensen. Amazing.
Yep. Very impressive indeed. Nixie looking over the top. He knows that he's the edge player. He knows that he has to make sure that no one can push up close on the other side. He is the contain, having to prevent anyone from wrap down around that hillside. In the meantime, Marcelik with a DMR in hand, try to see what he can do. Crunio is going to be the one to find light, but again, I mean, we gotta give it to the team that struggled yesterday. We have Crashers Esports once again in the end game, but here comes question mark, full speed forward. There was a nade thrown on the ground, and again,
nade!
Copy with the triple grenade, perfectly thrown before they arrived, and all of question mark are blown up in a second.
Oh, Copy. That was beautiful. Rolling out the red carpet for question mark there. And for the second game in a row, I find myself feeling sorry for question mark. They recognized that one player was in the stables there, Toby. They saw it was one guy with one gun, and they decided to crash it. And that didn't even matter. Wow.
The timing. They had no... I mean, normally when a nade is thrown outside, you run away, obviously. But the thing is, they pulled up the car and the nade rolled in underneath the vehicle as they parked it. So they had no clue that a nade was right under them. They were sitting around the vehicle trying to heal up, trying to understand what's going on. And before they knew it, they were all blown to pieces. Oh my lord, Kabi, that is a highlight for you right there.
Very nicely done indeed. We're now into our final 4 teams. Sakura Zensen struggling in the middle because they got Polish Power up north and Crashers Esports down south. It's a little bit of a pincer, sadly, and they're down to 1. Let's see if they can continue to survive. It's only Nixie left. Who's in the middle? Who's going to be taking the pressure here, do you think, Toby? Polish Power now have the hill, but just having the hill doesn't mean you can dictate the pace of the game. Not necessarily.
Well, not at all. I mean, Polish Power, with the way they're playing right now, I mean, no offense, with the way they're playing right now and what we've seen so far with the course of the tournament from Crashers Esports, I would be very surprised to see Crashers Esports pose a legitimate threat in an up-close battle. But then again, we've seen positives from them and we've seen not so positives from Polish Power earlier as well. So everyone, it really comes down to who hits the bullets here. It's... if they can hold this off, they have to win. If they can't, not going to happen. Shro is the first one to fall. Marcelik utilizing the utility to perfection. Gets the first knock there. Spartacus goes down to half HP as well. Now the pushers are starting coming over the hilltop too.
And Spartacus couldn't quite hold the angle, unfortunately. Polish Power do get traded out, but that's Crash's Esports eliminated almost at the exact same time as Haiku. So that's Crash's out in third, Sakura Zens, and then only Nixie left. And Polish Power cleaned then up as well. 3 squads out in almost as many seconds. That is delightful stuff as Polish Power take the victory.
They were close to bringing it home last game. This time around they do, and they do it against a team that eliminated them in third in the previous game. Sakura Sanson made late game again, but so did Polish Power, and this time they come away with the win.
Very nicely done to them. Sakura Zensen once again seeming to be the masters here of making sure you get a consistent placement, but it's all about Polish Power, who get a delightful chicken dinner. That's going to be Miramar for group number 2, ladies and gentlemen. There are still 2 more games left to go. We're moving on to Erangel next, so we'll see you after this break.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to G-Loot PUBG Super Week for Season 5, and we are officially now at the halfway mark for the teams that are playing. They will only have 6 games left to try and qualify in the top 8 to make it through to the finals next week. 32 teams fighting for those 8 spots, and it's all to play for. I'll tell you what, Jorasar, there are 3 teams that have come out fighting for those spots. Polish Power, without a doubt, Sakura Zenson, and then, surprise, surprise, Crash's Esports.
Yeah, Crash's Esports were not a team that I had on the forefront of my mind heading into today. As Toby mentioned, they started the tournament pretty meekly, only getting that initial 3 points. They clearly deserve to be in the lobby. At the end of the day, everyone has to earn their place here, but they were really struggling. So it's interesting to see that from those ashes, they've gone, that's fine, we can shrug it off, and they're able to reset, even winning a chicken dinner here. Have they done it in the most emphatic way possible? No. But if they're able to keep this up, then they stand a decent chance tomorrow.
Toby, I mean, we mentioned Crashes after the first game, but now that you've seen them in 2 games, able to finish in the final 4, what are your thoughts for them for the rest of the day?
I mean, again, since they're not a team that goes out and gets the kills, it's a little similar to what I initially said with Sakura Zenson. Since they're not the teams that go out and frag heavy in the early stage of the game, they're very reliant on the placement points. And I feel like with what we've seen from Sakura Zenson compared to what we've seen from Crashers, Sakura Zenson are that much more consistent, and they're able to go out and find the kills when need be. Whereas for Crashers, yes, they've made late game twice, and they managed to get the win in the previous game. And I'm gonna sound rude for saying it, but I still need to see more. I need to see that because they had prime real estate this game. They had a position from where they could literally shoot at everything towards the west of them. And I did not see them that active in the kill feed. Maybe it was because we were focusing on everything going on everywhere else on the map. But I feel like from that type of or caliber position, they had a chance to do a lot more damage than what they ended up doing. But with that said, finding late game twice in a row, it votes for something good for them to come.
I don't disagree with you. I think that they need to show more, but I am still, I'm keeping a closer eye on them than I did before. I'm also keeping a close eye on these highlights because there's a very specific moment that I think we all want to see one more time. And it does involve Polish Power, who are our chicken dinner winners. Toby, they have looked fierce today. Didn't really show up yesterday though.
I think one of the important things here, and we're kind of building up to it now, that could be the next highlight on the list. I mean, look at this. They're literally parking straight on the explosion. But what I want to say with it is what Joro said earlier. When you get pulled up on, when you get breached, you got to deal with the fight fast. You got to execute. You got to finish it quickly. Because think about it this way. Had that nade not been the perfect one, had it maybe found 1 knock and there have still been 3 people on their feet, Sakura Zenson were sitting right over that hilltop overlooking the entire compound, and they had just dealt with all of No Name yet, which means that they were just sitting there waiting for third-party opportunity, which they very well would have tried to execute on had it not been because Polish Power literally killed all of question mark in, I think, 1.5 seconds in total.
It was my highlight of the game. I was still giggling about it at the end, and I was just, I wanted to respond with lol, but that's not nice, so we won't do that. But now everyone knows. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Polish Power right up there, and it's well-deserved. You can see just the kills, the placements. They're getting it right. They're doing what needs to be done. You called this, Jorasar. You said that this was a team that if they fired on all cylinders, this was what we were going to get.
Yep, and this is the kind of lobby where think about the fights Polish Power have had. Very rarely have they had to fight a third party in close proximity. They might have fought someone else where there's the occasional snipe on them from afar, but they've been very good at picking their positioning when it comes to these fights. And when they're fighting these 1v1s, they're winning fight after fight after fight. There's a reason why they're already up to 22 kills. It's because this is what they do best. And at the moment, the other teams in this lobby, whether they're expecting to or not, are letting them do what they do best.
They are letting them do what they do best. And Sakura Zenson also seems to be doing what they do best. I just think that this team has a really weird way of finding themselves in those final 4 battles all the time. Not a weird way. I think that they plan it, they work through it. But they've also started engaging in those fights, getting the kills, Toby. And possibly, we'll obviously have to see at the end of the day where we see the total scores. But this is helping them make sure that they can potentially sit on the top half of the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think with the way that we saw Sakura play yesterday and what we've seen from them today, I would be surprised to not see them finish in the top 8 overall.
That's strong words, but I mean, I don't actually disagree with you because they've been consistent, and that's what it's going to come down to when you take a look at how the points are allocated. If you take a look at how you need to play, consistency is going to reward you a lot more, Toby, than 1 or 2 big pop-offs.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. And that's what I was referring to with a team like Crashers Esports. Yes, they got the win. Yes, they had themselves a good game here now as well, but they had 2 kills this game. I mean, they're sitting in a lead next to the likes of Polish Power that have over 4 times their kills just in 2 games. And again, I know it's only 2 games, but if we're going back to yesterday's games too, they had 3 kills in 4 games. I want to see them get more going, and I believe that they're capable of doing so. I just need to see it.
We're jumping into the next game, and I just want to end with this thought, Toby. You're wrong, because Joe Russell told me much earlier on today that you just have to win 4 games in a row. Kills don't matter.
True. You're right. You're right. Well, how can I ever, Joro, doubt words so wise? Sam is so right. How am I even in my right to doubt something so incredibly correct? Why get kills when you can just win 4 games? That's like 40 points, easy peasy in the back, and everything else don't matter.
Right? All you have to do is get to the center of the circle and prone, except that hasn't worked for any team yet, but we'll get round to that in just a bit. This is match number 3 on Erangel, day 2, group 2. And we have, I'm going to call that a 12 to 5 o'clock playing path, a little bit skewed to the east, but generally speaking, okay. What you guys spoke about there, Toby, you're completely right about Crashers Esports. They've had a great day today, but when you add that up and take a look overall, what they've done is they've dragged a terrible result up to something that's probably average. And now we want to see proof that actually they're great as opposed to average in this lobby. Austrian Force did really well yesterday, for example. Not so good today. We had what? I think it was Salvam Esports had like a top 4 finish at one point. Managed to get a chicken dinner yesterday. They haven't really been here today. So having that consistency across multiple days in PUBG quite clearly is super difficult to accomplish.
Now, my question to you, Joe, is where on military are we ending this game? Never mind. I feel like if I say that, then I jinx it. Then we don't go melee because I really don't want to go melee. So this worked out exactly as I wanted it to.
Yeah, it's the secret military base underneath Gatka. No one knows about.
Yes, it's the basement. It's exactly. The basement. Yeah, the military basement. We didn't finish the sentence there. That's what it is. In the meantime, though, well, I mean, the team that we've mentioned just now, Crashers Esports, they get free pickings in the center of the circle. Not too bad. We'll see what use they can make of it in the meantime. More teams out towards the east, but everyone pretty much spreading out, giving one another space. I like what I'm seeing in that regard.
No real big contests early on in this game. I'm taking a look at whether there are any areas where cars might be in short supply. And I'm struggling to find any, actually. Everyone is being quite well behaved, which is a contrast from when we started Group 2 today, where we saw a little bit of aggression. We saw some early game scuffles on Miramar. Maybe these teams are just a little bit more comfortable on Erangel with who their neighbors are and how they're fine to leave people in vaguely close proximity and they just crack on with looting. Because on Miramar, it was really skittish to begin with in this group, wasn't it?
It sure was. Sure was. It's, I like this area of the map as kind of, I mean, you know how when you get that first game on a map where military, for example, you're kind of waving the let's forfeit this game and go next banner in people's faces instantly. Whereas to this one, there's so many different ways to approach the west side of Erangel. We talked about it during yesterday's broadcast as well, how I like to think of that southwest side as more of the kind of the Miramar of Erangel with the way that the terrain presents itself and whatnot. And I like to think that there's just so many different options in this terrain that you can play around, giving most, if not all, teams that do manage to make their way into the first couple of circles a living chance, really. I mean, not necessarily even, because there are some positions that are better than others, but a decent chance anyway of getting something good going.
Yeah, there are a fair number of fields, right? And in this circle, but there's so many different sort of micro habitats on Erangel between them that there are ways to rotate around that you don't have to worry about too much. Okay, if we're going to talk about a Phase 7, Phase 8 field ending, fine. That's difficult to play no matter what map you're on, right? But the fact is, you've got the forest to the south. Was that Lurex? Lurex, you naughty, naughty boy. How on earth did you do that?
Can we nerf drive-bys, please?
I'm not saying that's an Insta report, but wow, I'm impressed.
I just... I gotta say this. And I know people are gonna be annoyed with me for saying this, but I love to see the individual skill in order to do this. But I don't like seeing a situation where there's no counterplay. And yes, of course, the counterplay is that he could just have shot him in return. But this thing with moving targets and it being so easy, especially when you're a high-level player, of doing these things, it's, in my opinion, it's just become way too easy. Way too easy for the good players to go out and do this. I liked it when it was a skill that some of these guys, like so few of them, perfected and got good at, and therefore kind of reap the rewards of.
Yep.
But now everyone is bolt actioning people from 500 meters away while driving through a bumpy field. That's just insane.
That was a 3x on a mini, though. To be fair,
I know. It was just to showcase that is also what happens.
I think it's made it more difficult to be a scout. Because your defense and your counterplay in that situation is if all the rest of your team are with you, you get knocked out of a car, but everyone else can shoot back and it stops them from flushing and you might disengage. But if you're just one car, there is just no counterplay.
It has essentially made it harder to be the person who's sitting behind cover, peeking something, than the guy who's actively driving a vehicle and being a moving target, but acting like a still target. You know what I mean? Like he's getting the what do you say, proficiencies of a still target with the spray control, but while moving and making it harder for the opponent to hit him, which I think is getting a little out of hand.
I mean, that was a good example, right? It does. Yeah. To be fair, they're also tremendously skilled, but there is something to be said. The mechanic.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. These guys make it look easy, but I mean, we also play the game. We also play the game, and the fact that I can at least sometimes hit a couple of shots. I used to not be able to do anything. That scope was swimming around, and again, I've never sat with a gun with a scope on in a car, driven around, and tried to do anything like that in real life. So I cannot tell you from experience it wouldn't be that easy. I'm just saying it has become incredibly easy for people that are decently good at it to be very good at it now.
Look, and we know it used to be easier in the game, right? Because it got changed. So we have that as a frame of reference. Exactly. So, but anyway, that is just the one kill that we saw in that matter so far. And unfortunately, there were no teammates nearby to help him out of that situation. Most teams now very close to the center of the circle. No one has stationed themselves north of Everest yet. No one's expecting the circle to shift towards Georgia Pole. Similarly, no one sat in Ferry Pier, for example, or in the forest north of that. Everyone wants to bunch up in the middle. And that means we've got pressure cooker situation back on.
Yep, no doubt about it.
Wow.
Bullet, but Sancho is already up close. Oh, and Newsy.
I feel so sorry.
Of a shot and you get punished instantly.
No. I feel so sorry for Question Mark today. Like, they've had so much bad luck, dude. They really
That is just unfortunate.
And it's like, I mean, he's shooting that vehicle out in the field, several hundred meters away? And the return knock is from someone basically on his front door. I mean,
that is just unfortunate. Please, for the love of everything, Dante, get some revenge in there.
One
headshot, two headshots. Imagine if you had a DMR that did more damage.
So good from a doozy there. And unfortunately, he gets insta-punished for it. So we've got Question Mark and Ghetto Gang maybe asking questions of each other at this early stage. Remember, Dante here is still quite split from the rest of his team. He's unlikely to want to rush in and get any sort of trade or revenge against Ghetto Gang, not before liaising with the rest of his team. So Question Mark here are going to have to make do with 3. We'll see what they can do in this game.
Yeah, things quiet down, at least if just for a little bit. Look at the amount of space that Austrian Force has on the south side. Like, they got a third of the circle to themselves, obviously. I mean, I know it's a big field and what. But if this next circle goes hard south, I'm going to be very curious to see the mass migration we're going to be having, because there's only so much space to really utilize down there with the fields and all. And I feel like it's been a while. There was a period where we were getting those kind of very pure field endings all the time. And not that I want to end in the field, but around the field. They make for some pretty fun end games.
Forest endings as well, just south of it, can be so much fun because you get so many teams in smokes next to each other, and you basically don't know what to nade anymore because everyone's peeking behind every tree. It's almost a horror movie. You don't know which way to go when you get those sort of endings. But let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. We're approaching the 10-minute mark. Only 2 players have died so far, despite no one really going far north and far south, just one team either side. Austrian Force as well had a decent day yesterday. They haven't had a great day today, so this is their chance to redeem themselves on Erangel and to drag their points haul back up to possible top 8 territory.
Let's see. Hall of Game. They've got themselves the church. A little bit of a high ground advantage overlooking both Enterprise and Full Slayers, but no real confirms coming through so far. Karks is going scary close to the opponents over on the other side. Circle, well, Senders up, so not a whole lot to take away from that. At least not yet, other than the fact that there is going to be a lot of field in play for a good while yet.
So we had the bagel in play. We've got the donut. I suppose it's a bagel as well.
Yeah, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, he's still got the hole in the middle. That makes sense. So the teams are going to be relatively fine here. Now, the most dangerous part of rotating north to south, east to west, wherever you want, is the period where you are just flat out in the middle of the circle. Crashers Esports are getting crashed themselves. Renewal have said they want these single-story compounds.
Oh, timing.
I don't think it's the whole team. It's 2 of them coming in first. This is a scouting squad. They're not coming in at the same time, Toby.
No, good job from Abdallah to hold off there. But as you were saying as well, the timing and the approach from Renewal, not quite there. I mean, Crashers have already lost 1, so they're in trouble already. In the meantime, 4 Slayers are getting peppered completely. Not sure exactly where that's going on. Everyone trying to fight their way into the open here, and it's not working for either of them. Shrove does find Bullet, so 1 more goes down. Abdallah gets the flush on towards Ahmed as well. So, well, I mean, we were questioning the individual ability of Crashers, but here they're standing strong.
2 kills and counting. Renewal on the back foot a little bit. Are we going to see... Wow, they didn't even have the full team here. Light's now coming in to join them, which is very good of them indeed. However... Renewal still have an opportunity to win this fight. They're very split in the west side of Gatka. It looks like things have settled down a little bit now. It's going to be a 3v2, at least as far as the immediate vicinity is concerned. No third team coming in just yet, but so many fights right now in phase 2, Toby.
It is getting pretty heated again. I mentioned how many fields that were going to be in play here. Obviously, you don't want to be playing in fields this early on. So with the few compounds that are here that don't force you to play out in the open are heavily being fought for. Because you know that once you get control of one of them, that's pretty much a guaranteed couple of circles of survival.
It's like I saw what Cappy did in the last game.
Exactly.
But they're not quite positioned there, unfortunately. They do manage to get 1 member of Ghetto Gang, but on the other side of the vehicle, very dangerous, I think, for Tundo to try and get the immediate flush. So he's going to back off a little bit, but no name yet. There's no way Ghetto Gang are getting this, this revived, so they should be fine.
Not gonna happen. Tundo gets the back off, gets the heal on up, uses the bandages instead of the first aid. Smart, because he had 20 of them and only 2 first aids. And, well, I mean, no new. Just able to chill in the middle, at least, for a little while longer. I'll get to sit around no name yet here in the chopsticks and wait for a Synthetic Circle.
We've got Stardust in one side, Ghetto Gang in the other, and no name yet appear to be the Kingmakers. They get to decide who pushes what and when. Lol W are just north of them, but they're not going to push into the chopsticks anytime soon. There's just a little bit of field between them and either chopstick, which makes it a bit too dangerous. Gatka itself is still split, no third team, but I like that Sakura Zenset and Nixie is continuously looking into Gatka because he sees all of the smokes. He knows that whatever fight is going on here, it's not a clean one. So he's watching the kill feed, and we might see Sakura Zenset here soon.
Yep, here comes the push on through, and once again, Crashers Esports managing to find kills. Light did get knocked, but looking as to they're alone in Gatka, they should be alright. But as you were saying too, Joro, Sakura Sansen heard the commotion. Doesn't look like they want any piece of the action down here, though.
And to be fair, part of
As
that
I say that.
They're not going to crash this because look at the circle. They're crashing this?
They're full on committing to this is what they're doing, but will they get spotted? Oh my lord, I think I just spotted a player with 400 ping there. Nixie does get taken down anyway, though. That looked very interesting. Nixie does get taken down, so 3 versus 3 at least for now.
That's the, I know the element of surprise in PUBG is strong, but jumping out from nowhere and going, surprise, isn't exactly what I meant. Nixie is down and out. This is a really interesting move. I wonder if Sakura Zensen have gone, because we are on the edge of the next circle, most of the compounds in phase 3 are likely taken, so we should play edge, we should hold Gatka. I'd love to break down what the thought process is that led them to decide crashing here is important. I don't know. It's now them versus Crashers Esports, but one thing's for sure, Toby, this has not gone according to plan.
Not at all. I mean, they saw the knocks, they heard the commotion, and they thought they were here faster, honestly. I think they thought they were able to pull up on this before Crashers were able to turn things around. And again, I mean, we talked about underestimating opponents earlier, yesterday, during that broadcast, and how that can sometimes come to bite you. And I think right now, Crashers obviously not the biggest threat, at least on paper, in terms of up-close fighting. But right now, they're holding ground. They are down to 2, though. They lost 1 to Fate from Question Mark from afar. But we'll see how that one pans out. In the meantime, Austrian Fools and Ghetto Gang up close and personal. Soccer goes down. Players are able to find him. They're literally poking each other with their rifles as this fight continues to be an absolute chaos.
Austrian Force, they've got a point to prove in this game and next. And they're struggling at the moment against Ghetto Gang. They managed to eliminate 2. They've got this house to themselves now, but they've lost 2 of their own. April is still nearby. I think they will have heard the footsteps in the next house along. April picking up a shotgun as well, trying to dissuade them from coming over. If that ends up being a push, the 1v2 is possible here for Ghetto Gang.
April all on his own, sitting tight, waiting with the shotgun in hand. In the meantime, Shro finds Tekas. We keep complimenting Sakura Sanson for their skill in late game clearing out fights. Right now, they're being taken down by a team that we were doubting. It seems to me like Crashers heard what we said and they want to prove us wrong, and I like it.
This is good. The problem is you can't have every single team trying to prove us wrong or get the chicken dinner here in this game. Something's got to give at some point, but I love the heart. I love how much effort they're putting into this, and they are really giving us a good show to watch. Sakura Zensen now a little bit further towards the center, holding out Crashers Esports. However, they've both managed to get an additional knock. By the end of this, no one's going to have a vest left.
Nope. Shotgun in hand. Has the tip on it as well. We'll see if he can find Salty before he gets away. Oh, just exactly manages to get inside the building and into safety. So still a 2v3, but with that door being closed, you would have to think that Salty knows that there's a guy into the building next to him.
He must know. Right? Oh, here we go. Unfortunately, the reload time on the shotgun means that Ghetto Gang won't be able to get the double. And that's why it's so important to go in together with your teammates so that you can get the trades. Marbo there will be able to bring the team back up to the 2. Shro looking for the headshot. Gets the headshot. Almost gets the 1.
Oh, here's the reload. Oh! No! You wanted to see him hit that one.
If he hit that.
Tekas ain't gonna let him have it. Not this time around, at least. Light realizing he's in a bit of a troublesome situation here, being in a 1v2. But maybe if he can find Salty, he knows exactly where he is now. Spots him up on the top. Does he go for the spray? Tries. Goes for the second time around. These window bars, or the bars on the side, ain't exactly making things easier, and he will go down as well. So Crashers out in 14th place. But again, as you were saying too, this did not go as smooth as Sakura Sanson would have wanted it to. In the meantime, pull up, here we come. There's 4 teams in this compound, and Paints is still alive here, trying to sit tight on his own.
Austrian Force just trying to defend the position as best he can. Almost gets 2 knocks, but unfortunately that's going to be it for him, and Tropic should be able to get that revive up, I think. The problem is another team might be coming on in. No Name Yet could be looking to put a spanner in the works, and that's exactly what happens. 1 nade from Fulu gets Lucaros and Ivas, and Marbo from Austrian Force is playing cleanup, but he gets stopped from elsewhere.
There are so many teams in and around this compound. It's absolutely insane. No Name Yet. There's 3 potential rests for Filu to get if only he can prevent Entropic from pushing, because they're resting now as well, but you can see they all want to get part of this. Here comes all the crawling players. They want to get help. They want to get rest. But who gets ready to fight first?
Man, oh man. And the reason this is happening, by the way, is because something like, what, 60% of this next circle is fields. Everyone wants a piece of the compound right now. Although, I don't know. If you had the opportunity to take the right chopstick, would you stay there right now? I can understand why you want to move out into a compound, but my God, with so many teams contesting, I'm almost tempted to stay put.
Yeah. Let's wait and see where does the next circle take us. Obviously, again, the field's not in play at all. As long as the north side is in, you can't really utilize them whatsoever. Where are we going? We are going out towards the east. So we're keeping high ground in for Haiku to take advantage of should they find the use of it. And everyone down on that southwest side, all 4 teams will need to somehow make a play either into the fields or up the hillside to the far east.
All these compounds that these players have fought so hard for, they now have to ditch them. How do you ditch it if you're fighting against No Name Yet and your name is Entropic? You have to finish the fight as well. No one's going to feel comfortable moving out of this compound, so they're forced to go into this fight. Huge nade war going down, and Shiv with a beautiful Molotov. That was critical. He got a knock and a finish off the back of that, and that allowed Shiv and Tundo to finish off Entropic.
No one's pulling up on this. Instead, there's a car chase going on in the middle of the field. Polish Power tried to cross over to the other side of the circle. Sakura Sanson doing the exact same thing. Norkis does get taken down. Salty playing the turret gunner here as they make their way on forward. They threw the smoke early to get themselves some sort of cover to utilize there. While it might only be temporary, that is all they have to play around. Now, Lil W... well, they're not inside the circle yet, and they know they have to make a move, but they want to do as much damage as they possibly can before they go anywhere.
We're having to use smokes and play out in the open now. This is horrible for these teams. It's 21 minutes. How many smoke grenades have you got to last you till the end of the game? That's what we're going to be asking, not just Polish Power, but everybody at this point. And their response to Lol W shooting into the smokes, by the way, is to knock and flush Lurex. They are angry, and they are not afraid to show it right now. I'm so impressed with how much damage they're doing despite taking up a defensive position.
Yeah. Let's see here. Ship list. Trying to throw a nade on forward. Manages to do some damage. But not a whole lot more coming in off it. 4 Slayers out of the equation here as well as Metrics find a kill. Lil W hasn't had a whole lot going their way over the course of the first couple of games, but this time around, seem like they have a whole lot more. They are outside the next circle, but again, as I was saying before, they're doing as much damage as they can before they're making that move to kind of mitigate the opposition they're going up against once they do have to take up those fights. And Philo, again, turret gunner. What can you do with it?
They see the smokes, they see how much they're struggling, and wow, okay. Well, that's Muslu down. Why not? You go through them. Why go around them when you can go through?
Shiv pulling up with the bolt in hand as well. Gets the tagging on the legs. Not a whole lot of HP to work with on the other side of that. Finds the knock on the sink on the hillside as well. Haiku thought they were in a position to get a third-party opportunity going for them. Not gonna happen. Shiv forces them back. Philo and Shiv are on their own now, though. And Haiku, as you can see here, forced to make a move back to safety as well. Same thing on the other side. Polish Power held off against Lil W as best as they could. As soon as they come anywhere close, they receive them with open arms, finding 2, make that the third as well. Polish Power on a whole other level today than they were yesterday.
They really are. They're jumping from one fight to the next quite seamlessly, if I may say so. And they are showing no signs of slowing down as well. Philu using the reload optional finds Senka Pow Pow for a second time. That is brutal for them. All they want to do is get the hell out of dodge, and they're not being allowed to do so. Cappy with some insane peaks manages to get Tetrix and Janny and still be on half health, by the way. He's not stopping. He's not even healing yet. He wants to go for the triple. He is not done.
Gotta commit for the kills. Issue is He-Man from out in the field can spot him from the other side. And now Cine from the other side peeks on over as well and finds a double to Enterprise. Caught from both sides. Hall of Game and Polish Power work in tantrum. And once again, Polish Power making their way into double digits kills.
It's basically guaranteed to be a field ending now. This is a little bit brutal. Sakura Zensen playing a little bit of a lip on the road, which would be fine if Polish Power weren't along the road as well and have the opportunity to maybe get a decent angle onto them. Whole of game will then try and take the northern side, and they'll be able to do that freely until Haiku decide to try and do the same. This is so open, and that's why we only have 4 teams left, despite it not being, say, 29 minutes or something yet.
Speaking of consistency, which has kind of been the name of the game throughout our conversations today, so far, Sakura has 2 second places today and now find themselves in top 4 again. Polish Power has a third, a first, now find themselves in top 4 again. Haiku has a 5th and a 4th and now find themselves in top 4 again. This is insane. The same few teams continue to find their way not just into the late game, but into the top 4 teams left remaining.
They know where to go. I mean, I don't think that in a field ending, for example, you can necessarily engineer, oh yeah, we were going to finish second or first here. This is going to be quite difficult. This is a bit of a Wild West shootout, right, that we've got in the end. But the fact that they're even in contention for the Final Four, you're absolutely right, Toby. They're very good at reading the situation, where people are fighting, what the circle is likely to do, where they should be to take advantage of that. They do that consistently well. And even now, completely open ending. Techers hasn't popped a single smoke. That's fine. Going for the res anyway.
Yeah, might as well commit to it. In the meantime, Hall of Game, only 2 kills so far. Make that 3 solid nade thrown by Godrilla. They have avoided confrontation for a while, which means, look at this, Godrilla, full level 3 gear, and it's barely even touched. This is going to come in so handy. As I say, that of course it does get tagged, but again, even with that tag, it's going to come in so handy if this ends up in a close quarter fight, because barrels in hand, M4s in hand, that's 1 or 2 bullet difference. Whether you get knocked or not, that could be the difference whether you survive.
Every bit of damage on those vests, super important, of course, because as soon as that disappears, you're taking full damage from the bullets that are incoming. So if you can weaken it, yes, you force the heal, but more importantly, there's yet less utility that you can use out of the vest, out of the helmets as well. So many players, the attackers, no helmets and broken vest. I mean, this is desperation station for a whole bunch of these players right now, and it's all about just getting into position to contest this final 3. Everyone's hoping everyone else starts fighting first.
Let's see. Cappy. Well, I mean, as you can see here, they're pretty well aware of exactly where Hall of Games are playing from. And, well, I mean, the circle's gone way into the field. So there's a pretty big guarantee that they will have to make a move because the circle is closing in now. How many smokes do you have, though? How far can you get? And for Marcelik, how much more damage can you do with the arm before you start running?
And everyone else is staying reasonably hidden at the moment. Sakura Zensen happy to let them fight and to stay behind the hay bales. A couple of free shots here and there. Good knock onto Momme. I don't know if they'll be able to get that finished. They do. Very nicely done. They're up to 7 kills and 3 of them are alive. I know they're not on the business side of the circle right now, and they're just tagging up and playing third party. But you would argue that's the perfect place to be. Everyone else is busy fighting each other, and you're happy just to pick up the odd free point.
Exactly. Sit tight and wait for the other teams to damage one another. Marcelik not wanting to move before that Nox comes through. He knows for a fact that there's a player still yet to move from behind that tree, and now he has to make the run on forward. No vest. That's 2 tags in the chest, and he's down and done for. You can see there the first one comes through. Down to 47 HP he goes. Cox, tagged in blue, goes down to it as well. Tekka's taking damage as well. As a matter of fact, I thought it was going to be Polish Power being dealt with first, but they're utilizing the smokes to perfection to stay alive for as long as they can. No vests, no helmets. Everyone are battered and bruised. This might as well just be a fist fight in the middle of everything because people are going to be running out of ammo soon as well.
I mean, 17 bullets in a mini. Salty's got a dream, and I'm not sure Polish Power are here to facilitate that at all.
26 bullets. Everyone is out of ammo.
Pan fight, pan fight, pan fight.
I mean, that would be... I mean, these guys have been surviving for so long at this point that it would be the only fair way to do it, right?
I would love to see this resolved with a 3-way pan fight.
We've only seen... Okay, 100.
Oh, Cappy, that's where all the bullets went. Share it out,
some ammo. Drop some ammo. This is unfair.
Unbelievable. Who fights first?
It's it's all quiet on the Western Front, at least for a little while longer. As I say that, Salty and his teammates moved their way forward. There were 3 bullets left in the chamber, and they find the knock on one. Unfortunately for Marsalek, they knocked one of the players that were in the 2-man position, so the rest should be possible. As you can see there, Nate's nowhere near far enough, so rest will be committed to 22 bandages. Bolt comes through once more. 1 more bullet left to play, but Marsalek goes down. Cindy from the side finds one.
1 bullet.
Salty has committed all his ammo to his mini. He has no more ammo in his other gun. He gets found to Cindy again.
I don't think I've seen a game of PUBG where everyone's running out of ammo quite this badly in the end. Basically, Polish Power win because they have more than 30 bullets is kind of how I'm analyzing this right now.
Yeah.
This is a proper war of attrition.
Yep.
Wow.
4 bullets left for him, and he does have ammo in the... Yep, you can see there you go, dropping all the ammo that he had in his AR to get more for the mini. They don't have utility. There are first aids on Godrilla, but that clean, nice, nifty level 3 vest he had just a moment ago is now completely gone. So he's going to be prone on down. There's only bandages left for Master, like 32 bullets for him, and... this is an exhausted fight. These guys have completely out of everything. Don't waste your ammo on the knocked guy, Marsalek. Don't tank blue either. You got 15 bandages. You cannot afford this. You will not have time to heal anymore this game. But he does manage to get 1 hit. Swaps over to the AR.
I've got 15 bandages and 1 bullet and an arm. I'm fine. I don't know what you're talking about. This is exactly what I want.
Move. Keep on crawling. Keep on crawling.
I don't know if PUBG has a hardcore mode, but I know that if it did, it would be less hardcore than this.
Yeah, probably.
Oh my god.
Now they gotta play without minimaps as well. This is this is insane. It's been a while since I've seen a proper prone fest to finish a game.
A prone fest with no ammo is fun.
It has been a while. Everything is being lopped on forward. Might as well use it while you can. Who is gonna be the first player? Who is gonna be the first team to say screw it and get up on their knees to hopefully spot something, but to then most likely get butchered with it to follow? The circle is gonna continue closing on in until there's nothing left to play. Oh my lord, if Godrilla, that crate is not looted yet. He's gonna get a free level 3 vest.
No.
That could be the winning. That could be the winning moment right there.
You know, Toby, because everyone is proning, there is a non-zero chance that the winning move is someone throwing a pan up in the air and it hitting an opponent. I'm just saying.
True. I gotta add to it though. Whole of game, we got real as a solo player versus a duo and a 3-man. It's only fair that the solo gets the level 3 vest, right? That's kind of evening the odds at least a little bit. Right next to each other. Godrilla, no, finally gets spotted. No vest for Cabby. Gets the second one as well. No. He's playing out of his mind today. Let's see He-Man, and they know where he is. They spot him behind. Cabby finds his kill at number 5. He-Man, it goes for the flank. They know he's blind. He's tanking blue, and he will go down in the end of it. It's been a non-stop Sakura Sensen and Polish Power battle in group number 2, and this time around, Sakura Sensen prevails.
11 kills with the chicken dinner. There's a lot to break down there. That final 2 minutes was so much fun to watch. I imagine it's nail biting if you're a player, but from our point of view, it was just so much fun. We're going to break all that down and more, guys. You still got one Erangel game left for you folks at home today. We'll be right back with the final game after this break.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but mastering you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to baseball test it up. Able to find the first, takes the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
We have our first double chicken dinner winner of the Super Weekend, and it is Sakura Zenson. They claim that. Of course, they won a chicken dinner the first game yesterday here for the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Weekend. We are moving into the final game of the day, the final game for Group 2 today as well. And I had so much I wanted to talk about, and none of it matters because what happened at the end, Toby? What was that?
I mean, everyone keeps saying PUBG is not a matter of seconds. It's like the whole thing, right? PUBG is a marathon, not a sprint. But I feel like this game was a marathon followed by an Ironman. I mean, this was just so long. This was such a exhausting endeavor. I mean, I got kind of exhausted as a caster having to cover all of that, but I can't even begin to imagine the exhaustion the players might have gone through having to try and stay alive through that. There must have been players with like 2,000 damage in that game.
Never mind that, when you start to realize that the ammo is running low, Jorasa, and you're like, well, what do we do? Waiting for your teammates to make some sort of call, knowing that, like you said, there's a good chance we're ending with pans.
This was, I mean, it's a marathon, not a sprint, but this game was a sprint into a marathon, into a crawl. The mid game, because everyone knew how many field endings were possible, meant that as early as phase 3, we had people contesting compounds, and the mid game was so scuffed by pretty much everyone in the lobby. It's the people who recognized that and stayed out of trouble. I'm highlighting Sakura Zenson then. They didn't get to the final part of the circle by going through 6 different squads. They got there by recognizing where they needed to be to stay out of trouble. And when there's so little ammo to go around at the end as well, because everyone's dropped their backpacks and they can't afford to carry it, it just ended up being a good play.
This is something about that team, though, that we've seen since yesterday, and we've spoken about it. They're very good at figuring out when to move themselves out of trouble or to stay low so they can get into the end game and then get aggressive. And I do think that it is why they've had so much success. Honestly, I mean, Toby said it earlier, but I'm going to say it now. I think that if they carry on like this, they're guaranteed a top 8 spot and a move to the finals, because they just seem to read the game really well, Jorosa.
Yes, they if you can read the game consistently well like this, it's great. There are 2 different ways to play the game. Broadly, you have the teams that get loads of kills no matter what, even if they go out early. They tend to be a little more boom or bust, but because you still get the kill points, they tend to be in the top 8. And then you get the teams that in any situation, they know how to read the circles, but importantly, they know their timings and they know how to rotate in such a way that 3 different teams aren't going to shoot them at any one time. Sakura Zensen, for whatever reason, this weekend, they've proven that consistently. They did it all day yesterday. They did it on Miramar. They did it on Erangel. They're back doing it again today. They've shown us that it's no fluke.
I mean, you say that, but yesterday I said something similar about Ding, and then they completely choked in the final game. So sorry, Sakura Zensen. It's probably not going to go well for you at the end of this. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard here. So Toby, Polish Power still sitting pretty on top. I want to talk to you a bit about Crash's Esports, because even though they went out a little bit earlier here, they looked far more aggressive than they did in the first 2 games. Do you think finishing in those top 4 places and getting a chicken dinner, that aggression that we then saw in this last game came from that confidence maybe?
No doubt about it. I mean, that's got to be a motivational boost, not only to get the win, but then go back-to-back top placements. I mean, they doubled their kill total in that game, and honestly, for a good part of the game, they were fighting toe-to-toe with the team that ended up winning the game, that is currently sitting at almost 3 times the amount of kills they have. They were putting up a good fight in Gatka. So I gotta take back some of my words from Crash's Esports, and my sense that they were lacking a little bit on the side of the mechanical skill in-game. But then again, I mean, I at the same time, I want to see them continue then to do what we just saw there. Not saying they have to take fights in cities and compounds all the time, but when it comes to that, they have to be able to fight back, and they were there.
Jorosa, the whole of this group for today, we've seen the same names up at the top there, the same teams performing. Do you think it's going to carry on into this final game? I feel like there is a group of teams that are stronger than the competition right now, or just reading the game a little bit better.
I want to disagree with you, but I can't, unfortunately. I think that's spot on. There are a couple of teams that, based on their performance yesterday, I wanted to see them do better today. Like Savem, to me, have been a little bit disappointing today, but that's because they had some really good results yesterday, right? And I wanted to see if they could keep it up, and the consistency hasn't been there. The only team that I think could surprise us based on their current position in the final game, I'm still going to call out question mark. In all 3 games today, I feel like elements of their game have been so horrifically unlucky. They haven't had the chance to pop off yet, but they're about to go into effectively game 8 of 12. They've only got 4 games left to show us what they're capable of. It's possible that we see tomorrow that they pop off properly and they just scrape into the top 8. That's the story I'm trying to angle for tomorrow, I think.
Toby, do you think that story is going to get published?
I mean, we've seen question mark time and time again play better when they have their backs against the wall, and there are just certain teams that, again, fare better when they have nothing to lose. And I've seen, question mark go out and do that, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them go crazy tomorrow.
It is the final game of the day here for the G-Loot Season 5 Super Weekend. Toby, Jorosa, where are we dropping?
Well, we are about to find out. It's a very, very straightforward plan here for the final match of the day, Joro. But just to add to your conversation that we had on teams that we didn't see a whole lot from today that maybe impressed us yesterday, I gotta ask you this. Where's Entropic? Because we have been talking Polish Power, we've been talking about Sakura Zensen today. Those 2 teams have been up there. I mean, even Crashers Esports have been on our lips more than most other teams. Entropic haven't quite been there. And I think it's just because even though they've been faring decently, because we have so high expectations from them, knowing what they're capable of, when they don't live up to the top of everything all the time, we're not satisfied.
That's a really interesting point. I hadn't thought about it that much. up to now, and I guess that's because we've seen some teams do terribly yesterday and they vastly improved today, like Crashers. We've seen some teams do really well yesterday and just completely drop off the ball, like Savim, for example. In Tropic, they did really well yesterday, but they've sort of fallen into average kind of territory. It's not like they're going out with 0 points every game. They're getting some stuff done. They just haven't really tied it all together. So I don't know, maybe almost I'm guilty of unconsciously thinking, oh yeah, they'll still be able to make it into the top 8. It's fine. They just haven't had a pop-off day. But you're right. We should pay it a bit more attention. I could end up being wrong there.
Having said, now the plain wild bagel is stuck in my head. This has got to be the most, like if there was an introduction to PUBG circle that you got to play.
How to make bagels 101.
As kind of the, you know what I mean, as you get better, the circles get harder and harder to play. This has got to be the easiest circle for any team to, I'm not going to say finish, because it can still end in crazy areas of the map, but at least everyone can get into the circle. Everyone has a place to go. This is pretty damn straightforward.
Yeah, there's not a lot of... Let me see. The only way a circle like this gets spicy is instead of just accepting you have a place in the circle, everyone is desperate to go for the same 2 or 3 central compounds in phase 1. That has happened in phase 1 before. I've seen it in some scrims. I've seen it in some tournament games where purely by coincidence, 3 different teams do just want the same prio compound and they crash in. It has happened, but you don't expect it. Like you don't expect, I don't know, 3 teams to rock up, moving into Potato Hill, going into phase 2, for example, and death matching it. It's not a thing you need to do. There are plenty of ways to rotate out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and the thing is, to me, there are areas of this map that are pretty scarce with cover. I mean, when you take the whole area in between school and ruins, that big old field there, yes, you can play it early, but you don't want to commit to it, because if you sit out there and your tires get popped, you ain't never getting out of there, no matter where the circle goes. So that's one of the things. Another thing is, like here, if you want to sit center, you got to be smart about it. And look at this. Speaking of being smart about it, a person parked a car in a smart place so that he could get away safely. That person was double, therefore he stays alive. Zero sits on a roof with a UMP. He's not aware that Metrics is around the corner. That's why he might die here.
Oh, Metrics. He's thinking about taking the shot, but he knows there's at least 2 people in this compound now, and because the rest of LOLW aren't able to back up Metrics instantly, he's not 100% sure. He needs to know he can definitely get the point.
Bait.
And the rest of the team are now coming in.
Bait, bait, bait. Oh, you gotta hit him. No, he's losing the battle. Unfortunate. Thought he had the angle. Got the headshot connected as well, but that was the only bullet to connect. Unfortunately, LOLW, they're full on committing to this.
This is, I love the initial idea, by the way. I know it didn't work, and I'm sure we'll be talking about it later, but I love the way LOLW set that up. It's a pity it didn't work, but, you know, I want to give them credit for it, regardless of which way this fight goes.
He's going to knock his teammate now if that nade doesn't go in. Oh. Fortunately, he got around the other side first. He does 40 damage. I think he said, Lurks, get inside the shack. I don't want to accidentally knock you if this nade don't go in. And fortunately, he got inside the shack, and because he now double, he's just ready and waiting, sitting tight, hoping that the cavalry is going to come and save him. You can see Blue Star is already outside. Here comes TN as well. He's throwing the smoke, spying himself more time. And I like how he's playing this. Just sit around, wait for a little while longer. Zero's got the flashbangs, the smokes. They are just buying time for their teammates to arrive.
So remember how this circle is super cookie cutter? It's really easy. This is how you boil the bagel. It's only complicated if the same teams want the same prio compounds early.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
It's happening. It's absolutely happening. Oh my god. Beautiful headshot there onto TN. And Metrics doesn't waste any time. There might be someone immediately behind him on the stairs. Instant flush. Goes back in to reload the gun. And then putting more smokes in is Zero as well. No one wants to push in.
I feel like the crazier the circles is, the more the players try to make sense of how crazy the circles are. And I feel like the simpler the circles is, the more the casters try to make sense of what the players are doing.
Exactly. Guys, the circle's simple. Why are you even fighting? I don't understand.
Don't overcomplicate things. It's
Don't
pretty
complicate my
straightforward.
narrative.
Oh, let's see here. Fool Slayer's still trying to fight through this one. That's a good mod. He's going to get in trouble. Indeed, he is. Stays alive through that one. Surprised that there was no retaliation on double. How is IMAT allowing for him to roam around this side without doing any damage towards him? Renewal are pulling up on this, and you have starters. There's 4 teams around this compound now. 5 if you count Enterprise as well. All trying to get a piece of the pie. And look at this. Polish Power and Sakura Sensen are starting to fight again, because why not? You've been doing it the entire day so far.
Oh, man, this is getting messy indeed. And don't forget, this isn't the end of the tournament or anything like that. We've got day 3 coming up of the Super Weekend, and then we've got the finals. It's very important that these teams manage to make it into the top 8. But right now, we are seeing so much. Oh, God. Really? Blue Star just runs across the open, but Metrix actually managed to make his way up towards the north of the compound, instantly hits him in the back, and now from 4 Slayers, it's only 0 left alive.
Yeah, sit tight for as long as you can, or just die. Well, that's exactly what happened there. 4 Slayers for 4 people slain as they fall to the ground. Dual W had 1 person. I don't know if it DC'd or if it just hasn't been around here for the last part of the day. Fortunately, not going to be there anymore. Danny will go down as well. Crunio and Salty now fighting one another too, so everyone's fighting for, again, to me, seemingly no reason. But again, the simpler the circle, the more crazy the players tend to make it, and the battles continue. Crunio finds one with the Bolt. Marsalek finds Nixie with the AR. Cappy is instantly there to fight the flush.
And then look at how condensed everybody is.
And that's Sakura Sensen out.
Wow, in 15th place as well. I think No Name Yet are right on top of Stardust, by the way, and a couple of teams super close to fighting each other as well. And this is just phase 1. This is phase 1 in a circle that's about as central as it can possibly get, Toby. This is a wild last game.
I am so confused by everything that's happening. We're 8 minutes in and we've lost 12 players already. And I think we have 3 or 4 knocked players still on the map that hasn't been rested yet. This is, again, this is not something you see too often. As you were saying, this is not the final game of the qualifiers. This is not one of those where half the teams already know they ain't going to qualify. All these teams have everything still to play for. And yet we're seeing weird fights after weird fights. Don't get me wrong, it's incredibly entertaining. But it's head-scratching, to say the least.
So many teams properly smack bang in the center. Like, Potato Hill is almost outside of where the teams want to be right now. Everyone forcing themselves in. And it means that a couple of teams have actually had some very slow rotates in. That 2-2 split from Entropic, yes, it's good vision. No one's ever going to be there. Question mark? They're going, I don't understand what all the fuss was about. We're just going to quietly rotate in. Everyone who's playing around the edge or even vaguely close to the edge, no one has seen another human, let alone an ounce of action.
See, it's all quiet down southeast. Once again, Austrian Force has like a fourth of the circle to themselves. They've had that on numerous occasions today. Getting to just sit tight there. Renewal in the meantime, well, they've made landfall for a while, or a while ago, I should say, but they haven't quite cleared out the remaining player of Lil W. And I think no matter how many windows they break, I don't see that Neforma is gonna peek out anytime soon.
Unless these grenades get a knock, I'm not sure they want to just run in like that. They might. But I think that with a full extended mag in a barrel, it's possible to get a minimum of 2 knocks. And because he's heard the glass break, he knows that odds. He was expecting him to be on the other side of the door, so he was getting in position. And I don't think Neform expected Answers to actually be on the left side, peeking the corner straight away. That's good enough.
It sure is. Now let's see. As everyone are making their way towards the west side of Pochinki, or at least a majority of them are making their way towards the west side. A lot of people are sticking to the north side of it as well. We have Austrian Force down here. We have question marks sitting on the southern side as well. And Tropic are actually opting to go north here too. I would have expected them to try and wrap south. They've been very good at making the, in my opinion, right decision. And I think here, I mean, they're very quickly going to get themselves caught in a heap of chaos that I'm not sure that even they can get out of.
I wonder what their reason is. Maybe they were thinking about going to where Hall of Game were. Hall of Game are now moving south themselves. And I'm just looking to see what the trajectory is from Entropic. We've got Ghetto Gang moving in. There's Entropic now. They're moving past Enterprise. So they are now starting to veer south. But it looks like Entropic are going towards Pachinki. So they might be embedding themselves in the city, saying there's going to be 3 or 4 teams here. We're going to embed ourselves in. That's Monkey on Gedrox, as No Name Yet tried to defend this compound from Ghetto Gang.
They're committing to it despite the fact that they lost the player pretty much before they got to know they're running into over. Just when you thought weird couldn't get weirder, they're serving it on a platter.
Monkey?
What?
Oh, the team's not close enough. There's only 1 alive now for Ghetto Gang. Here comes the rest of No Name Yet.
Molly, Throne, trying to buy himself some more time upstairs. The issue is the more time this is taking, the more this is an open invitation for other teams to third party.
I'm waiting for the I'm waiting for the mini map to show someone else veering in a third party, and I think the picture-in-picture here. Oh, beautiful, Nate. The picture-in-picture here is the Ansvar masterclass at stopping us from seeing whether a third party's coming in, because Ansvar wants the cinematic view to follow in. He knows what he's doing. He's got the glory in there, right? But that nade is just about enough for No Name Yet to keep control of this compound. This is supposed to be the super standard late game. What is going on here, Toby?
I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I think we need Sam here to bring us one of the quotes on what to do, because I mean, honestly, none of these players are using any of our pro tips right now, and I think that's the cause of what's going on here. No one is not getting shot at. No one is winning 4 games in a row.
Yeah, Sakura Zensen's out.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I think that's going to be the cause of the chaos, that they've just taken your my playbook and tossed it out the window.
Who's better? Who's being better? I don't even know. What even is better anymore? I don't understand this game now. This is, wow.
It's interesting, too, because I feel like this lobby has made a lot of sense today. In terms of predictability, I mean, not player predictability, but yes, to a certain extent, actually, that too. We've seen consistency from some teams in regards. Oh my lord, the circles goes west again. This is just when we thought it wasn't bad enough already. It's going to get even worse in a second. But to finish my point before hell breaks loose, sometimes when things make the most sense. I've seen it so many times in PUBG. Sometimes when things make the most sense, you just get a curveball of a situation. And it's not necessarily, again, because of a crazy circle, because this sure as hell wasn't up until this point. It's just, it takes that one team to do a weird wonky thing for the next team to follow them, and then the domino effect just comes through and all teams start playing with what at least looks like, from a viewer perspective, where we have the access to information on everyone, looks like everyone's playing with their heads under their arms. The issue is they can only play off of the info they're given, and if a team is taking a wild fight right in front of them, you have to adapt to it, and sometimes you can't wrap around it, you have to engage in it too.
And I'm going to throw one more interesting thought out there for you, Toby. I think this generally holds true. Oh, God, never mind. Enterprise aren't going to let me finish my sentence. Question marks Fate. And again, nice positioning of the car, but he's not quite able to get away. I like what he did there, but it needed to be a few seconds earlier. Yeah. All good. Enterprise keep a hold of that. You know the teams, Toby, that fare the best when all hell breaks loose? The teams that are extremely good at quick strategic thinking, like Sakura Zensen, and the teams that just frag out no matter what, like Polish Power, they're the, oh no, that nade bounced back towards him, get away. Okay, those two extremes of the spectrum actually perform really well in general when you get chaos like this.
Oh yeah.
It's the teams in the middle that suffer.
It sure is. Team trying to make sense of everything. Sometimes you reach a point where you stop trying to make sense of things. Just embrace, you know? Just accept the fact that chaos is here and it's not going anywhere before there's no teams left alive. Or one team left alive, I should say. But,
Polish Power is just evil laughter this entire game. Like, they love this. This is their natural habitat.
It sure is. And that considered, they are sitting very calm on the north side of the circle with 2 players still chilling up there looking for a rotation opportunity into the circle. Again, I mean, had Polish Power had a banger of a day yesterday, followed by what they've done today, they could probably play not carefree, but with less of a worry. But we have to keep in mind, they got 7 points in total yesterday.
Yes.
And that's just to set into perspective that despite how amazing they've played today, because they've been playing exactly the way that I wanted them to begin with, if they can't go back and do that tomorrow, if they have anything remotely close to the first day that they had tomorrow, they're relying everything on today's game. So I love the fact that they haven't just gone full crazy mode and kind of embraced what everyone else has been doing here in the final game, because they still need to rack up points to make up for essentially 4 bad games yesterday.
Exactly. It's bringing the, it's bringing the average up that counts, right, over the course of a long tournament like this.
I hope right now, as Polish Power sees this circle, someone just runs into ruins and go, guys, how much ammo do you need? Because we've been here a half hour ago. We need extra ammo. And he just runs in there and picks it all up.
Look, Toby, like, there's only about a quarter of this circle that's actual fields now. So I reckon...
we don't need more than that. That's all we need for field ending.
We just need AWM and 3 bullets, mate. We're all good.
Just one more hard shift west and it's been granted.
Oh, don't even. I love what Haiku did, by the way. Insta-scout to the compound up north. As soon as it's empty, the rest of the team instantly joined. That whole process took about 20 seconds. And it might be short-lived, but they now have the high ground on everybody else. They've bought themselves 2 minutes of being in the best position.
Exactly. Let's see. Austrian force trying to wrap north. Garki already gone down because of it. Are they all sending it to the exact same pivot in that north side of the field? There's 3 teams going for the exact same square meter of a map play. This is gonna be brutal. Look towards the north. Look at the minimap. Everyone's still in cars. Now Haiku are coming out of the compound to embrace all of this, going, wait, we don't... One thing is having neighbors. Another thing is having Woodstock happen right outside our doorstep.
I mean, it really is a little bit of a party, isn't it? And I'm looking forward to seeing how the teams rotate out of this. Phase 4 isn't the pressure cooker. I know this sounds weird. Phase 5, when it goes back south, for example, if onto the road, oh my God, that's when the fireworks are probably going to kick off.
Exactly, because right now, I mean, people, you're forced to take these fights now. Karks can't fall back, go into a car and leave. He knows he's going to get popped before he gets anywhere. So they're committing to this hillside now. Issue is that Paints is sitting down at the bottom, and Question Mark has got full control of the compound there as well. And they have 3 lines of sight without any risk involved from their own part to take these shots. Entropic now coming in extremely late. Where are they planning on going here? Full speed forward. They're all getting tacked up. Car is about to explode. They're going to be forced to make this play on foot. Yeah, exactly. The smoke's coming. Oh, you're very close to that car. QB, why are you sticking around?
Oh dear. Faultlessly blowing up QB there. Exactly. You need to be able to make those decisions and act on them quickly. Making the right decision is one half of PUBG, but knowing when to move and the timings is so important. They're using a lot of utility now to get QB back up, and Tropic are still okay, but okay is a relative term here. Where are they going to live after they get everyone up? They've lost precious time.
They sure have. Well, if anything, they're inside the circle, so that's something, and they'll be able to play with what they have remaining. Let's see, next circle, where we're going. Stardust out in 12th place. It's been a little while since we had gotten a team eliminated. Circle, well, let's hop into the open, shall we? Entropic, essentially the only team alongside...
They did something.
Maybe they did. Entropic alongside Crashers Esports, the only teams inside the circle currently, and, well... We're essentially forcing everyone out into the open.
This is going to be very interesting indeed. Entropic are so exposed right now in so many different directions. This is the edge of the circle, though, far away from them. We're watching Hall of Game. They are the other side of Haiku from Polish Power. Now, Polish Power could run into Haiku and try and sandwich them, but they're more focused about getting into circle right now. They're actually going to run into Crashers Esports if they wait too long, which means Hall of Game here, you're seeing them against Haiku. That's a little bit of a 1v1 at the moment. No third partying involved, but they're outside of the circle.
Marsalek peeked on over, got tackled in return. He's going to try and crawl back to his teammates to get up and alive. In the meantime, whole of game getting butchered from behind. Cox was so busy looking inward that he forgot to deal with the teams that were right next to him. Because the Haiku, they have to get out of here. They wanted to do something, and Cox knowingly need to try and respond to it as well. Saga driving full speed forward, wants to get up on the north side of the circle. I'm not sure exactly why. Tundu, in the meantime, gets taken down by Sabram, who hasn't been a big name on our lips today, but at least they're 4 up here trying to make a play.
And I think being proactive in this sort of situation is useful. When you're outside of the circle, part of being proactive is as you're shooting, you're also gathering more information for your team. So it's not just about getting those kills, but it helps you decide where to rotate next. Whereas if you just stand there and hope that everyone leaves you alone, it might work out for you, but that's no longer in your power, right? So it's rough. Whole of game, the prone approach doesn't work when Haiku have such high ground advantage there, unfortunately, and that's Saini out of the game.
Not gonna happen. Crunio finds Bio, and the kill feed continues to be absolutely blazed. Griffith now off of that knock is trying to wrap around south around. I like the repositioning, trying to get down below the guys from Austrian Force, but doesn't matter. Cox is there to do the damage for him. Finds the first one onto Sucker, notes that aggressive is further up the hill. You're out of bullets, buddy. You gotta reload, and now the blue is coming in as well.
Austrian Force eliminated in 10th place. We're almost at placement point territory now in our final game of the day. This is day 2, ladies and gentlemen, of G-Loot Season 5. We've got 4 more games for each group tomorrow before we find out which 8 teams go to the grand final. Haiku eliminated. Every team remaining will get at least 1 placement point. For some, it'll be icing on the cake. For others, it will be agonizingly not enough, and we find out shortly which is which.
The 1 HP survivals continue as Nork is able to get back down behind the building. Shrope trying to hold up on his own. 5 kills so far for Crashers. Again, I mean, they're managing to get the kill points now. It's a word before. Shrope, solid headshot coming through on towards Cabby. He got a good tag up on his other opponent there as well. Abdallah down below is trying to hold off, trying to help out his teammate, but he is essentially playing on his own right now. Now he's been spotted too. Gonna vault inside the building. Gonna try and see if he can get some sort of cover. Does he spot? Nork is outside. I'm not sure. It does actually Marsalek out on the side. I don't know if Marsalek knows that he's this one. He has no clue that he's this close. You gotta hit it, and indeed he does. Abdallah able to get one, trading his teammate, and now he finds himself in a difficult 1v3.
Out of the game, however, 5 kills and 6th place. It's a decent haul of points for Crashers Esports. They want to try and maintain their position at the sharp end of the leaderboard. Not the dream game for them, but again, if this is considered a bad game and they manage to get that number of points still and they carry this over into tomorrow, I think they've got a shot. They need to make up for day number 1, and at the moment, they've impressed us today. Right now, though, we've got Entropic, we've got Sarvam, Enterprise, Polish Power, and Hall of Game left. The only team with all 4 left alive are Enterprise. We've seen them in individual fights. As a team, they haven't exactly set the world alight with their points haul today yet, if we're being honest, Toby. But they've also felt reasonably solid. Like, they've always gotten a decent number of kills. When we watch them in the fights, they're not making huge tactical blunders or anything like that. They're just solidly mid-table.
Oh, yes. Well, Janny found 7 or 5 kills already make that. Let's see now, Severin. Can they hold off here? Cox, once again, he's kind of been the out of nowhere factor in some of these engagements. Every time a team is about to have a fight, you see Cox from miles away, third party and getting a knock on in. Cabby is going to try and wrap around the side with a zoom. Oh, don't reload when you have 39 bullets, please. No, doesn't find it. Fortunately, Vard is there with a double. Gets Marsalek and Cabby extremely fast there to follow. Baron ain't really too keen on helping his teammates out because he's got a full 4-man team to fight on his own.
Enterprise with the low ground, and Sarvam actually doing a very good job of throwing their grenades and then pulling back. Baron Peak understanding that trading space for time here is what he has to do. It's a 3v4. So much utility is going his way, and this is huge. Crunio coming in round the back of this saying, you know what? We'll have a piece of the pie, thank you very much. But this is benefiting Enterprise as well because everyone else is shooting their enemies.
Exactly. There is still Ivers left alive. Remember, one Entropic player could do a hell of a lot of damage. Mosul Again, finding damage, finds Crunio, gets him on down. Cappy not only takes blue, but runs into his own Molotov as well, and that's going to be the end of Polish Power, but once again, making it into top 3, third, first, second, and third today. Insane day for the guys from Polish Power, but in the end, it's going to be Enterprise with an 11-kill win.
Very nicely played there by Enterprise. 11-kill chicken dinner. Yes, we've said that actually they've been a little bit midfield as far as we're concerned, but if you're able to keep that as an average and then you punch above your weight when the opportunity presents itself and you get that chicken dinner, that can hold you up to a very, very good points haul indeed. They, to be honest, they're probably one of the only teams that played this in even a semi-standard way. The rest of the lobby was super crazy, Toby.
This was a team deathmatch game, no doubt about it. Everyone thought they were going to respawn after they got knocked with the amount of aggression they were showing. Now let's get Sam back in the picture, because maybe now that neither Joel or I could make sense of this, please, Sam, can you?
The only question I had was what was that? Well, I was going to open this by going, Toby, what was that? I was just going to make it your problem.
I hoped you could explain that to us. No, it was, at least in my opinion, it was a game that, again, got domino affected by a few decisions made early. And it becomes one of these fires where when you have a very decent center position fought for early on, other teams go, oh, we can capitalize on that. But then because it's so center and everyone is making their way in there, teams come from every different side. Like normally it would be on the edge or whatever, and there would only be so many teams around. But here, everyone hears those shots. Everyone sees that action in the kill feed going, let's be part of that. And then, despite the fact that we were that early in the game and having so much space technically inside the circle, everyone already crammed into such a tight space that you're forcing fights much earlier than you normally would.
I did feel like it was a bit of a bunch of teams really early on, kind of, when we know exactly what we need to do here. We've got this game plan. We're ready. Lots of confidence. Everyone ran in, like you said, and then it just got set on fire. Jarosar, there was a moment early. There was a moment early on where you mentioned you wanted to break this down, and because everything else was so insane, I'm going to give you this one. The LLW play that didn't quite work. Why did you like it so much?
I'm just going to put this here with the rest of the fire. I didn't realize that quote would come in so handy so early in the weekend, but that was mini Pachinki. They were fighting against 4 Slayers early on, and essentially what happened was the circle was so center that everyone knew what the priority compounds were, right? So because of that, everyone just went to the same place at the same time. It was a timing thing. If we ended up, say, 5 teams interested in a compound, but the timings were different, you'd get one team taking the compound, the second driving by, you fire some warning shots and they disappear and they go somewhere else, and so on and so forth. And that cycle continues. What happened in this game was that this was so bog standard, every team just played with the standard timings, and before you knew it, 3 or 4 teams are showing up in the same place at the same time. And that didn't happen once, that happened 2 times, that happened 3 times. We're seeing another example of that on your screens right now. It was absolutely chaotic, and it's not because the teams can't go here. Don't get us wrong. Everyone wants the same piece of the good compounds, right? It's because they were going there at the same time, and the timings were just all off this game.
You said that the timings are off, and Toby, that was something I wanted to talk about, because there wasn't really a moment where it lulled. And as much as I said yesterday that I love chaos, even I, after a while, was like, oh, maybe everyone needs to just take a breath, settle down, because it did seem like the final game of an entire competition as opposed to the final game of day 2.
It takes a lot for a team to be the initiator of a fight. Only few teams will dare do that, not having estimated the loss potential of the situation they go into. But every single team will take an opportunity to be the re-engagers of a fight, to be the third party of a fight. And because there are so many fights happening kind of out of nowhere, where I think as well some of the teams that even started those fights didn't intend to in the first place, all those other teams just swooped on in there and said, oh, this is the third party opportunity we've been waiting for. But when you have 3 teams around the same little bunch doing that at the same time, as Joe was saying as well, it just causes cluster upon cluster, and there was no way out of it. They were stuck together like epoxy resin.
Let's talk about the one team though that you got it. I just realized what you've done. If you're watching at home and you play Wordle, Toby did it. Now I've lost my train of. Look what you've done. The day is done. I'm on fire now. Polish Power is actually the team I want to talk about because they have had an incredible day. Didn't see a lot of them yesterday. There was a couple of people talking in the chat saying about some of the issues that the players were experiencing. So obviously today they had to come in. They had to hit hard. I can't fault them at all. And definitely if they can keep this going into tomorrow, a team to look out for, Toby.
Most definitely. I think, honestly, what Joro said before Group 2 started proved to be the most true thing of their day-to-day. With a server that is mildly passive, that is going to allow for a team like Polish Power, who is more aggressive, to thrive. And I think that's exactly what they did. They caught a lot of teams with the pants down in the aggression, in the style that they approach the fights with, and that gave them those upper hands in a lot of those fights. And also, I mean, just straight up, they hit shots today that they weren't hitting yesterday. There were small whiffs, and whether that be, of course, technical stuff or whatever it may be, they were just on another cylinder today. And again, that's a cylinder that I've seen them play on before, but I also have to say, as much as I love seeing them perform well, it's also a cylinder I've seen them play on one day, and then the next day, right back into the day we saw yesterday. So I just hope, and I say this every single time with Polish Power, because I know the guys, they're all great players, but I want to see them be able to keep that performance on for longer, because talking from like previous tournaments, it's usually not more than a 1 or 1.5 day thrive that they go on before they come down back into the slumber. So I want to see them, I hope to see them tomorrow come out with the same thrusters ignited, active and ready to fight.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard from that last game. You know how it ended, but there's a couple of teams I actually want to mention here. So a few of them, actually we won't mention them now because they're not doing very well in this game, but we'll talk about them when we look at the actual leaderboard. For this game specifically though, obviously, I mean, Haiku has been consistently up in the top 6, Joroslav, throughout today. And Tropic as well kind of sat in the top 8. So that consistency might pay off for them tomorrow?
Yes and no. I don't think that their play style was necessarily as adaptive as they needed to be. The problem is this lobby today, the kills were really top heavy, right? So being in the top 8 means that you're getting 2 and 3 points here and there. I honestly don't think that's enough overall because we have 32 teams competing for 8 spots. And when you get games that are as chaotic as the final one where we had, I was almost likening it at one point to PUBG speed dating, where no third partying was possible because everyone was busy pairing off. That benefits the teams who love fragging out and want to go into the fight, like Polish Power, and it stops the more standard teams like Haiku, who are very good at getting that third-party action going, but when there isn't an opportunity to do that, their strategy ends up falling apart a little bit more than some of those other top fragging teams. So yes, there's something to be said that they always get a couple of kills in the games and they're always there or thereabouts, and that's good. I'm not sure it's enough for top 8 overall, though.
Fair point. Let's see what the leaderboard looks like now at the end of today for Group 2. Look at that point difference now for Polish Power. Obviously, Sakura Zensen not having a good final game. But this is interesting because it's not necessarily I would say it's not necessarily the top 6 I was expecting, Toby. Didn't think I would see Enterprise and Crash's Esports up there.
They have 70 points. 70 points. That is absolutely insane. That is 10 times the points they had yesterday.
They popped off today.
That is completely mad. I mean, in a good way. That is insanely impressive. Talk about a turnaround of performance. That is very, very impressive.
Let's see if it's impressive enough to push them up the total leaderboard. So now we look at all 32 teams. Remember, the top 8 positions are where you want to be. And as I said, that look what it did for them. They were not a feature yesterday. And now after day 2, Polish Power goes all the way up into 3rd place. Sakura Zensen, though, still sitting in that top spot, and Ding now moving themselves into 2nd. This shows exactly where the kills come into play as well, because you can see more of the aggressive teams, Toby. They're the ones that have been able to kind of push their way up into the top 6. Top 8, of course, is where you want to be.
Exactly. I mean, as we were saying, as Joro and I have been saying all day long yesterday, because of the point system being the way it is, you need the kills in order to get up that leaderboard. And you can see it here. I mean, only bystanders who sit at 36 are on the left side, but under 35. Everyone else, I mean, they have been good in getting the placement points, to make up for it. But even with the good placement point games, they've still been getting kills. Teams that can't muster the kills won't make it far in tournaments like these.
Jarosar, any teams, I mean, question mark, still not really a feature. A few other teams that maybe you've been looking at, wondering what's been going on, where they are, and if we're going to see them?
I think they are the biggest example of a team where I'm wondering where they're at. The good news is that we see teams like Polish Power, like Crashers Esports, where their fortunes can swing quite wildly one day to the next. It does give us some hope that they can do something similar tomorrow. The problem is, instead of being put in a situation where they're free to play and they just do that, they're put in a position where they have to do that or they're out. And that's a horrible position to be in if you're a player from a nerves point of view, especially a couple of lobbies where the midfield, because we've been so frag heavy at the top with the likes of Polish Power and Ding, if you took 8th place at the moment, who I think are We Are Who, between them and 15th place is 12 points. Like, it is so competitive once you get into the top 16 to make your way into the top quarter of teams that you don't need a good day tomorrow. You need an exceptional day.
You need an exceptional day. That is so much pressure now. And this is always how it goes down right on the last day. So much pressure if you haven't performed. Let's take a look at that schedule now, because you do not want to miss the action tomorrow. The final 4 games for each group. And remember, the groups you saw today will not be the groups you see tomorrow. You'll see the same teams, but they're going to be shaken up. They're going to be reseeded. You've got to beat every team if you want to get one of those 8 places that are going to take you through to the finals. So tomorrow, another 8 games. And at the end of tomorrow, we will know the 8 teams moving through to the finals. Toby, it has been an incredible day of PUBG Esports. There have been so many highlights. What would you say was the one moment that's going to stick out for you today?
As much as I want to say the Cappy nade, it's still one of those where it doesn't take much for that highlight to become a thing. All as impressive as it was, to me, honestly, the whole endgame, as much as I used to hate those snake finishes where everyone's crawling around in the grass, because of the circumstances and how that whole game played out, also because it's been a long time since I've seen one of those endings, it was just entertaining to see all these guys with literally nothing left to fight with try and claim victory in a very, very hard fought game. So that's gonna be the first Wrangle game of the day. That's gotta be the top of my list.
How about you, Jarosar?
I think Toby's mentioned in passing 2 of my 3. Certainly the end of that game, or what I would call 2017 vintage PUBG. We then, of course, have the Cappy play, which was delightful, but you gotta give it to Monkey. That was fantastic. And the only thing that could have been better is if he got the full squad wipe, but that was beautiful play from a PUBG legend.
Then we would have remembered it.
Right?
But now it's gonna be forgotten.
We'll remember. It's okay.
And on that note, we will be back tomorrow. Don't forget, if you played today and you're watching this VOD, just don't get shot tomorrow. You'll be fine. Thank you to everyone in the chat. I hope you're ready tomorrow. We know the 8 teams making it through to the grand finals. We'll see you then.